they don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really tryna solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks till y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
they don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem
The
with?
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Brawl Stars, where we are in our final day. We are searching for one remaining team to join that of Reply Totem, Tribe Gaming EU, and SK Gaming. So everything today is on the line, and that spot could be for one of three teams competing for it. I am Ark today, joined, of course, by my handsome co-casters here, Reddy and Teddy, my partners in crime. Ready, set, let's start with you first and foremost. Day 6 was a big one yesterday. For anyone that may have missed it, talk us through some of the highlights.
Of course, we had kind of an interesting match. FA Siege as well needed to take a win. They got their win. Team Queso needed to take a win as well to make sure that they stay in the competition comfortably. Didn't happen at all. And we saw pretty much the usual form from the other top teams in the competition, but it has set us up for today. Some teams potentially trading spots, whether it's the bottom of the leaderboard or in some playoff spots or at number 4. It's going to get really, really close and exciting.
Oh, I cannot wait. Teddy, again, today, so much is at stake. Potentially 3 teams now can qualify for this 4th remaining spot, and that is such a big opportunity for someone to take the glory.
It is incredibly competitive. I mean, all the way until yesterday, every single team still had the chance to qualify. It is, going to be impossible now for a couple of them. Darkster, Lobster, and FA Baguette was only 1 win at the moment. It's not possible, but still seeding for them can still very much matter with those points that translate towards Masters all the way at the end of the 2nd season. That's important. So every single little bit counts, and that is going to apply to every single of our matches of today. And it's just so great, to have a format where every match stays exciting all the way until the end of the season.
Yeah, you really never know when those little hiccups can come back to haunt you. This is the state of the leaderboard. Reply Totem absolutely flying through things and no losses on the board for them. 18 sets won, only 4 dropped. That is an impressive scoreline, but not far behind. SK Gaming and Tribe Gaming EU going to be battling it out today to see which of those two is going to secure that number 2 seed. But here is where things get really interesting. FA Siege, Craze Clan, and Team Queso. This is where the battle is going to be today, and we're going to have some clashes along the way. You're going to have to keep up with this one because it could get ready to a 3-way tie, potentially.
It absolutely could. FA Siege, Craze Clan, Team Queso. Keep a close eye on these guys because they're going to be trading out spots by the looks of things. FA Siege currently in that number 4 spot, but that might very well change. For Craze Clan, ascending to number 4 is going to come down to whether they can take down the final boss of the region, Reply Totem, and then force a 3-way tie. And that also hinges on FA Siege and Team Queso, resulting in a tied-up record. Team Queso taking a win versus FA Siege. That all gets completely thrown out the window if FA Siege simply win their game versus Team Queso. But this is a team that we've seen pop off every now and then. They've gone from a very consistent team in the region to a little bit inconsistent, but every inconsistency has its highs and it has its lows as well. And this has got to be a high for Team Queso.
I genuinely would love it to go to a three-way tie. I mean, if Craze can do the impossible and take down the Titans that are Reply Totem, no other team has been able to do it, Teddy. But, you know, Craze Clan today could cause a serious stir in this whole situation. But, of course, FA Siege as well could just end it all early.
Yeah, it's got a messy on the bottom part of the bracket, and I'm all down for it. Just as a reminder for you guys at home, if you're a little less familiar with the format, in case of a tie between two teams, we're going to be looking at the head-to-head. So whoever won the match against the other team is going to take the higher seed and potentially the spot. In case of a three-way tie, it's going to be the set difference that applies. So today, more than any other, the most important is going to be to, you know, not only get wins, potentially get clean wins, especially for teams like Team Queso and Craze that right now they are a little bit behind in the set difference, especially Team Queso. So if they could get a 3-0, that could go a long way in case of a three-way tie.
That's such a valid point. Again, you know, you've got to make sure that you're always bringing your A game to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and Team Queso are on a -7 right now in terms of their difference, so definitely are behind in that respect. But FA Siege, you know, are looking pretty good. They're on a -1, Craze on a -3, and of course that will change throughout the course of today as well. So how this will shape up, again, I love the fact that I don't know, but what we do know is how these teams have fared in the past, and FA Siege have had, you know, some missed opportunities along the way, but we're looking pretty good as of recent. But again, Team Queso, they're then a team that you can't, you know, trifle with either. The Craze Clan could pull out an upset, and that's the scary thing of this whole situation. But let's take a look at today's schedule to see which matches are going to be the key ones to keep your eye on. First up, we've got FA Baguette up against the Lobster, and again, you know, two teams that haven't quite made it to any stage where they can qualify towards the Season 1 Challenge Finals. But however, they gave us some exciting moments yesterday to watch nonetheless, and I fully expect more from them today again in that respect. FA Siege up against Team Queso, a key one. If FA Siege win that match, they will qualify for the 4th and final spot in the Challenge Season Finals. But Team Queso, again, if they win that match, that changes a lot along the way. Reply Totem versus Craze again. Can they do the unthinkable? I cannot wait to see. Reply Totem, of course, they've already qualified. They were the first to do so. So, you know, they're in their honeymoon phase. They might be taking this kind of casually today. Of course, giving it their all nonetheless. But again, you've got to keep an eye out for that one. SK Gaming versus Tribe Gaming EU. Teddy, that's always a banger.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, what an amazing lineup of matches. That fourth one, I mean, it's an all-stars matchup to close out the day and the group stage as well. But yeah, there's just so many possibilities still. I'm so excited to see how it actually all turns out. Potentially, even for this opening match between Lobster and Baguette. Lobster, because their only win was against Tribe, you know, none of the head-to-heads are going to be in their favor seeding-wise. So their chance here, if they win against Baguette, is to go to 7th spot. Still lock in a couple extra points for Masters. But Baguette, if they win, since they won against Craze, were they tied up against them, they could go all the way to 6th spot. And that's actually, like, quite a bit better than if they lose and end up 8th.
Yeah, and, you know, when you look at a team like Reply Totem, as an example, you know, during Split 1, they were not really anywhere to be seen, but then they came back, and they came back phenomenally strong. And, you know, a team like Lobster could absolutely do that between the seasons, and, you know, with roster changes as well, who knows? Any team could potentially come out of the woodwork. But, you know, ready? Tribe Gaming EU and SK Gaming today, they are fighting over that number 2 seed, and as we know, that can have a huge knock-on effect when it comes to those finals. You know, how do you sort of look at this one and think which team is going to come out on top?
It's really 50-50. Both of these teams have been firmly sitting at about the same record throughout the series. Now, we did see Tribe EU, as we just mentioned, go down to Lobster on the very first day, but that was pretty much growing pains as they brought in a new player who's now not playing today by the looks of things. Yoshi has been freed. He's going to be back in the mix once again. The question is that going to be enough to take down SK? Because SK, they're looking as strong as ever. They're not fluctuating as much as Tribe has over the last few months, so that'll really be put to the test. But I do think at the end of the day, it's going to be pretty 50-50. Both of these teams have been fairly consistent in terms of the performance we can expect.
Yeah, this is the thing, you know, I did speak to Lonan, by the way. He's still on holiday, still enjoying his jet skiing, and it's going to be Yoshi who's going to be taking the mantle. But you're absolutely right, that sort of roster change had a little bit of a knock-on effect, but now they're kind of flowing. At the same time, I fear for Tribe a little bit, because SK, like you rightly say, have never looked stronger, in my opinion. We're going to be taking a look as well, some stats between SK Gaming and Tribe specifically, Teddy, in just a minute, and you know, looking at some of their best game modes to get a bit of a glimpse as to where this might be leading.
Well, this is Hot Zone at first. On top, that is the win rate for both teams, 50% for Tribe Gaming, 100% for SK Gaming. I mean, that's some pretty serious hot zone performances from SK Gaming so far this season. And the stats, they very much line up with that, right? I mean, they have higher average kills, lower average death. Their average death is quite close, actually, but you know, it just showed that SK Gaming, once they go on the more aggressive and go for that control, they'll get just a couple more kills in general before going down. And percentage-wise, I mean, 91.14 on average. That is what SK get when they're playing Hot Zone. That does not leave a lot of room for mistakes.
It's, yeah, exactly that. And Hot Zone has always been a challenging mode for Tribe Gaming EU. That's one that they've definitely improved on since the game mode came into the mix. But, you know, for them, their strengths really tend to lie in gem grab ready.
Yeah, they play control very, very well. And SK Gaming, they also specialize in control. But Tribe Gaming, they don't have to play as passive-aggressive as SK usually likes to. Tribe is great at getting pinches and locking things down. The synergies have to be on lock today in order to see that same kind of performance. But bringing it back to Hot Zone, this is one of their weaker points, and it's not going to be a free set for SK Gaming, not even close. But when your average percentage captured is at 91, that's well beyond the point of no return, as most would consider in Hot Zone. And that is going to be pretty terrifying for Tribe Gaming EU to fight into.
Yeah, they're going to have to bring their A-game, absolutely so. And they, again, have been showing a lot more signs of promise as of recent. So I think that depending upon what the actual rotation will be for the maps and modes, you know, they have a fighting chance here. But again, that is a really, really strong stat in favor of SK. They are 100% on Hot Zone. I mean, you know, if that's in the rotation in the early 3 matches, Teddy, I mean, that's going to be something that Tribe are going to be staring down the barrel of.
Oh, definitely. So, I mean, it's a great opportunity then for SK to build up momentum, you know, and try to, I don't want to say get a free set, because it's definitely not. And 100% now doesn't mean it's going to be 100% at the end of the day. Tribe are going to try their best to contest that. But it is a statement for sure. And it is, you know, a mode. And I mean, I'm sure that Tribe Gaming on their analyst side are going to be looking at this and be there like, okay, if we lose this one, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, we'll have to fight hard if we even want to stand a chance.
Yeah, for SK, it's actually going to be the first game in the series. For Tribe, Gem Grab, which is their better of the modes, is coming as the 4th game mode. So they're going to have to really tie it over a little bit, buy some time. Unfortunately for them, the map is Minecart Madness, but I know they don't mind it necessarily. It's one of those maps in the scene where it really is one that people either love or hate. And for Tribe, they don't necessarily mind it. So, you know, Reddy, talk us through these stats. I mean, it's not quite the 100% that we saw in terms of a win rate for SK, but it is still in favor of Tribe here.
It's not that 100% at all. And SK, this does seem to be one of their poor modes by comparison. Tribe EU, like we mentioned earlier, is great at playing this mode, but the stats, if you take a look at just those numbers, the kills, the gems picked up, the ones dropped, they're very fairly even. It just matters when you get those kills. And something that we've seen from SK Gaming repeatedly is, especially in modes like Bounty, they're able to commit right at the end of the game and get exactly the stars that they need. The same goes for Totem, and Tribe Gaming will get to see how they perform in that particular mode. But on Gem Grab, once again, it's those kills that matter. And by the gems dropped, it doesn't even look like they're killing high-value targets in terms of gems. They're simply able to get the kills that garner them control on the map and take the victory in the end.
And again, the thing to bring into this equation, Minecart Madness has a lot of unpredictability. You know, it's again, you know, one of those things in terms of the stats where it's across a multitude of game modes. So definitely that, you know, has brought it into a lot more of their favor in that respect. But as we all know, those gems being dropped, you know, may change today in Minecart Madness if they're not able to keep themselves aware of those minecarts. And again, a healthy draft in any game mode, Teddy, goes such a long way.
Oh, definitely so. I actually think that almost 2 gems drop more per average is a pretty big difference, because that means that Tribe in general have been doing a much better job in gem grab, keeping their gem carrier safe and making sure that, you know, he's not taking any unnecessary risks. And I mean, still 5 is not huge, you know, but it's on average. That means 1 game out of 2, that's 10. You know what I mean? And that can very quickly escalate and show maybe some weaknesses over there that SK have maybe a tendency to overextend a little bit as a gem carrier, or get pulled by a gene, or get into those situations where you not only drop gems, you more likely are going to be giving them to your opponent as well, which makes matters even more worse for sure.
Well, SK and Tribe is coming up as our 4th match of the day. First match of the day, though, ready is going to be FA Baguette up against Lobster. Lobster gave us a ton of excitement yesterday. That tie in knockout for Lobster still up there in the top highlights that I've ever had on any show, to be completely honest with you. What do you make of these two teams moving forwards, and who do you think might come out on top?
As far as Lobster, one of the greatest things about Brawl in general is that it keeps you on your toes, and Lobster is one of those teams where you're constantly on the edge of your seat. You never really know what to expect from these guys, because even versus the big boys in the league, they're still able to fare pretty well and keep their composure. Now, that said, we bring things over to FA Baguette, and they have done just about the same, but they've been a little bit more inconsistent, unfortunately, and they've had a bunch of roster changes as well, so some inconsistencies that don't even come in forms of results or gameplay, but just in terms of the roster, which introduces this artificial interference in their gameplay. But they've been able to hang on pretty well, and if we look at their matchup versus Lobster, they're the ones who could advance past that 7th spot. If Lobster wins, they go to number 7, and if FA Baguette won, they are probably going to go to number 6, unless Craze Clan do the just about impossible.
Well, you mentioned the FA Baguette roster a fair amount of times, but if you're at home watching, wondering, what is the FA Baguette roster? Well, here it is, coming at you. Equak, Orca, and Shotto. Right, Teddy?
I think there might just be. I mean, Darkum technically has left the team.
This is the question mark, yeah.
You know, for the future seasons and any other third-party event and the BSC. Right now, it seems like Curse has been trying out with them lately. I don't know yet if it's a full-on commitment for the time being. Yesterday, it was Darkum that was on the playing field. So I'm not entirely certain. It could very much be that they're playing with Shoto. I mean, Shoto, as a manager/coach, is probably one of the better players. But to be honest, I still kind of doubt it. I'm assuming they're going to be playing with Darkum.
Yeah, maybe he's unavailable today. We'll have to wait and see, of course. But if Shoto's playing, then all the more luck to him. But again, it's that time that I love in every show. It's time to check out the Lobster roster. Brings a little tear to my eye, to be completely honest, to have to say that for the final time of Season 1. But Tom, How to Win, Kanan, and of course Yaku and Vid from the sidelines. This is a team that bring so much energy and bring a lot of support along the way. The Twitch chat is always filled with a ton of Lobster emotes, and ready for me, a team that we already know cannot compete to claim that full position in the Season 1 Challenge Finals. However, they bring so much entertainment value and it's excitement to watch as a team.
Just like they're halfway a dog, they're halfway an underdog in this matchup, because they do have the potential to advance up a good amount and get a 7th place instead of an 8th, but that's about all that they can do. But in terms of why I think they're a fan favorite, it's because they're not afraid to challenge some of the greater teams in the competition with very specific picks, brawlers that are very oriented towards what teams would usually play, and it's very clear that they do their research, and it's very bold that they go for the hard counters. Even when it falls face flat, it's entertaining to watch in the draft, and it's entertaining to watch them make the best of it on the battlefield.
Well, Teddy, who do you think is going to take this one? Is it going to be Dogster or is it going to be FA Baguette, all things considered?
I think they're very closely matched on paper. I think that mentality-wise is where I would make a little bit of a difference, and I would go in favor of Lobsters, because they came into this season, I think realistically they knew it was not likely they would qualify, but I think they were okay with it, because this is probably the biggest or the furthest they've ever been in a massive third-party event like ESL. And I think that everything is a learning experience, and that's probably the approach that they took as well. So maybe a little bit less of a frustrating season on their end. Whereas for FA Baguette, between roster changes, they're probably fairly disappointed with how they did. And I think that the energy is just kind of on another level, and I feel like Dr. Lobster, this is their chance to go to 6, which honestly I think would look quite a bit better than 1-7 by the end of the season.
Yeah, end things on a high, absolutely that. And you know, this is the thing when it comes to teams like Dr. Lobster, when you haven't got that big expectation behind you, you can cause a big ruckus along the way. And of course, wins against Tribe Gaming EU don't come very easily at all. But we shall see how they fare today. Let's check out their head-to-head now, ready, and see how these two teams fare when it comes to the stats.
Well, in terms of the stats, things are looking more in favor of FA Baguette. Dr. Lobster only slightly behind in terms of kills, damage dealt, supers used as well. And there are a lot of factors that we could attribute to that as well. But by and large, one of the greater things that contributes to these stats being overall lower is game simply going faster. And we've seen this repeatedly from Dr. Lobster. When they do not succeed to... those games can go by very, very quickly. In terms of FA Baguette, that is maybe about the same story, though it does seem like they've had some more signs of life than Dogster Lobster. I just wonder how Dogster are going to apply their usual strengths in terms of power picks when it comes to the draft, direct counters to the typical brawlers played by the enemy team, how well that's going to fare versus FA Baguette, which has been fluctuating all over the place in terms of brawler picks ever since Orca joined the roster.
Yeah, it has been a creative time, shall we say, when it comes to the FA Baguette draft. Sometimes it's a winner, sometimes not necessarily quite as much that. But we did have some question marks as well regarding Dogster Lobster and how they were able to handle a lot of their kind of aggressive scenarios. Over the past play days, they've struggled a bit, but Teddy, yesterday, they did come out and bring some of that momentum into their matches, and they're going to have to do that today if they're going to come out with this win.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you know, FA is a fair bit better than Dogs for this season, so it's understandable that they struggle a little bit.
Well, in a moment, the draft will be soon coming into play, and we'll find out whether it's going to be one of those days for Orca or whether it's going to go the way of Dogster Lobster. Drafts coming in is going to be bans for Bonnie, bans for Crow, and bans for Janet on the side of FA Baguette, and on the side of Dogster Lobster, we got a ban of Crow, a ban of Janet, and a ban of Bonnie, and it was the coin toss going the way of Dogster Lobster with that first max pick. The picks coming in of Amber, I actually really like it in Double Swoosh. Jean as well is coming back far better into the mix. No Crow bans yet, but that Jean pick there, ready, is definitely going to be a concern of sorts if they were to want to try to go for that Carl.
That's another thing that I'm thinking of, but it is going to be pretty well versus Amber. No Carl yet, in fact. And going to go for the bow, actually, which is very ambitious considering that Carl is still available to the enemy side, and he does get countered out pretty hard. Carl can also do fairly well versus Penny at long range. He's able to shoot around those walls and get great wall peek. Also outranges Max. Oh. And there's a Carl. See, I think this is very well done by FA Baguette. They went for one brawler that countered out Carl, and then that pretty much shut things down for the enemy team. But I think Dogster Lobster sort of anticipated that Carl was going to be a non-issue. They expected that, no way FA Baguette runs this. It's pretty much off the table, and Bo is going to be a good option. But once again, it's going to get countered out by the Carl. I think a big question is who's going to be playing mid here for Dogster Lobster, because Bo works fantastically as a mid, and also Max works very well as well.
And for me, you know, the Bo pick here is a big one. Penny combined with it as well, even better. To have that ability to really, shut down so much area denial, it's a huge factor. But let's see, Orca has got to really pull his weight on this Jean pick, and I do love the combo. The flying hook coming in there. It's actually going to be KC playing there today on the side of FA Baguette. That's unexpected, unless, of course, it could be a troll and it could be someone just going with the KC tag. But I think that is KC.
Interesting stuff. I wonder how that's going to pan out, and we'll get maybe a hint of it later down the line. But for now, it is going to be Carl doing numbers on the left side, taking down Kanan, a significant amount of damage versus How to Win as well, with a little bit of assistance from Orca, also a kill in close range. FA Baguette now hanging on to 7 gems so far. Kanan does have a super though, but he's not near any teammates to boost their speed, and they're getting beamed down in long range by Amber with all those bushes burned open. A lot of cover lost as well. Here comes a potential synergy. How to Win getting the speed. Kanan also on the left side trying to push forward. Casey is going to shut this down with an aggressive super. 1 kill. He's still alive. There's the next shot as well. It's a double kill for the Carl. And FA Baguette, Orca just gets to 10th gem and start this countdown.
Yeah, countdown has started now for FA Baguette. A great position now for them, and shouldn't be too hard to protect either, as Orca is going to stay up, and FA Baguette will be picking up game number 1.
Well done in the draft, I think, by FA Baguette. I just kind of wonder why they left the Carl open so long. It's a little mysterious to me, but it was a good pickup in the end. I think they went for the Carl, or rather they went for the Gene, which is a counter to Carl, but it's not hard enough of a counter, I think, to completely shut it out on the enemy side. It's a curious draft for sure, but that's something that we've seen consistently from both of these teams, and I'm sure is not going to change too much.
No, I think we're always going to have little moments where both teams like to experiment, but I think for me, the draft there was pretty on point. I think it was a wise idea to have the Gene and the Carl combo, Teddy, and it seems to be working out pretty well so far.
Yeah, well, for tag now for FA Baguette. Let's see. They can double down, or if Lobster are going to strike back with a win of their own. So far, fairly even start. 2 players now fully committed to the left-hand side, and that's going to help Orca unlock his pool. Has to remove some of those mines. Not the best, as it's going to break open a lot of the map around the mid-area. It gets actually sniped out by Tom. It's left in 2v1. Gems should not be able to be retrieved by Kane.
Orca on the left side once more lurking up here. Kanan with a phase shifter away, but it's simply too late. He gets hit once again by the pickaxe from KC. On the right side, Haldwin trying to get some good damage versus Orca, and he does succeed, but no kill, and gets taken down by that final projectile from Amber on the right side. Kanan still trying to fight this 1v3 solo, and he's going to dodge out a lot of damage, but still no C-guard. He doesn't have a super, though he will get it for free now. Kanan moving up around the left side. All these gems staying on the home side of Dogster Lobster, so they don't have to risk them by going aggressive. Tom Z will get to pick up this one. Orca baiting out some of these mines too. Only one more left. Aggressive play from KC. There's a kill on the back lines, and this might be enough for FA Baguette to pick up that 10th gem. Does look like it. Orca gets to retreat on the right side. A slow and steady retreat by FA Baguette is going to be key to their success. But with this bush still available on the left side, it looks like a more viable fortress. Clock ticks down, and this one is going to be a win for FA Baguette. Oh, very aggressive pull there for Orca. Seems to be at max range. A little unnecessary, but the shenanigans come out between the bottom 2 on the leaderboard so far.
Yeah, KC star player as well, and I actually really enjoyed that final play from him. He probably knew that he was not going to come out of that engagement alive, but he was willing to just go for the 1-for-1 trade because it was going to create enough space for Orca to pick up that final gem, secure the countdown, and therefore secure both game and set number 1.
And I think speaking of KC as well, it's a curveball. It's a massive curveball here for Dogster Lobster today because I don't know whether they were expecting it. We weren't expecting it, but of course, KC has got a lot of friendship there on the team and the roster, and a lot of friendship with Kirst, and Kirst was playing with FA Baguette in the most recent BSC qualifying stages as well. So how they are able to really come into this one with the research required to make sure that they understand his picks and choices. That's the question now, and it's definitely looking like a better day so far with FA Baguette, so far at least with KC.
And I'm also liking the pick of Carl here, the sort of weird tactic. It's well, yes, but it's also kind of a weird tactic to leave him for last pick.
Yeah.
And then the enemy team starts to think like, okay, well, Carl's not going to be played here, thankfully. But no, the bow pick is going to fall flat on its face because Carl is simply able to diff that lane right there. And it's unfortunate that they fell into that trap, as much of a trap as it could be, because I kind of smelled something was fishy as soon as the Carl had not been picked yet, and it wasn't banned yet either. But it is going to dictate the pace for this match now because that was very, very dominant.
Yeah, it really was, and it's unusual to see kind of no offense to them, but starting off with kind of such a dominant game. It's like something they've been lacking as of recent time, and great to see them again thriving off the back of it. But they've got to keep that up. They've got to continue that momentum forwards because, as we said, coming into this one, Dogster Lobster would really love to end this season on a high.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing with Baguette as well. Is so far, except for their win against Craze, they've never been able to pick up more than one set in a match. Again, they won against Craze 3-1, so in that match they did, but besides that one, not a single time. They either lost 3-0 or 3-1. So locking in the second set maybe could be, what they need to actually take a second match in the season. Dogster Lobster, that didn't really work out. I do kind of agree with Reddy. I found it a little bit odd that Carl wasn't picked so late on. Because, I mean, most of the time, if it's not banned, we see it as a first pick, but as a last pick, that's quite powerful. Because, you know, if you're bringing it in as last pick, you know that he's probably not getting countered too much by your opposition. So you remove any of that, and then you have the best brawler in the best conditions. Yeah, that's a little bit of an oopsie here, I think, from Dr. Lobster.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that Dogs have been struggling a little bit recently in terms of their draft. We had a few question marks yesterday, actually, going back to that match in Kaboom Canyon for Heist when they didn't draft the Daryl, having, you know, despite banned out a lot of the counters. But a new draft for Golem Gulch coming in for knockouts, very thick and fast. Janet, Piper banned on both sides, Bo banned on both sides, and the Bonnie there from Dr. Lobster. Early pick of Bell, Rico, and Jean coming in for Dogster.
I'm liking the picks so far. The bans I'm not so much a fan of because we don't see Carl among that number. And while it is knockout, you don't always want to be going so aggressive. He'd still be a pretty good option, though. Another one that we have to keep our eye on for later on the draft is Fang. He's a phenomenal brawler when it comes to Goldarm Gulch or really any knockout map that we currently have in the competitive map pool. I would say Bell's Rock is another great time for him to arrive, but it's going to be as a last pick, and that's what's available to Dogster Lobster by the looks of things. Here comes the Carl, and we're going to have to see some kind of reaction to it as well. And that could be Buzz, and it could be Fang, and it could be something that outright counters him. The Ruffs pair up as well. Is going to be great for countering out Jean too, but he does have counters. Everyone on the enemy team has some pretty hard counters, and Dr. Lobster can very much pick up a Fang here.
Yeah, it is a possibility. I'm kind of scared already by this come from FA Baguette, just because, I mean, so far this season, it kind of feels like whoever picks Carl wins. And again, you know, there was the opportunity for Dogster to go for it. Good read, ready with the Fang pick here coming in from Dr. Lobster. That could be the saving grace, but still, man, Carl is such a threat, and I feel like Dogster, they need to make sure he gets shut down and they don't get nearly as much value as Casey was able to get out of that brawler last set.
This is the same thing we saw with Epic Baguette previously, you know, picking the Carl, but also picking against the idea that, you know, if they have Ruffs combined with Carl, well, they're kind of, you know, able to double down on a lot of their options. The Fang is going to struggle with those sandbags, of course, and for Dr. Lobster, this is a mode where I don't really feel like they've thrived massively on. We did get a bit more of a glimmer of hope yesterday in Knockout. Let's hope for the same today.
Well, we'll see how it turns out. Orca is going to be running a... Well, actually, it's a little bit hard to tell, but by the looks of things, he is running Protective Pirouette, so he's looking for more viability in close range. The thing is that Carl has counters. Anything that has a stun pretty much counters Carl in close range, and if you outrange Carl, then you counter him at long range, and, well, that's Fang right there. Though, Orca does have a little bit of counterplay because he could be running that second gadget with the flying hook, and it does look like he is because he just hasn't used any flames yet. On the right side, though, How to Win is trying to hold his own versus Ruffs. This is the optimal matchup, in fact, because if Fang is going into Ruffs, he's going to have a lot of his projectiles soaked up by sandbags, and also his super can only contact 3 enemies in a row, and Ruffs has 3 sandbags, so it's going to be a great counter as long as Ruffs can hang on to that gadget.
Yeah, so far, positioning is looking better for FA Baguette. Dogster not really in the mid, gonna be sticking to the right-hand side, very close to the bush, but the Gats is gonna be kicking them out of that position. Orca has super, but not really an ideal target just yet. He's going for it now, and it seems like in the end, Dogster, despite having the better positioning, they're not gonna be able to take that one. It's gonna be Dogster to get the first round, and yeah, some interesting stuff. I would have been surprised, to be fair, the Carl was running a Protective Pirouette just because there's so many ways of getting him out of the super that I feel like it would be kind of lost value, and overall his super is just not really going to be the best in against this comp from Dogster, just because the Jean and the Fang can both stem him out of it. Right now, though, it seems like Control is kind of the same story, but last time it was Dogster still to take the round, and the pool is going to come in. Orca dashes out. It's a 1-for-1 trade, so not really the end of the world for either side.
But it is a kill onto Carl, and that is what really matters here. But still, Carl is a single brawler, and the other 2 available to FA Baguette at the moment are just as valuable. They have Ruffs and they have Bell, and Bell is all powered up with a supply drop from Colonel Ruffs. In fact, Colonel Ruffs has another. He can break open a wall that's very valuable to How to Win. He could even break open the middle of those bushes on the right side. He's going to throw down these sandbags, though, to give him a little bit more of sanity in this situation, since Tomzy has that super available to him. Of course, they go down. Tomzy now cornered on the right side. He's outranged, gonna get a pull off, but KC pretty much gets to auto-aim this one. A spin and a gadget used as well? Brother, you have one more round left. What are you thinking? And that was his last gadget too, but the confidence is certainly showing.
I love it, honestly. It's like, I'm so comfortable in that 1v1 that I can use an extra gadget just, you know, just for show. Just for show. Tom is already marked, which is actually quite big, especially if we get to the later stages of the round. In a 1v1 or 2v1, it might just not be worth it to go for a pool, as he might be the one that goes down at the end of it. Kanan does have super that could be quite threatening, but he's kept low HP enough that he can't afford to commit just yet. The pull up to KC, and that one connects. Good positioning from Orca, but he gets shut down as well. The bounces do not quite connect there from Aquak. He's going to go down as well, and that's going to be a game for Lobster.
We saw a lot of hesitance there, or a lot of hesitation from FA. They were going to pop their abilities, when they were going to do this and that. And I think that ultimately cost them that last round. And I believe that we could have seen a lot more success from Orca if he'd popped that super just a little bit earlier, or hadn't so reactively and instinctively gone aggressive after one of the teammates fell. So I wonder if FA Baguette will correct on that in this game. We'll see Orca on the right side already getting the gadget forward, trying to block everyone into the back lines. And this is actually going to be terrible for Tomzy, because usually he farms up his super very slowly at long range. Since he's running Magic Puffs, he will be able to heal up Kanan as he tries to push out. And we got to see FA Baguette play cautiously. If they give him a super, it's game over. But there's already the first kill, and the aggression just doesn't even stop. Great hit there from KC with the Bell gadget. How to win the final brawler alive from Lobster. And the spins are already out, but this time it's okay. It is KC. KC's going to get a spin too. The thing is that they really want the supply drop, so the dog have his chow on the left side. But How to Win is putting up some real resistance.
Yeah, right now things are not looking half bad for Baguette in this run. Orca just really, taking it out on the wall on the right-hand side. Let's see if Baguette can match the scoreline in the in rounds, or in games rather. Early pickup, 1-for-1 trade. Mark onto Kanan. It's again a trade. That mark could be big, especially since Aquak is going to have plenty of sandbags still left. Will open up the walls. Is not quite going for the buff, and I mean, he doesn't even need to, because the bounce connects onto Kanan, and that is going to be the final kill. Baguette now on the verge of taking a second set, unless Lobster can lock in their first.
This last game was kind of looking like Brawl Stars Funny Moments compilation number 12, because like that was all this was shenanigans and FA Baguette trying out some new things that ultimately succeeded, and some things that didn't look like they should work, like Orca waiting on the right lane in one spot and simply standing in one spot while using his super to take down How to Win in close range. And also, I mean, who could forget constantly throwing his pickaxe at the side of the wall for the entire first round, at least, while Colonel Refs was trying to charge up his super. Much different story this time, though. FA Baguette isn't going to get that early aggression that forces Lobster into their own spawn in a spawn trap. And we'll see a little bit more success from Lobster so far. Tomzy, though, is going to be sending some projectiles his teammates' way as it bounces. That's Bell's projectile. And some resistance put up by How to Win as Colonel Refs tries to push in on the bottom side. But Kanan is this unknown enemy. He's going to go for a surprise attack. It's not really going to work as the sandbags block his way, but only temporarily. He's that much closer to getting his super. And one teammate from FA Baguette has been taken down so far. Bell was going to be great for getting some damage on the enemies, especially with that super. Good pull by Tomzy, and this one's looking like a GG for Ruffs. A little spin here, a little poison damage there, and he has to avoid giving damage to Tomzy, which he will do very, very well. 2 supers available to Lobster for the second round. FA Baguette, they do have a Colonel Ref supply drop whenever they decide to use it. They're going to use it to open up mid for KC.
All right, well, buffed up KC could be the one that creates the opening for FA Baguette. They don't really want to drop this set, want to stay on the safer side. Obviously for Lobster, it's that they're still very much in the competition here for this match. KC going for a bit of a trick shot, gets a couple of bounces off, but not really anywhere near How to Win's current position. And it seems like it's gonna be just a matter of a little bit of time for the gas to make things more interesting in this round.
Well, a good connection from KC onto Gene is going to mean a whole lot. Tomsy won't have as much survivability in close range, so he's going to have to get good combos with his teammates if he wants to confirm a kill. On the left side, Orica also hanging onto the super for the final few seconds, but he knows he'll get stunned by Feng with a roundhouse kick if he decides to take him on. Casey's going to try to eliminate the threat. There it goes, and Orica picks up the kill. We'll see on the right side also Howdawin getting eliminated, and the final bit of damage dealt by that poison as Tomsy goes down as well. But now we got to break it down. Which supers do Dogster Lobster have now after that last round? Because it can't be an L all in all. Tomsy still has a super, so does Kanan, but they fall like dominoes. Down goes Kanan, and it's a 2v3, but there's so much damage dealt to the enemy side. Orca almost got taken down by the smoke from Tomsy, and the pull is available. They have to... No way. Well, they say you miss every pull, you don't fire off, but that was a missed pull through and through, and this is a huge disadvantage for Dogster Lobster that they do have control of mid. They just got to hang on to that control.
Yeah, you also miss every pull you miss, you know, so some good bounces from how to win, keeping it close, but he's more likely than not going to be going down here in a 1 versus 3. And I think the difference in this initial engagement as well is that the damage in that first fight of the final round was higher on the side of Darkstar. To win, it's still staying up for now, though, but yeah, eventually does get cleared up. I just wanted to make sure, you know, not that I'm just rambling on and analyzing while, you know, he won V3s. That wouldn't have been very fair. But that's the thing. In that engagement on the left-hand side in the final round, damage-wise, Darkster got a lot more damage onto Baguette than Baguette onto Darkster, but Baguette got all of it onto the Fang enough to take him down, whereas Darkster just couldn't quite confirm any of this elimination. I mean, obviously the call surviving was 100 HP, but the two other players from Baguette about 1000 HP each. That's not a lot of health, but in the end they stay alive to, you know, keep fighting, whereas the Fang was just out of the mix.
Absolutely, and if we talk in terms of Fang specifically, he's one of those brawlers that's not going to be very good at all until he gets his super. That's a game-changing play, and getting that mobility that Fang gets for Carl is absolutely free. You just use your gadget to gain some positioning, to get yourself in close, and the super might as well be just as free because you get it a whole lot faster than Fang, and you can establish a whole lot more pressure with the damage that you're able to deal. And Fang, I think, was a good reaction. It was just really, really focused down on by FA Baguette, and that was absolutely the right play. I just wonder, like, could Fang have been kept any safer? And I'm kind of not thinking so. I think this was just some big brain moves.
Yeah, I think as well, like, this was the same brawler pick which Dogster Lobster had in Knockout yesterday against them, and I think maybe on some level, looking back to that matchup, because it was an incredibly close one, thinking, yeah, Fang's coming back in the meta. Like, you know, we've seen SK using it a lot, and to great effect as well. And in my opinion, one of the best teams in EU that does so with that particular brawler. But yeah, it just wasn't quite working. But I think as well, a lot of that to do with the fact that FA Baguette looking so confident. I mean, you can see in the way that they're playing and they're just really reveling in the moment. And you know, it's definitely something which you know, could get in the minds of Dogster Lobster. You know, if those spins get in their brains and start to get inside their minds, then it's definitely going to continue to aid this process of FA Baguette just getting set after set. However, you know, I've got to be honest, can Dogster Lobster come back from this? They haven't really shown much of that kind of ability to persevere in the past, Teddy, except against Trump going EU.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I think especially since this set was kind of a set that I felt like was theirs. Overall, yeah. I think they played it a little bit better, or they were a little more convincing. But they lost a couple of very, very small engagements, very small details that went the way of Baguette and were just about enough for them to lock in that set. Because all games went all the way to a third round, I believe, and we went all the way to a third game. So it was pretty much as close as it gets, and it did feel to me like Darkster looked quite good, and it was almost a bit robbed by Baguette. So it's going to be hard to recover from that. Backward Brawl is up next, so at least it's going to slow down the pace a little bit. Usually, I mean, we've seen a little bit of everything on Backward Brawl lately, but we already have the Bunny, Bell, and Crow bans on the side of FA Baguette. Dogster Lobster will also be doubling down on that Crow ban, removing Sprout and Gene as well. First pick, Byron, and then on the side of FA Baguette, second pick, Lola, third pick, Janet.
We've only seen 3 picks so far, but already this is looking more confident from FA Baguette because, well, we already see a first healer coming out from Dogster Lobster, which has some great combos available. I wouldn't say that this is necessarily one of them, but you said yesterday, Teddy, that apparently EU doesn't know about the Amber on Backyard Bowl, and, well, we found out yesterday it's not a guaranteed win, and we'll see if that's cemented once more today. I think it is quite clear, though, that Dogster Lobster wanted to go for something a little bit funny with the tank, and that is going to be really hard to do when your enemy has the final pick, and in this case, it's Carl. Now, if I may point out a trend, Arc, we've seen 100% win rate for Carl in this match. Now, we're only looking at a couple of sets, but still, I just don't know why Dogster Lobster keep letting this go the way of FA Baguette, considering that we've seen across the region, this is almost a guaranteed win when you get this brawler under the right circumstances.
Yeah, and Janet and Lola on top of everything. It's, you know, it's a tough one. Dogster trying to double down on the healing side just to try to have themselves be able to stand the heat for longer. But, I mean, you know, that can be an advantage in Backyard Bowl to have those more stalemate options, Teddy. But at the same time, I'm well with the FA Baguette draft here.
Yeah, I'm completely agreeing. I mean, you know, so far I don't really understand why Dogster gave Carl twice away to FA Baguette, and twice FA Baguette took the set at this point. I mean, you might as well use it for one of your brands. Like, Sprout is not a terrible pick, and at times it can be annoying to deal with, but I don't know, I would just ban Carl over it, especially, you know, since FA Baguette, they've been so successful with the Carl.
Well, so far, the range matchup has worked fantastically for Dogster Lobster, and KC is going to try and spin in on the right side, but it simply doesn't work. Tomsy also bursts people down. There's the final kill, and a little dribble to the backside for Kanan to get that first goal in. That is the thing for Dogster Lobster, is they have a lot more survivability, and on certain matchups, they have very competitive range, and when your range is just about the same, you can afford to take tiny bits of damage when all the damage that you take in like several seconds can be healed up by a single shot from Byron. Here comes an opportunity, though. Orca is going to pass this ball forward. He needs to get the kill on Tomsy before he can get it in a safe position. KC, though, wipes out the left side, and here's a goal. Will it be another dribble to the backside? Oh, a little spin here from Orca. Feeds some supers to Kanan, why don't you? And a goal for FA Baguette to tie things up. But with Dogster Lobster spawning once again at mid, 2 supers on their side, this could get a little bit tricky. I'm liking the lane matchup a lot more for FA Baguette this time, though, because they have KC versus How to Win. He's going to go immediately into Kanan, but there is the super from Kanan. Ball passed more towards the side of Dogster Lobster, but they have a 3v2, and they might find an opportunity to push through.
All right, well, 40 seconds left on the clock, roughly. And no clear winner just yet for this one. FA Baguette, if they could secure a goal, that would be a match point going their way. And Dogster at this point, they got to take anything they can. KC is low, got reset on his heal as well. Twin takes a massive amount of damage. Damage gear as well onto KC, helps him secure that kill. Aquak doubles down and takes down the mid. 15 seconds left, it's a team wipe, and How to Win is trying his best to... Oh, the
No
trick shot
way.
did not really work here, did it?
I feel like trick shots for that kind of stuff only work if you have the nah on your team, but that's not the case for FA Baguette, and they pretty much just forfeited. In fact, it's not even a pretty much, it's not even adjacent. It is literally, they just forfeited the opportunity to get a goal earlier, but they must have confidence in the overtime matchup, but that might be a little unwarranted versus How to Win, because as much damage as he takes, he heals it right back up thanks to Kanan on the Byron, and now Kanan has a super at his disposal too. The constant pins coming out from FA Baguette make me start to believe that they're not really too concerned about the outcome of this matchup, and they want to mess around just a little bit. They are leading 2-0, and this game would lead them to a match point, but down goes KC on the right lane. Lola also going to fold to Tomsy, beaming at long range. Here's the pass over to Tomsy, and an ankle breaker. No! How's KC able to get that? No way we see the backyard bull tie, Teddy.
I love as well how Orca could have at least gotten a shot onto Tom, you know, to get him a little lower HP, so that his teammates could try to take him down, but he was like, no, I am securing my kill. It's looking more likely than not to be a draw. There is a final push from Baguette. Orca has a super charge shot. Yeah, that was a little interesting for the least. But yeah, it is going to be a draw. I don't have too much to say. It's interesting gameplay from here. I just feel like it's been going downhill, you know? It's like the further they're getting into the match, the less serious FA Baguette are taking it.
Yeah, it's like they're playing with their food at this point in time, really. And but again, Lobster have got to not allow that to get inside their heads. They've got to be able to stay composed and calm and start to get something on the board.
Well, KC is going to move forward here. He does have a super, but he knows that he can't really commit on that one. And, well, I don't know if we'll be seeing many more trick shots from FA Baguette unless they're already leading by a goal and they can afford to, because that was pretty much a forfeit there. That was an entire throw. And FA Baguette, I wonder if they're really going to apply themselves here, because by the looks of things, they really haven't been. We might see a pass over here. KC with a dribble as well. Turns back to pick up that ball and passes it in the goal. Not quite as impressive as what we saw from Joker with the Ash pass while it was Gene pulled yesterday, but still a good bit of showmanship as well for FA Baguette to score their first goal. But that's not even the end of the challenge. They still have to defend this, but they're not going to stop there. Pass up to the right side. Orca needs to receive this ball. And there's a kill from KC, a double kill from KC. Pinch on the Tomsy is going to be the game-winning factor. There's the kill. Will he have enough health? It does look like it. And FA Baguette will slot this into the goal to bring themselves to match point.
All right. Well, it seems like they took this one a little bit more seriously, and it paid off. It really did. That was a convincing game here from FA Baguette. I'm going to have to admit it. I think there were some missed opportunities to go for trick shots in this one, especially, dude, after that call gadget, that was the perfect angle for, like, you know, an RZM video or something. But it's not going to be meant to be here. Match point for FA Baguette and Dr. Lobster. I mean, this could very much be their final game of the season.
Well, it's not over yet. Dogs or Lobster have to keep their heads in the game. So far, Casey's doing have pretty much the exact same range as well, so it's going to come down to speed that dictates this matchup. Casey does have the speed gear in the bush, but that bush kind of diverts him away from the ball being on the left side. It's going to be Lola's responsibility to take down Tomsy, and Lola's going to do her best job at baiting out the ammo from Amber. She's not biting it anymore, though, but Orca has stepped up to take this matchup. Some damage coming in from Lola on the right side. Ego might come out here. Casey does go down after using a super, and with that Mama Squeeze turret placed down on the right side, it's going to be quite complicated for FA Baguette to confidently push out of this position, because they're fighting versus double healers and a healing station down, and they don't necessarily have the health to firmly push in there, but they just have to defend. They have a 1 minute 20-second ticker left going down. Once these walls break down, that's going to be a non-issue.
Yeah, right now they're struggling a bit with that healing station, and they don't really have an easy way to take care of it. It's going to be placed more aggressively now as well. No more gadgets onto Orca either to try to get a little lower HP with his gadget. Tom pushing forward, gets the elimination. The burn connects as well. It gets a little messy, but it is going to be a goal from Dr. Lobster. There's about 50 seconds left on the clock. FA Baguette, if they don't want to drag this match for too long, they really want to score within that time.
Well, it seems like Lobster are able to force themselves into a goal as long as they can push the enemy into their own spawn. But FA Baguette fire off right away with a push of their own. We got to see Tomsy stay alive. He's getting so much healing. Orca is going to try and beam him down, but he simply doesn't have the health to do so. How to win, taking a lot of damage, but it hardly even matters. Here's the freeze frame and an aggressive ego. Down goes Tomsy. Maybe some more damage. KC is spinning as fast as he can. And here's the pass once again. Is it going to get into the goal? No, doesn't look like it. Tomsy trying to clutch here, but it'll be picked up at the last second by Lola, and FA Baguette will score a goal with just a few seconds on the clock.
All right, overtime it is. Let's see which team takes it. Previous time we went to overtime. It ended up being a draw. Right now, positioning is going to be better for Dr. Lobster. Good tag from Kanan. 2 supers now on the side of FA Baguette. Splash gets a connection onto the Lola and the Ego. Out to win, popping a gadget. Still has one left as well. Been keeping them very safely for now. 35 seconds left on the clock, and does seem like Dogs are not really committing to this one, and FA Baguette might even still get a chance at pushing.
I like Casey using his super for mobility because he hasn't gotten any value off of super just yet. He has no flying hooks left either. He's just got to pump out some damage, but Tomsy is going to get the dodges. Orca can't commit here. He's got to play defense. Still 15 seconds left for Dogster Lobster to generate a goal. Potential super pass up to Tomsy. See an ankle breaker from Tomsy as well. No, KC once again is able to snatch this ball away from potentially going into the corner. How to win, going to put his best foot forward, but it's simply not going to be enough. Ego in the corner, and the ball making its way a little bit more towards to mid as we see once again the backyard bowl draw. And look, I've been a critic when this was in rotation last year. I called it backyard dull. Now it's not an I rhyme, but it used to drag out a lot, but we've seen a whole lot more action this time on backyard bowl because now the more aggressive playstyles are favored to generate a goal rather than 8-pit at mid or something.
Yeah, I like it for sure. I like it for sure. We do have a bit of an earlier pusher from Dogster trying to get that ball control, peeking around the corner and looking for some opportunities. So far, not able to fully commit to that idea just yet. Ball gets finally moved off the mid, but really, it seems like Dogster Lobsters are the one with a ever so slight advantage. KC and Aqua being quite low HP on the reset as well for Aqua.
KC still low health, getting chipped down gradually by How to Win. Here's the Mama Squeeze turret in as well, and it's going to be tough to find an angle, but KC makes it work. He's able to get it around the wall. Already a kill onto How to Win. Super pass forward. KC able to pick it up, but Kanan is able to pick up the kill, and Orca can't receive that pass. And the ball's going to go into the corner once again. Dogster Lobster get to once more try and get a good defense here, but Tomsy has burned down some important bushes, so it's going to be more valuable to actually make their way onto the enemy side. Speed gear also going to be helpful here, as long as they can use these bushes to their advantage. But a really hard push by KC and Lola here on the right side. KC using that similar range he boasts to Pam to push up just a little bit, but he's not going to be sticking in those bushes for an additional speed boost. He doesn't want to get pinched by Cannon because that's proved to be deadly so far.
Yeah, I feel like in the first, 2 games we had a decent bit of action, but the map is, the set rather, is starting to be more and more backyard bowl-y as we go on. Very passive this time around. We had a bit of aggression from FA Baguette in the earlier stages of this game, but haven't really been able to build up a push since then. And Dogster, it's been very defensive as well. They know that if there is a goal, that could be enough to just simply take them out of this first season. But right now we see a bit of a push forming up as Orca is going aggressive, is going to land in the middle of 2 players. A lot of damage there from KC, and this should be the closing goal. He barely survives. Team wipe here for FA Baguette. Orca goes for the trick shot in the end, and that is going to be FA Baguette to take the win 3-0. A pretty clean match on their end. I mean, as Ark said earlier, playing a little bit with their food, but still, they looked clearly better than Dogster here, which is quite surprising considering, they're playing with KC, a player that they haven't really played with ever. Or at least, not with this FA Baguette roster.
Well, the stats tell just about the same story. Look at that damage received, though. Now, that's just insane amounts of damage. 358,000. I honestly almost don't want to believe my eyes, but considering that this set went to 4 games total and 2 of them were draws, maybe just about so. Each one of those draws, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Plenty of Brawl Stars to happen between the lines here, but in terms of damage overall, I completely agree with you, Teddy. It's a clear advantage for FA Baguette, even if it's just by a little. And hey, a win is a great way to boast your advantage as well.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, there hasn't been the most winning for either one of those teams, and it's a good way to finish the season if you can, finish it on a high, on a win, and try to, have a more positive attitude towards the upcoming season, since there will be some points carried over when it comes to that. So right now, FA Baguette, they just looked a lot better, and I'm not so sure how to read into that, considering, again, they play with KC, which, don't get me wrong, is a phenomenal player. But team synergy-wise, I feel like Dogster Lobster kind of should have had it.
Yeah, I agree. I think they could have brought it back, but it's interesting to see FA Baguette in this kind of lineup. They look much more confident. That's fair to say. I know that Casey's, with Grom Bomb now in the BSC, so we'll see how he fares moving forwards. Maybe he might join the roster moving forwards, but I think maybe FA Baguette are gonna. I think they're leaning towards disbanding now at the moment. But either way, they ended on a high, and you got to hand them that if nothing else. But again, we've got some more matches still to come, and the next one, arguably the most important of all of them. I want to hear what you guys have at home to say about today as well. Make sure to head over to Twitter using the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. Who is going to be? That is going to be our fourth team to join Reply Totem, Tribe Gaming EU, and SK Gaming in the Season 1 Challenge Finals. That is the question. Is it going to be Craze? Is it going to be Team Queso? Or is it going to be FA Siege? Let us know. And of course, again, got to give a huge shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, because again, putting on everything that you see, whether it's the players playing, whether it's us behind the desk, or the immense prize pool that all these players are playing for, Teddy, you know, and again, the regions that we're covering in the competition is so important to the Brawlies we'll see.
Definitely so. I mean, if you guys haven't checked it out yet on the ESL Mobile social media, 3 different LAN events announced for the next month, covering APAC, Europe plus MENA, and North America. That is massive, especially for regions like NA and APAC that really barely have any LAN events. It's massive to develop the mobile scene, and specifically Brawl Stars, of course, so we cannot be appreciative enough for that opportunity. It's really, really nice to see. And I mean, those players from those regions, and you know, whoever wants to attend that live in the audience, that's going to be absolutely fire to watch, and I can't wait to get to know some more about that.
It was great, wasn't it, to see the announcement today of where the LAN's going to be taking place, and you head over to @ESL Mobile on Twitter. No spoilers from me, but it's a big one to go and find out about. Well, we're going to be going to a short break now, but don't go anywhere. FA Siege up against Team Queso, and this match could very well decide the team that will be qualifying as the 4th and final team for the Season 1 Challenge Finals. We'll be right back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
The player is given a prompt that contains information from Brawl Stars. The player then decides whether it's real or fake. If the player decides that it's fake, the player has to point out which part of it is fake. Points are awarded for correctly identifying the prompts. Let's see how they did.
Hello guys, my name is Gyugu and I'm a Brawl Stars player for FA Siege. Oh, okay. Stereo check. Grump's next attack throws few birds in relative succession. The icon's not... I really don't know, like... The descriptions is good. It's the icon or the name. I would say the name is not correct, so that's fake. Nice. Okay, that's fine. Wait. Icon's correct, the name's correct. Sprout activates a shield, partially protecting itself from all attacks while inside the rush. The description's not correct. That's fake. When it says oh, that's... wait. Well, no, that's... I would say that's real. That's real. No way. Oh, no way. Okay. Fake. That's the old gadget of Tick. I know this. That's fake. The icon's fake. The icon's fake. Yeah, let's go. Dynamite spins previously when Craze movement speed and throws 24 sticks of dynamite. The description's fake and he doesn't throw 24 sticks, he throws 16 sticks. And the second sentence says that the the dynamite deals 1000 damage, and it actually does 700, I think. It does more damage, not less. Nice, let's go. Herbal tea, barley throws a healing potion at nearby allies that trace in the area that helps. The icon's correct, the description's correct, but the name of the gadget is incorrect. That's fake. No way, it was 500. Okay. Yeah, not bad.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are in our final day. We are searching for one remaining team to join Reply Totem, Tribe Gaming EU, and SK Gaming in our Season 1 Challenge Finals. And this match here, Teddy, could very well be the one to decide it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So FA Siege, I mean, this is the one moment where everything is still in their hands, in their power. If they win this match, they qualify, there's no doubt about it. If they lose it, is where things start to get really interesting. Because suddenly they're, you know, first of all, straight up, you know, the head-to-head, they will have lost it against Team Queso, which they will be tied in points. But extra to that, then they need to hope that Craze wins against Reply Totem, in which case we would have a three-way tie and things get a whole lot more complicated than what I'm trying to explain now. So right now, FA Siege, the best outcome, it's the only team today that has such an outcome available to them, because they are one win ahead of their counterparts. If they win this match, they qualify, and I mean, I can guarantee they're trying to keep it as simple as that for them, because that would save them quite a bit of trouble. No one wants to be cheering for other teams to lose to still stand a chance at qualifying. That's never ideal.
Well, we can see how the leaderboard is shaping up, and we know then that pretty much for Baguette and Dr. Lobster now in those 7th and 8th positions, but this is again that 4th, 5th and 6th spot, really where it really matters. Ultimately, you know, if, you know, for any Team Queso fans out there that are watching, if Team Queso win, hold your horses, because the match to follow later is going to be the one that's actually going to decide the outcome.
It's going to get real weird if Team Queso wins. Not that that's a weird outcome. In fact, I am kind of rooting for this, though. I love the trajectory that FA Siege have been on lately, but come on, we love a little bit of spice. It's a marathon. It's an absolute race to the finish. Photo finish here, please. Team Queso, plot all the stops and make this sort of pandemonium happen. That said, FA Siege no doubt are expecting this and are going to have to put up a serious fight versus Team Queso, pretty much clawing for the last bits of life that they can have in the playoffs following this stage. Craze Clan, they're pretty much watching from the sidelines, and well, I don't really know how they're feeling versus their opponent Totem, but I can't imagine they're feeling too amazing. But if they win, then things are going to get really wild.
Yeah, Craze are watching from the sidelines thinking, please, FA Siege, do not win this. And even if that is the case, then they've got arguably the biggest of mountains to climb in their matchup later, as our third matchup of the day against Reply Totem, who have not lost a single match all season long here in the challenge stage. I mean, later on as well, so the 4th match will have, of course, SK Gaming versus Tribe Gaming EU to decide those seedings. But for now, this is where it all comes down to. And, you know, to make sure that the teams are all prepared, they can look back and see how they fared in the past against these oppositions. But this is a matchup that we've never actually seen played out. These are two teams that never faced off against each other in any of the splits. So all we already have to go on is kind of what we've seen from them in other tournaments. But Teddy, got to ask you the question. Who is going to take this one?
Man, it's a very tough goal. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like this season I have been more impressed positively by FA Siege than by Team Queso. And therefore, I feel like overall, they're kind of in a better place. And honestly, I mean, this whole situation, they are in a better place. Because if they qualify straight, if Team Queso wins, it's still a bit of a mess. Because, you know, if you look at set differentials and stuff, it's still not exactly in their favor right now. Out of the 3 teams that could be in that 3-way tiebreaker, Team Queso, they have the you know, lowest set difference or the worst set difference. So they want to win, and they want to win really well as well. So it's going to be very, very challenging for them today. They are a team that is capable of shining in those moments, but at times we've also seen them crumble under pressure. Question is, which Team Case are we going to be seeing today?
Yeah, I feel like I'm leaning a little bit more towards the side of FA Siege as well. And for those of you at home that are less familiar with their roster, let's check it out now. It is, of course, Soylepreza, Jaime, Gugu, and Kevin. And as you rightly said, Teddy, you know, it's going to be a question of today whether FA Siege have brought in that same energy that they've been displaying recently. You know, going from between their performance in the BSC of the July monthly finals, where they had an outstanding performance, they dropped off just a little tiny bit. But at the moment, I do feel like they are on to them here. But ready, this is going to be definitely one where they just cannot drop their guard.
They cannot at all. And I think in the past we've seen them stumble a little bit, and they just got to make sure that they don't find themselves in that situation. And by the past, I mean literally just last week in the monthly qualifiers, they got taken down by a team that almost took down Navi in the following game. So they haven't made their chance to get into the monthly qualifiers next month for BSC. So they got to seize their time to shine right here and right now. Of course, it's Gugu, Jaime, Kevin. Gugu absolutely has been stealing my attention lately as a team captain, as a real ringleader, but also Soylepreza, formerly playing for Reply Totem and doing very well with them, has breathed a lot of mechanical skill into this team as well.
Well, we're kind of feeling that FA Siege might be able to bring the fire today, but what do they feel about their opposition? We asked them the question.
They're actually top 4, just like Tribe Gaming, SK Gaming, and Totem. This is actually a decent rooster, but I heard that they were in a bad moment. I hope this can help us winning against them, but overall I hope we'll play both really good. We will give great matches to the spectators, and that's it. Let's see how we prepare ourselves against them.
Quietly confident, I think it's fair to say. Didn't come out saying that we're going to absolutely smash it, but treading cautiously into the dark here, Teddy.
Yeah, I like that he wants a show for us too, you know, being there like, I hope they play really well, but that we play a little better, you know, sort of thing. Because obviously, I mean, they, you know, their main goal is to win no matter what, but they still want a show out of it, and I think that's, you know, something I can appreciate for sure. But yeah, it is, you know, on paper, FA Siege that has been looking a little bit better. They've been very balanced, to be honest. They're 3 wins, 3 losses, and honestly, they're the team that is like, you know, by the books. They lose against SK, they lose against a Tribe and Totem. You know, the teams you kind of expect them to lose against. And then they've won the matches that they should win against Craze, against Lobster, against Baguette, the teams that are on the bottom. And right now, Team Queso is, I would say, right on the bottom. So on paper, things line up for a good chance here for FA Siege to take it.
Yeah, I mean, Team Queso was somewhere in the middle, whereas now they dropped down just a little bit below, but today could be their redemption arc. Let's take a look at their roster now. They've certainly got the skill to back it up, but it's going to be a good day today for Team Queso. It's Rafa, Blacksy, alias SJ, and Javi. And to be fair to team that are able to keep their composure when under pressure. We saw, didn't we, back in the Open Finals for Split 2, just how well they fared and how well they persevered coming out of the Split 1 Open Finals after their defeat to come back and come back strong. But today, it's gonna come down to some really solid drafts, Teddy, and also, you know, the ability to perform under what is against a team like FA Siege, a very, very aggressive team.
Yeah, the thing is they don't have a whole lot of momentum right now because they started off the season amazingly. 2 wins in a row. One of the few 2-0 teams that looked like, you know, they might dominate through this group stage, but then they lose 4 in a row now.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can guarantee they don't want to make it a 5th, but they've only won a single set in their last 4 matches. That is not the most convincing Team Queso I've ever seen.
Well, here are the picks coming out. Both teams getting rid of Max. Also a Gene ban on the side of FA Siege. I'm not seeing Carl anywhere, which is going to be a viable option here because if Max is viable, then Carl is going to be as well. Movement-based brawlers can be great to bring in later in the draft, as often they're a little bit tough to play against with some of the classic shooting star brawlers. Though with the Bonnie on the side of Team Queso, things shape up well for them. Also a Piper on their side and a Brock from the side of FA Siege. They don't want to get outpicked when it comes to perhaps running a thrower on the side of Team Queso because they would rather not use their final pick to counter that out by the looks of things. And we'll see Team Queso still having this brawler available. I just wonder which direction they're going to head in. Are they going to try and play counter to a potential pick by FA Siege, or will it go in the direction of them simply playing they're comfortable with? And here's the Carl from FA Siege. Now, there are ample counters to this brawler, but he's going to do fantastic versus Bonnie. He has the exact same range as her. He's going to do fantastic versus Piper, as long as he can super in with a flying hook as well, and she doesn't have a super.
I gotta say as well that, I mean, this max ban might come back to haunt Team Queso a little bit. I think it would have been a great thing to have. Bonnie's to be very slow, ultimately, and the Nanny as well from FA Siege will be able to have a lot of long-ranged ability to be able to combat what they can throw at them. But the Fang coming in, it does do wonders here on Shooting Star if Team Queso can make it count and really knuckle down, land those shots, gain that super, and have that ability to go on the aggressive. But again, Teddy, you know, you've really got to make a pick like Fang count. It's not one that can really contribute too much in terms of the damage, but having that super is something that could have a lot of pushback potential.
Yeah, it's a brawler that needs, you know, to be played exactly right. It needs his teammates as well to set him up and make him the best conditions to shine. But to my eyes, it's going to be the same story again, man. Carl, why? You know, ban it if you're not going to play. Just ban it. It just doesn't, like, I don't understand the reasoning behind it, because at this point, every single time we see a Carl, it's dominant. I mean, it has 100% win rate so far today again. And it's not like, you know, even some of the most ridiculous brawlers in the past, they did have that sort of win rate, you know? They would do well, but like 60% win rate is already a very good win rate. 100% or 90 plus in like monthly finals, whatnot. It's just ridiculous stuff, and to me, it's just kind of, you know, starting things off with a bit of a handicap, and I don't understand why you would set yourself, you know, not up for success.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is a pattern that we've seen a little bit from Team Queso recurring. They've kind of always left that a bit open, and whether it's because they feel comfortable in the ability to be able to counter it out, I'm not necessarily too sure, but, you know, Carl is a brawler that you just have to take seriously. I've heard the argument from some of the pros in the scene that, like, they're worried about having that kind of counter idea come in very swiftly following it, but I really kind of buy that. I think it's all about adapting and having a plan B, a plan C, and sometimes even a plan D. I mean, you've got to realistically know where you're leading with ideas, and a big team behind a team is, you know, always going to help that with analysts and coaches. Team Queso have that. So I fully agree. I mean, Reddy, do you feel the same way? You know, is Carl just like a go-to thing that you've got to have? And if you're, you know, losing out in terms of the coin toss, you know, something worthy to consider?
You pretty much do. And also, I think that another reason that Carl is being sort of played around recently is that the brawlers that he counters out are actually quite good assets to your team. So that's something that you have to consider when allowing this brawler. Even a brawler like Piper has some kind of counterplay to Carl. He can't simply flying hook in and super without expecting an auto aimer to the face, but still, that's a trade-off because Piper can't use home in recipe anymore, and that's one of the main things that makes her viable versus Nanny on this map. Now you got Nanny and you got Carl on the same team. It's a bad matchup, I think, for Team Queso, and I kind of also wonder why they deliberately allowed this on the enemy team by the looks of things. There are other brawlers that you need to ban out in order to ensure yourself victory, but something that we've seen time and time again from teams like Reply Totem, for instance, is they pick the Carl whenever it's available, and they get rid of it whenever they don't have that first pick. It's led them to immense success, and I just want to see Team Queso start imitating that.
I think as well the Brock pick on the side of FA Siege is one that can just break open so much and basically lessen the ability for Blacksea to be able to use cover, hide behind it. He is though going to go straight for the blue star, does go very much down in terms of his HP. On the left-hand side though, Gugu with an immediate pick up there, and that is going to bring the lead over to FA Siege, but as quickly as that, it swings back over to Team Queso, so both teams already not playing the passive game today, Teddy.
I'm gonna slow things down for a second, but have you seen the bans from Team Queso? Like, you can't tell me there's no room to ban Carl here, right?
I think that was different from what we... Yeah, I remember them banning the Max.
It might be bugged out, let's be honest. But
let's hope so for their sake.
Because I was thinking, you know, what did I prioritize over Carl? I'm assuming it's a mistake so far. It is going to be old Team Queso with a pretty big star lead at this point. Peep heading upwards, not going to find anyone just yet. Connects onto Javi, but he lives. And so far, no opportunity is sort of present. We'll get 2 tags, but he needs a third to secure that elimination.
Yeah, Bonnie is a tanky thing, and you've got all the timing though. Blacksea does come out on top, but the pickup is not there so far from Sort of Breza. That is costly stars that are not going to be going the way of FA Siege. And a bit of a missed shot that would have been 5 stars and the blue star going the way to add to the 2. Well, they've 3 to add to the 2 already of FA Siege, but not to be. Now, Team Queso have a lot of this high ground with 30 seconds remaining. They have got the Bonnie jump to hand. Blacksea would love to get a super, and now he does. Goes straight in. I mean, why not? If you can pick up a kill, but he doesn't, and he goes down. That could sway things a little bit here.
That is quite big, actually. Only a 3-star difference makes it much easier to, you know, go in for a push, get 1 kill, and pull back out. A dash again from Blacksea, not getting the most value. Kevin is in a bit of an awkward position, gets the 1 kill. It's 1-star difference now, and yeah, it is going to be still a game for Team Queso. But oh my, did it get a little close towards the end there?
Yeah, it really did. I mean, it kind of felt to me a little bit like Team Queso have to come in aggressively. They have to make a statement, and they need to get an early lead in this scenario. So I don't necessarily mind some of the daring plays, but they've got to be very cautious in that approach at the same time. With a Brawl like Fang, we saw Blacksea going in there when he didn't necessarily need to, but wanted to extend more of the star lead, rather. But he did have the blue star at a time. You want to be able to value that quite considerably when it comes to bounty. I mean, especially in those close quarter matches, and that was towards the end, one that was just that. It can make a little difference.
Yeah, right now, blue star gives the advantage to FA Siege, but good positioning there, and yeah, Blacksea is not going to mess that up, is able to escape as well. And now suddenly what was a 1-star lead in favor of FA Siege turns, well, I was going to say into 5 for TQ, but a nice peep there finds the connection, and now actually that super that was used by Blacksea, I mean, he could have used it now.
I kind of wonder now, looking back at the bans and the delay we had going in, whether maybe there was maybe like a disconnect and the bans were kind of randomized off the back of that. That might help explain it if it's...
Probably, yeah. That would make more sense. I mean, I doubt that they actually banned out Dyna and 8-bit, but I mean, so far, Team Queso, they're doing fairly well against the call. They still have the lead. We'll have to see if they get to keep it all the way until the end of the game. But things are not looking half bad for them.
Kevin under pressure. Feeds the super to Blacksea. Have that jump, but now forced back as those taps from Gugu do land. It is 1-star lead in favor so far of FA Siege in the final 30 seconds, and that blue star, of course. If Team Queso can time this well, and they can come out with some stars of their own. Javi as well, pops the gadget, but now it's got to be forced back. Oh, dodges that just in the nick of time. Blacksea, though, goes in, gets the takedown, and what a takedown of that! Picks up another onto Kevin, and gets out! Oh, Team Queso on fire.
Yeah, Kevin is not able to get the follow-up either. 2 stars now, making the difference. Team Queso, can they close this one out, or do FA Siege get a kill? They'll, oh my god, I was gonna say they get a kill, but it's a trade, and Team Queso take the set. They break the curse of the call, so never mind my statement from earlier. They made it work, and I very much respect them for that.
Oh, they know from watching FA Siege in the past how aggressive they can be, and I do like the strategy. At this point in the competition, where you really are on the cusp of greatness, you've got to be daring enough to go in and say, yeah, from the outset, we deserve this, and this is why. At the moment, FA Siege behind, and Team Queso tend to be the team that tend to fall behind first, in my opinion, more often than not. But look at the stats. I mean, they're pretty similar. I mean, in terms of damage output, more so on the side of FA Siege, but stars was where it mattered. Very very close though. I mean, when it goes into the next game modes, the question now really is, do FA Siege kind of falter off the back of, being knocked off a little bit of the first set, or do, they start to bring this one back?
Not only that, but using All Reliable as well. Using Carl, they got taken down. And this, I think, is going to cause a mental shift in their minds because, okay, wait, whoa, hold up. The Carl pick didn't give us the win? I mean, yeah, it's a 90% win rate. I guess we're the 10% right now. Okay, I mean, and at a time, Mortis had a 100% win rate in Siege, but I don't think it's one of those statistical scenarios. This is just one of those 10% situations. But for Team Queso to enable this situation for themselves, because they very clearly could have picked the brawler and they could have banned it for themselves as well. They decided not to. They took the win. This is going to cause them to either question their line of thinking or completely disregard it and move on thinking the exact same way. The problem with disregarding it, though, and not thinking about it is that that might lead them into another one of these traps, one of these situations, but it's banned out by FA Siege this time, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, for me as well, we were saying going in about Team Queso and whether they don't necessarily ban the call because they're happy to counter it, and to be fair to them, that's exactly what they did, Tony. But draft coming in now for Beach Ball, it's going to be Carl banned, it's going to be Penny and Janet also banned by FA Siege, Max, Fang, and Surge all banned out by Queso.
Yeah, the Fang feels pretty targeted. Maybe they've scrimmed against, a Fang from FA Siege here, or seen how often FA Siege were bringing out the Fang in general, especially in Knockout. But we're in Brawl here. Bunny, first pick already on the side of Team Queso. FA Siege, they react with a Gil. They have a second pick here in a row that they can bring out. Let's see what they decide to bring to the table.
Surely Daryl. I mean, normally with Gale, at this position, you kind of have to double down on that and pick something which is going to be, again, a brawler which would have been counted otherwise. Going to go with Stu. That could be a missed opportunity for me. I mean, it does, however, mean that Team Queso are not going to be picking the Daryl into the Gale unless they feel like it's a good matchup. But for me, I wouldn't go anywhere near it because ultimately Stu as well is just going to be a dash away. Looking into the next lineup for what Team Queso might have in store here, I think they've got a good first pick here already. I mean, when it comes to how they follow this up, though, it's got to be something that has a bit of range, I feel.
They can certainly build up a powerful comp of some of the best brawlers in the game. There's no doubt about that. They got a couple picks in a row. They could go for like a Byron Ash or something. A Jean and a Ruffs wouldn't really surprise me either. When it comes to what FA Siege can offer, though, they've already picked up the Gale. They're saying that we have last pick. Let's run a tank. This is what last pick is for. This is what we do with 6. And it's been completely responded to by Team Queso, or responded to. It's like a preemptive response. They sense that FA Siege really wants to play a tank here, and Griff is going to do a great job of shutting that down. So the other thing is that Gale's a great brawler just in general. He doesn't have to be just played as a tank counter, and played versus the range that is offered by Griff and Colonel Ruffs is not going to be as bad of a time as it typically would be versus some longer range brawlers. But the counter pick has yet to come in, and it's not going to be counter pick at all. It's just Bo. He's a good brawler. Let's go for it.
Yeah, honestly, I don't mind it. I think the idea here as well was that Gale pick from FAC, just that they're trying to play with Team Queso's heads, trying to force out some picks they might not be as comfortable with, thinking, oh, we might be facing a tank, we need to pick a tank counter, and then suddenly there's no tank, and you have a tank counter that's not going to nearly get as much value as it should. It's the fact that it's going to kind of mess with the initial comp idea that Team Queso had prepared for, that probably had scrimmed for. So I think they're probably half successful at that, because Griff is not the most tank counter brawler that you could have compared to some others that are just more heavily into that idea. Right now, we're already going to see some of the left-hand side opened up by Javi's piggy banks, and the game is going to start very much at a max range matchup, as they're trying to get some supers early on to maybe open things up a bit more.
Yeah, I quite like the way this went, to be fair, and FAC do need to slow down the tempo of the pace of things. Gale could well do that, especially going into an overtime situation, having the Twister there to be able to shut down the ball and deny it of Team Queso. But yeah, I'm with you. I think the mind game's there in play, and it definitely put Team Queso into a bit of a spot. The Griff pick for me I quite like, just simply because we've seen a lot of that being experimented by SK Gaming and others recently, and one that does tend to get overlooked as Blacksy jumps in. And it's a Shane of an opportunity. Gugu though with great stun, just in the nick of time. Javi though is the final boss, and is just going to blow up that cover. I don't mind that at all. I think that it's better to get rid of that now and wait and play the slow game than it is to try and go in for a goal and go down.
No, I completely agree. I think now they get to keep some semblance of positioning, not take any risks, and at the same time, they're setting themselves up for success later on. I like the investment they decided to go for. Supply drop plays down by Ale, not really gonna do much. It's gonna break one box, maybe not quite where he would have wanted it to go. Jump in there from Blacksy, but a little too late. That is gonna be the ball going down in the net, and FA Siege was the early goal.
And a good time for it as well, but there is time for a response, and there's plenty of utility still on the side of both Team Queso and FA Siege. As take down there on Kevin might change the trajectory of this one. Popping the mines in the middle is a dangerous thing to do with Bonnie, and it can lead to problems, but it does seem like Blacksy is on it. But the cycling there from Soda Breza is going to mean that he's going to have his work cut out, continuing to do so. Javi just staying alive there, Gugu so low as well. And if they get this takedown to Gugu, which they do, this could change things very, very quickly. The jump in from Blacksy is good. The support from Ali SSJ is good. Everyone from Team Queso doing their bit, and the goal is theirs.
Yeah, a couple seconds until overtime now, and map is going to be wide open. It honestly kind of was wide open at this point. But now no more cover whatsoever to work with, and range is going to be a good advantage to work with. Ale is going to be supplying a treat onto Blacksy, buffing him up. And I mean, obviously, Bonnie is going to be one of those brawlers that in overtime, that's going to be her time to shine. So far, not too many opportunities just yet for FA Siege, but they're starting to push up. They lose a player to jump in from Blacksy that could enable things and open things up. No goal just yet, then the mines will buy off some time.
Well, Gugu will be looking absolutely to use that twister now if Team Queso continue this push forwards. Would like to have seen maybe a speed zone idea from Kevin. I assume running breakthrough, just simply because I haven't seen it otherwise. So he won't be able to get any value from that at the moment. So the Breza has still got his gadget to hand, but again, a lot of these are not being utilized at the moment. 10 seconds, 5 seconds now. I don't think this ball is going to be going very far at all, especially not with a shutdown like that. Javi though crept forwards. Good shots from Soda Breza under pressure. Alex J had swoop to hand, but didn't have the closing of the gap on the goal to be able to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, you know, draws, we've seen a fair amount of them in the last couple of days, to be completely honest. But, I mean, for both sides, you know, it's not the worst outcome, right? They slow things down a little bit and turn the pace down, try to figure out what could open things up next time. Both teams able to find a goal before overtime shows that there's definitely possibilities that this could go both ways with those drafts.
Yeah, and as I said, going in, there's the breakthrough from Kevin. Yeah, I don't mind it necessarily, but there is going to be a lot of that happening on the side of the Griff as well. Yeah, this is what FA Siege needed to do, in my opinion, was to come in here and just kind of start to slow down the pace of Queso. They got some good opportunities, got some goal-scoring opportunities for themselves, but now it's Queso who try to do the opposite, and the ball was cleared in a beautiful way, to be completely honest. So the Brez are trying to defend this one. Does get in the middle of it, beautifully done. He went over the mines coming back in, but ultimately, I do like the way that the defense was strong there from FA Siege.
Yeah, definitely so. Kevin gets a big pickup onto Javi, some nice back and forth dashes. The pass now potentially towards Gugu, and he gets it through. Beautiful stuff. FA Siege was the lead, 1:30 left on the clock for Team Queso to do something about it.
Thread of the needle, honestly, it was such a tight angle to hit, but hit it, he did. Team Queso brought us back with a lot less time in the last game, which obviously ended in that draw, but all the pass-through was great. But Blacksy, though, should clear this up. Gugu's so low, but somehow he's in position still. The respawn will be coming in now to take care of it, and the pinch surely then as well, being bound. But Gugu's healing up. I mean, they've got to take care of this. Gugu's a problem, and at the moment, it's Team Queso who are behind.
He just refuses to get out of there. To jump in from Blacksy is not really going to result into anything good here for FA Siege. He gets taken out, no trade. Mines buying time on the right-hand side. Another pickup here from Soy de Breza. He's been playing that boat amazingly so far, and Kevin is trying his best to get an opportunity to take down Ale, but the sandbags will slow things down for the time being.
Yeah, the mines as well doing a great job of slowing everything down as Ali had to prioritize them, and at the moment it's a great, potentially a second goal scoring opportunity here for FA Siege to bring the ball forwards. It's just Ali SSJ. Mines go down, and they can't be popped. Team Queso just sitting back, and they don't look to be in much of a hurry. They should be. I mean, they are behind here. They've got to go around the long way. I love how FA Siege have played this. They've been looking so composed, so relaxed. Gugu now just going to secure it and make sure that the game goes their way. And from how he started, now the first game going the way of FA Siege, and this could be taking a turn.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity. I want to point something out as well. It's again kind of like numbers and stats and theorizing a little bit. But if FA Siege win just a single set against Team Queso, I think that could be enough. Even if Team Queso win, that the set difference would definitely not be going the way of Team Queso, which could be quite big. So I don't want to speak too early, but those sort of small details can actually go a long way in case of a three-way tie. But still, I mean, FA Siege, their goal here is ticket to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. We can't forget, the set difference could well come into effect, and Team Queso can't afford that. They need to make sure that this is a clean one. Pass through, potentially picked up by Blacksy, who's got a lot of HP available. So Breza focuses primarily there onto alias SJ, and the mines will get popped. Kevin going in, and the Gatter Hill will be helping him out quite a lot to be able to hold firm. It does get actually a trade-off there as they both go down. Gugu, though, keeping the pressure on and slams Javi to the side. But alias SJ just trying to juke around. So Breza here is going to push the ball forwards. Again, we need to see a bit more from Queso. They're a little bit too passive for my liking. There's a lot of delay tactics on the side of FA Siege with the mines, and I think they just need to try to go in aggressive and get a goal, and then try to buy down the clock into overtime and see how they fare. But at the moment, it's definitely, for me, FA Siege that are by far the more aggressive.
Yeah, they definitely are. It seems as well that they're a team that's really trying to get some opportunity. We're just kind of waiting for some mistakes, not necessarily trying to force them out. And control-wise, Kevin takes a lot of damage. It's a 1-for-1 trade again. That matchup between the Bunny and the Stu seems so even. Thing is, I mean, the kills, those trades, if the rest of the map is under the control of FA Siege, if they're winning their lanes, then it's definitely going to be in favor of FA Siege, and a couple of kills coming through. Sorry, Breza trying to get the ball out of the way. Javi gets the double, will get cleaned up by Gugu, but Ficky's got a little dangerous here for Team Queso.
Javi did so well. A lot of pressure there for him to be able to get that clear. But 20 seconds remaining. The ball's in the favorable spot here for FA Siege. Big taps from Soda Breza. Pass through would be good, but Gugu's for the pass forwards there, makes the mines pop as well. I can see the idea, but I thought it'd be safer just to get Soda Breza to go for the shot. Now he goes down. Javi still remains. How is he doing this? But not enough. Gugu's going to slam it in. Taking back a set.
All right, they strike back. They'll take set number 2, and we're all tied up now. And yeah, that's not ideal for Team Queso. I'll have to run the math again later on, but I think that could potentially, in case of a three-way tie again, so if Team Queso take the match and then Reply Totem loses to Craze Clan in the follow-up match, that could be a problem. So this is already not the ideal situation for Team Queso. Still, Team Queso, they want a win here. And they're gonna have to sort it out later on, because I mean, right now, you know, it was a little bit all over the place here in Brawl, and it did feel like FA Siege, they were just looking better overall, more control, more opportunities, getting you know, some more kills here and there. If you look at the damage, it's almost the same. It's like 70 damage making up the difference, but you know, the kills were just more impactful on the side of FA Siege.
Yeah, for context as well, coming into the matches today, Team Queso on a -7 in regards to their set difference. Craze on a -3, FA Siege on a -1. FA Siege are by far in the driving seats, but now starting to come more into an authoritative position, having taken that first set. Team Queso need a win here, ready. They do, and that was by far a more favorable matchup in terms of the modes for FA Siege.
It was not only in favor of the mode, so I think the draft was much better for FA Siege too, and they pretty much, they weren't necessarily in the driver's seat because they did not have the last pick. They forced themselves to be in that position by getting some preemptive picks here and there that were going to force the hand of Team Queso, and I think that was absolutely beautiful, especially seeing the Gale gameplay was just phenomenal. It goes to show that you don't need to play this brawler specifically as a tank counter. He works great on his own, and for them to go for him as their very first pick, I think was pretty prudent, pretty educated, and I think we could see it repeat again if they play once more in a pretty aggressive mode.
Well, new mode coming in now. Hot Zone, Ring of Fire, and let's see. Bans in for Team Queso were Fang, Crow, and Max, and on the side of FA Siege, Janet, Penny, and Bonnie. And first pick of Leon coming in for Team Queso shortly then. Black Sea is one of his preferred and more favored maps and modes to play that particular brawler on, and one tell you that he is very good at doing so with.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, he is such a threat on that brawler. Goes very aggressive and is one of the players as well that really popularized the idea of not moving while being in your Leon super, and then people get up close and then you kill them. And it's something that he does do quite often as well. We'll see the Bell and the Ruffs on the side of FA Siege. I like that so far. I mean, two brawlers that also against Leon have decent matchups. The sandbags are not the best for Leon to deal with if he's invis. He's just not going to be able to get the takedown most likely. He's just going to have to reveal his position if he wants to take down those sandbags as well. And Bell, I mean, a Mark can go a long way. Very versatile brawlers for both of them. But now, yeah, Call escaped the bans, and it's going to be picked by Team Queso this time around.
I feel it's like interesting to talk about what gadget exactly Colonel Refs is going to be running as well, because he could run the sandbags. That'll give him some good viability versus Leon, but he can also go for that second gadget that makes a bunch of asteroids fall down to the ground, because that'll be great for clearing out a bush. And Leon can simply run away from both of those, but the sandbags stay exactly where they are. It'll be interesting to see exactly how it turns out. But the Leon on offense is going to be an absolute menace. Bo to finish things off to make things a little bit slower at mid, but the range is just a little bit lacking by the looks of things. And okay, that's not really the direction I was going to go in. It's certainly as much of NA vibes as I was going to suggest. I was going to say, yeah, let's play some Lou here or something, because Lou actually outranges Bo and would be able to consistently get the supers. That's the #1 problem with his kit, is that he gets outranged by a typical mid, but they don't mind having Bell with her nest eggs populating mid, and they'll run the Buzz as a specific Carl counter.
Genuinely, Lou was on my mind as that third and final pick, because Bo has that ability to delay the onset. Lou has the ability to delay the onset, and also has been very underutilized in this region, in my opinion. But when it comes into play, everyone's suddenly reminded as to why it's so good. The Buzz pick, don't get me wrong, is a good one, but it's going to depend a lot on the timing of how Soy de Breza plays it. And already, Team Queso valuing their time onto the mid, getting in, gadget in from Soy de Breza, gets rid there of the lollipop drop, and Rafa is going to be the person to find him somehow. Coming out on top, pops the super. Invisihill on the way. Gugu does, however, find him with a great shot, honestly, under the circumstances.
Yeah, definitely so. That was a very beautiful shot, just the timing of it. Already a little bit of a pop-off now from Soy de Breza. First engagement did not go his way, but the follow-up is much better. Double kill already now for him. Gets the follow-up sent onto Rafa. It's a 1-for-1 trade. This FA Siege was a very narrow lead. The mines, though, as you pointed out earlier, are going to be buying some time here for Team Queso to catch up.
Big taps from Javi there onto Gugu, and Kevin will try to take the matchup against Rafa, and I think that's the wise one for it. It is going to be sandbags, and that is going to be a huge deterrent. And look at how the right-hand side lane is now where he goes. Soy de Breza low, and actually everyone low on the side of OGS. Scoreline is very, very close. Kevin finds Rafa with a big pickup there. I see as well, like Rafa playing on the Leon, not Black Sea, just showing on the side of Team Queso a lot of versatility when it comes to sharing those brawlers out amongst their teammates.
Dash in from Black Sea on the right-hand side. Goes for a super again, and he's been going for those supers and not really committing to them, just pretty much dodging some shots, wasting some ammo, buying some time. Does end up going down, and it's going to be now as Rafa is next in line. FA Siege catching up and about to overtake the lead.
71% and climbing. Team Queso needs to retake this sort of present low, and that's a great time to get a singular shot onto super. Rafa, though, was found. Has got time to his hands. Kevin, nice sandbags. Lovely to see, but that is the last of them that we will see. That's the third and final gadget. Sort of a good slam onto Black Sea there, and Javi incredibly low. This is the time, realistically here, that FA Siege could be able to get this under their belt.
Yeah, not an ideal moment to get stunned here for Kevin. A 1-for-1 trade. Gugu is low HP as well, goes down. Soy de Breza trying to close out this game. He's solo HP, goes for the stun, and he finishes it off as well. Beautiful stuff from him, and honestly, he's been playing that Buzz impressively well, because it's not a map where you expect to see much Buzz, to be completely honest. And making it work like that is very, very cool from him. So I like that a lot. It was still very close, to be fair. So I think that if Team Queso apply themselves a little better, they can take this set as well. So far, FACH did look like they have just a slight advantage.
Well, nice takedown to start things off, and Team Queso with a great amount of control in the mid. The nest egg pops at a great time for Javi, and the pickup on Soda Breza couldn't have come either at a better time. This is the start the Team Queso needed under the circumstances, but to maintain it is a different story altogether, as the mark there onto Rafa, but Javi able to stay firm. This looks like a very different story already, Teddy.
Yeah, some aggression on the bottom of the map. Blacksea takes down Gugu. And now almost 30% lead in favor of Team Queso. Kevin gets a big pickup onto Rafa. Blacksea still spinning around. Not sure what's happening to Soda Breza. Oh, he went down. All right, he's spawn trapped. And so far, Blacksea just putting up so much pressure. Wow, Team Queso, I mean, I think they're pissed from that previous game. They really, I really don't think they like that very much, because this one is a stomp and a half and lasts some control here for FACH, but damage might just be done already. Wow, Team Queso, they'll take this one home, tying things up in the set.
Far more convincing, wasn't it? And like now we're in a position where it's one set each, one game each in this set. And again, I think that if you're FACH now, having looked back at that last match, you know, you've got to consider the early game with a lot more of an ability to handle that pressure. I mean, that's where Team Queso started to really thrive. They just went and leapt into the match, and just all that time in the mid, the takedowns consistently there, far more than they were in the last. So let's see what the response is, but a great opportunity now for Team Queso to get ahead once again.
Yeah, that would be absolutely massive for them. FACH, though, taking over the lead for now. Blacksea is going to get the upper hand onto Kevin. So the Breza finds Rafa, but Javi is there with the trade. And despite both lanes going the way of Team Queso, the mid went the way of FACH, and that builds up a 25% lead in their favor for now.
Rafa's marked, but if he stays, yeah, beautifully done. Does somehow manage to get that takedown. My word, healing up now as well, and can't be far away from his next super, surely. Great juke there, beautifully timed onto Gugu. Meanwhile, the score, though, is incredibly tight, and it is just Javi, but those mines are, in many ways, the fourth brawler of the team. And now Rafa can go in again on the aggressive Kevin. He's got to be very cautious on when he uses those sandbags, because ultimately, there's only 3 they can realistically utilize to be able to counter out Rafa.
All right, Gugu has his mark available. More mines placed in the mix. So the Breza gets cleared up. Narrow lead, dash in from Blacksea, and not sure how that went. I think it was a 1-for-1 trade, but Rafa takes down Kevin on the right-hand side, and Team Queso are running away with this one. It's not a big lead. They have 3 low HP players, some bell bounces as well, getting some great value, resetting those heals. The stun from Soy is a miss. That could be quite costly for FACH. They're 1% behind. They need some takedowns. Blacksea is a start, but the trade is there from Javi, and slowly but surely Team Queso are trying to lock this one in. 10% now in their favor.
Well, Kevin can't push it. Yeah, got to trigger those mines first, and this is why I love Bo here as a pick. And Team Queso going in on the aggressive, a great, perfect time to do so. They got 5% left to do, and not enough time for FACH to make a response. That was the win that Team Queso really needed. They could not afford to go behind here under the circumstances, because again, you know, if FACH win this series, they will qualify. They will be confirmed as the 4th and final team for the Season 1 Challenge Finals. At the moment, though, placing back that pressure, throwing it actually back at FACH when you consider then, you know, how well FACH started off in the early outset of that game.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, Team Queso, you know, just looking better here, really. FACH not far behind, don't get me wrong. That was an incredibly close set. I mean, second game, maybe not quite as much, but the first and the third, that could absolutely have gone either way. And the significance that it went the way of Team Queso is just so massive. Because if it was a 2-1 for FACH in this one, now they'd have the upper hand. They'd be a set away from qualifying for the finals.
Yeah, it's like that momentum shift here that we needed to see from Team Queso, which, really, to be honest, is something we haven't seen for a while. They've been lacking some resilience in that respect, but I mean, what a day to bring it to the table. Far from out of the woods, let's be honest, because that set was incredibly close. But I did like the way that under that immediate pressure that we saw from FAC, they were able to come back with a solid response.
It was definitely wonderful to see from Team Queso, because one of the things that we've seen repeatedly is that when they sort of start to feel the pressure, they just roll back into their old ways, which in some cases would be spectacular. If it were a month ago, that would be fantastic, because they were great a month ago, and the brawlers that they were picking and playing would have been great as well. But now we're a month later, the game has changed. Carl is a thing, and Carl was working absolutely great for them. I think it was a great pickup, and this is a great direction to see them headed in. As far as the draft and as far as the gameplay too, victories are always fantastic.
I love the boldness. I really did love the boldness of a Leon first pick, you know, in a map like Ring of Fire for Hot Zone. It's a really solid thing to have when utilized in the right way, and Rafa was doing just that. But many teams won't consider necessarily even a Leon ban on this particular map, Teddy. It's like one that used to be very much forefront in terms of the meta. But this is what I like about Team Queso a lot as a team, is they like to utilize a lot of these kind of underrated brawlers, but just make them work and make them thrive.
Yeah, Leon is a very, very solid brawler. It's not, you know, one of the top ones in the meta right now. Not one of the big names like Carl, Bonnie, and Janet, for example. But it does really well, and it doesn't really get countered too much either, you know? It's not a brawler that you can easily counter, especially with the current meta. We'll see our bans here already for Out in the Open. Now, this is a mode as well that I feel like FAC have been looking excellent on in general. Knockout is really where, to me, they shine the most. We'll see the Janet, Bonnie, and Carl bans on their side. Team Queso taking out Fang, Bo, and Max. And I mean, the Fang ban makes a lot of sense to me, considering, you know, how many massacres we've seen FAC do with that brawler.
I like the boldness of Team Queso when it comes down to the first pick, because they haven't picked anything traditional just yet. Now, mind you, we do see the ban of Bonnie and Janet and Carl, so that kind of makes their options quite limited. We do see FAC going for the Leon this time, but let's talk about the Eve, actually, because she's a brawler who's been pretty much looked over in the current meta ever since she received that nerf. With her gadget, she'll be able to jump back over that wall that sort of locks in your rollout into mid. And also, I wonder if we'll see either of these teams employ the use of that jump pad that is available as well. That can enable some kind of tank play, and I think that's exactly how FAC are going to use the Leon. I don't know whether it was Reply Totem or SK or the like that applied this strategy as well, but it worked beautifully, and I think that, that this is how FAC are going to be planning on using it. But here's the Lola. We still don't see any wall break, though, so it might be kind of complicated as they roll out to mid, because they'll have to go through a choke point in order to get there.
I think Bo, but the ban there being such a great one in that respect from Team Queso. Eve here, I think, is actually one of the very few maps and modes now where she can actually work out pretty well in that left-hand side lane. So I don't necessarily mind it here, but we can't deny that she has definitely dropped off in terms of the meta, and Sprout coming in for Team Queso, which was one that they really do make work more often than not. It's one of their stronger drafts in that respect, but the wall breaker coming in of the Brock might be the very thing to change that. I think it was a daring time to pick Sprout in that respect, considering that FAC had the final pick. But again, sometimes you kind of have to take a little bit of a risky road, and if you know that a brawler is going to be something that you can thrive off the back of, then why not go for it and just kind of hope in that respect. But Team Queso have got to therefore play a bit of an early game approach here, Teddy. They don't want to have this one linger out too long. The longer this does go on, the more of those walls will be pulled out of the way, especially with the Gene as well with the Magic Hand. Gadget there, Rocket Fuel, although we have seen a bit of a rise in Rocket Laces as well, to be fair. So I wouldn't put that, well, straight off the bat there.
Yeah, you were saying?
Yeah, sorry to press cancels out that very idea.
All right, well, so far, that's the thing. Like, I mean, Eve is an interesting one, man. Like, I'm not sure. It's a brawler that Team Queso still, like, they're probably the team that's brought it out the most in this season. But I think it hasn't worked yet for them. I think they played like twice this season on Canal Grande, and I think from the top of my head, both times they lost.
Yeah.
So I'm not so convinced by it just yet. We'll have to see if this time around they can make it work. This is a big set for Team Queso. If they can pick this one up, they're one leg into the final stage. Although, I mean, you know, they still need to make sure that Reply Totem wins against Craze in that case. We're not there just yet. OGS actually to find the first kill FA Siege, really, as it is going to be Kevin to get a pickup on the top right.
Yeah, I don't mind, I should say, rather, that Eve picked there, but again, it's more of like an early game thing that you can utilize, but this is where, if FA Siege continue like this, they're going to play the long game approach, and I think this is where we might see a little bit of a shift, and this could well go all the way. That looks pretty convincing for me on the side of FA Siege, who have got, again, a really decent draft in this respect. I want to see a little bit more from Blacksea, and he is going to pop the ego there, but not going to get any value from it. I mean, that is the thing. When they push forwards here, there's so much coverage for FA Siege to be able to just utilize. So they need to get that sprout forwards. Javi needs to get the ability to control the situation, and early at that. Otherwise, this could well be another round going the way of FA Siege.
And so far, we do have Brock Super coming in, finds some tags, but 2 low HP players, none of them gonna go down. Opportunity to heal up, Hashling spawning in. Now, Team Queso, they push up in sync with those Hashlings. Both will be dealt with, but no opportunities for kills on either side. Gugu has a pull, is not gonna go for it. This is very low HP now, forced to fall back. Sort of Breza as well, walled out, so we'll be rotating over to the right-hand side. A gadget to bring back that wall for Javi. Kill from Kevin, though. This, Gugu is low. Oh, they clear it up. Beautiful stuff from FA Siege. That was clean. And if Team Queso don't give them a bit more of a fight in the next one, we might be going all the way here.
This is what I'm worried about, yeah. I mean, it's looking already kind of similar to how we saw FA Siege approaching things in Brawl Ball, and you know, this looks like a much better map and mode for them. I think draft-wise, they kind of got it on point. The risk was a good one, a bold one from Team Queso for the Sprout, and I want to see it start to still work, and it can, but again, with so much cover on the side of FA Siege here, they can just hunker down, realistically, in the opening stages of this match, unless they get an early 3 versus 2 on the situation. I feel like FA Siege are going to be playing this as slow as possible while staying as aggressive and defensive as possible.
All right. Well, no opportunities just yet here for Team Queso, and some of their bush has been destroyed already. Blacksea taking a fair bit of damage as well in the process. Gadget from Gugu doesn't quite find much with his single Vengeful Spirit, and a great super there onto Blacksea, but he lives with 200 HP. No connection from Sort of Breza either to close it out. They're all so low on Team Queso, but none of them are going down. However, Gas is forcing them out of a bit of an awkward position, and with the HP pool they have right now, there's just not too much of a chance. FA Siege now just a round away from going to set 5.
Tearing ahead. Absolutely tearing ahead, and we need to see more from Queso. We need to see some kind of resistance for this. There's a nice wall there from Javi, but Magic Hand available to Gugu, so they can't really push it forwards. I mean, it does... Oh, Gugu's going in. That's a bit aggressive. Could have gone for a pull there, but may actually go down, and Soda Breza as well low as a result of that. It's looking better. It's looking back. Rafa taking no chances. I like that. But the Magic Puffs is where the Sheen pick is going to thrive realistically here for me. Kevin can't be that far away from Super here either. Ego going out, and that's a good time for it. But I still feel like despite all this going on, that somehow, some way, FA Siege is still in control.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal right now. That Sprout wall was very annoying as well for Kevin. He was kind of just locked out of the fight. Couldn't help his teammate out on the right-hand side. Gugu does have that pull. If he can get that connection, especially before they get forced in an uncomfortable situation with the gas, that could go a long way, but he's taken quite low HP, nearly taken out, but Soy de Breza finds a nice kill. Blacksea is low, Blacksea falls. It's Javi versus Soy de Breza in a 1v1. Javi is, he's just stuck, nowhere to go. Soy de Breza takes it, and now we are gonna see that 5th and final set. What a way to see if, first of all, FA Siege can go straight to the finals, or anything to say about it.
This is what we wanted, realistically, here for this matchup. I mean, it wouldn't be fitting, it wouldn't be right for it to not go all the way. Far more damage dealt on the side of FA Siege, as you'd expect, 58,000 plus, and less healing. But again, what does that really matter? I mean, they weren't really finding themselves often on the ropes, whereas Team Queso, again, you know, took a bit of a risk. It didn't pay off, in my opinion. I gotta say, though, as well, I hope they go away from this one just kind of rethinking the Eve pick just a little bit. I mean, it was picked so early on, and I feel like there's better options. If it was working across the board and other teams maybe sort of choosing to prioritize it and getting good results with it, I can understand that. I do understand it in the sense that this map does cater towards it, just in the ability to be able to have more maneuverability around that lake side. But I just don't know. I feel like she's dropped off too much to be necessarily competitively viable already.
I think so too, and we'll roll back the... Of course, the Gene was a pretty good asset throughout this set, and FA Siege used it to great success, but Javi on the Sprout did struggle quite a bit. He did almost get taken down here, ended up getting taken down by that last rocket as well. This is, at the end of the day, FA Siege playing this very, very well, and some of the picks on the other side struggling quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it was the perfect brawler for a response. I think so did Breza really utilized the Brock as well today. For me, one brawler that has kind of obviously been more of a spotlight in North America and LATAM, let's be honest. But, I like to see it, and it worked out so well. The Gene pick as well, that's the brawler realistically that, would replace the E for me. When you're finding yourselves in those positions where you are behind in your defensive zones, having a super to hand means that your opposition can't really push, and that was what we saw a lot of the time on the side of Queso.
I think even just the magic puffs, right? When you have the gas pushing you out of that positioning, you're not going to have any cover to work with in the open. I mean, as the name says it very nicely, you're out in the open. And magic puffs is kind of a way to work around it, have a little bit more HP, and more often than not, it's going to keep a couple players alive that otherwise might just not be, and that can turn things around very nicely. I was doing the math again just to keep everyone up to date. Right now, Team Case are going to be 9 and 16 in sets because of those 2 sets dropped. So even if they win, I mean, this is the perfect scenario for Craze so far, at least. As right now, Team Queso, if they win this one and Craze win their next match, Craze is qualified.
Well, it's going to be pretty much doing the impossible. Craze Clan are going to surprise us with a victory. Sure, I'm all for it. But first, it has to start with Team Queso getting a W of their own. And they're going to start things off with a Bonnie first pick here on double swoosh. Now, I find this kind of interesting. It's going to work great on the left side. Amber is banned out by FA Siege. Definitely no communication. Going to work kind of against FA Siege because the bushes are going to be such a huge asset to Team Queso, and I wouldn't even complain if we saw a Ruffs pick from the side of FA Siege. It would combo great with the Gene, and it would be able to break open some walls as well. There are other options available. Bo has banned out by Team Queso, so now we have a couple of picks left for Team Queso to accent the Bonnie. It's not going to be a challenge to do, but they do have to play into a Carl, and that is challenge enough.
I like how this is shaping up to be for FA Siege. I think Carl in here and Gene with that bow ban that, again, Team Queso would love to have realistically now, looking back on things, picked up. Penny as well, great map for it. Stu as well, I don't mind it necessarily. I don't mind even like an Ash pick here, to be honest, and that could have been something that would be more problematic if they'd gone for it against FA Siege in that side of things, because you can really push back a Gene as a gem carrier, but that is what I assume they're going to be going for with the Stu. We've seen it in the East Asia a lot to use Stu as a gem carrier here, but Pam lane, I can buy it, I can see it. Colette though coming in for FA Siege, and one that often flies under the radar.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I mean, Carl is Carl, all right? I think we've talked about him enough this season. But Gene on double swoosh is so good as well. Just in general, a gem carrier that can pull and bring your enemy's gems towards you, or just, help your lanes win their lanes. That's very valuable. But when you add vision gear to the mix as well, and you can constantly just track your enemies in those bushes, that's so much value. And I like some of the ideas. I love Stu in general. It's, a big-time pop-off brawler as well that can absolutely turn around games just by himself. He's going to be the gem carrier as well, but I don't know, man. I feel like draft-wise, so far, FA Siege, they've got to have at least a bit of an advantage. Team Queso, they're going to have to execute things very, very cleanly here, as Soda Bristol already clears up Raph on the left-hand side.
Soda Bristol has been playing really consistently today. Honestly, I've been watching him with eagle eyes, and he's really thriving off the back of every game with the Buzz pick that we saw him on earlier, and as well with the Brock pick. Every game and every set, it just seems like he's doing great things. And look at him go again. Great value for the Gotcha Gadget there. Keeping back the Pam, which is not necessarily an easy thing to do on Pam lane. And just keeping Alice J realistically off the objective, hugely so. But now Javi coming in for the pinch, forcing then Gugu and Soda Breza down this left-hand side lane. It's a bit of a distraction. Enough time to get some gems potentially in the pocket here on the mid and even out this game so far.
Yeah, I do have to admit, I feel like Javi is doing an amazing job on the Bonnie. Also having both speed gear and the speed booster is huge. And knockback, it is going to be a kill here. So the Bros actually goes down as well. And Avi, oh, he survives, man. No way. So fast. On tackling out the bunny to Clyde, I guess.
Yeah, for me as well. I love the way that Javi wasn't greedy. That is such a thing that can come back to haunt, but he knew that Kevin was going to be able to close the gap and start to pressurize him just enough time by doing so to heal up and escape the situation. But the gems are now split. That is a little bit of a saving grace on the side of FA Siege, who are bringing back the control and also the gems to match. That's another one in the pocket, so now 8 on both sides, and Javi and might choose to go and try to tackle Soda President together here, but they're not. Javi is then going to jump at just the right time, and Soda President, despite the gadget pop there, goes down, so one less for him. Gugu, though, if he gets the pull here, could go a very long way.
Yeah, 9 onto FA Siege, 9 onto Team Queso, 1 gem to start a countdown, and Alias is just going to go for the pull. Connects, though. That is absolutely massive, as all of the gems now are transferred over to FA Siege, and Team Queso need a pickup. It's gonna have to be Kevin going down to stop the countdown. They could tie things up if they take down Gugu, but still that would be dangerous. However, they're getting isolated. Ali going for some gems, trying to go back home with them as well. So the Breza falls. It's still 14 on Gugu though. So Team Queso, they're gonna get back into the mix and take him down, and time is running low for that.
Looking at Javi, it's got to be Javi realistically here. The time is not on their side, and he goes down. Roffer is pulled in, and that is going to be FA Siege on to match point, and 1 game away from qualifying for the Season 1 Challenge Finals. What a huge, huge moment for them, and it's almost telling like I called it. 1 pull away, and it could have all turned around. What a time for Gugu to hit those pulls, especially considering that we were giving him a lot of stick in the BSC in July monthly finals for missing those on that very brawler.
And to do it on a Stu with Super is even more impressive, because that's probably the worst kind of pull you can have to go for, right? Beautiful stuff from him. I mean, he steps up at the moment that matters the most. And right now, Team Queso, Craze Clan, both on the same side of things, where they are going to be biting their nails about this one, because, yeah, this is putting in a lot of danger on the side of Team Queso. Gugu, low HP, and he gets pinched by Rafa as well. Kevin trying to deal with him now, but those gems are going to be carried over to the red side now, as Team Queso, they have a 6-gem lead after stealing those away from FA Siege.
I like the emergency healing station to get out of that one, but the thing that concerns me is that for the most part, Soda Preza has been controlling this left-hand side lane considerably against the Pan, but that's the perfect time for the gems to drop. Soda Preza could not steal them out along the way. Kevin will get the takedown, but it only necessarily brings FA Siege back in terms of their control. They are behind in terms of the gems, and that's a concern for them. They're going to have to hold here to bring this one back.
Yeah, but so far, I mean, holding they are. Rafa does get the takedown onto Kevin. It is quite big, but the fact that Soda Preza wins the left lane is going to create still enough space for FACH to keep some control in the mid, and they've closed the gap. Honestly, it's only 2 gems now in favor of Team K, so Gugu has a pull as well. We've seen what kind of magic he can do with those. Alias is going to find gem number 8 now for Team K. So Javi up close against Gugu. Gugu is the one to get the takedown. And that's going to be gem 7 now, picked up by FA Siege.
Nice tap from Ali, but Soda Preza returns with some of his own. Gugu still has that pull, and that will be communicated across the board for Team Quesos. Kevin goes in, gets some good value, and Gugu with the pickup. Alice Shay as well, forced back by Kevin, is now in a 3 versus 1. He's going to be very cautious here to not only heal up along the way, but not get overconfident in doing so. 9 gems now as a brilliant comeback. FA Siege with the full high ground control, but they've got to hold down this mid here. Team Queso need to go in. Kevin knows it. He's going to go on the aggressive. Alice Shay completely out of position. FA Siege getting the steal.
I mean, what could he do? He was in a 1v3. He needed to go for the gem, otherwise it was GG anyways. That was a bit of a nightmare situation for him. Not much else he could have done. FA Siege, they are taking this one home. They are going to the finals as they take down Team Queso. Beautiful stuff from them. I mean, they went all the way to make it happen, but here's the thing, they're the one team that does not care how many losses it's going to take in sets, because there's no more triple tiebreaker, there's no more tiebreaker whatsoever. They now have locked in their 4th win and their spot to the finals.
If you listen really, really closely, Teddy, somewhere you can just about hear the sigh of relief from the admin team who have been given a little bit of a saving grace when it comes to after working out all those numbers. But we're going to give a huge congratulations to FA Siege today because, again, Team Queso are a massive contender for this region. FA Siege played fantastically well. There were certain game modes for me that really allowed them to shine in Brawl Ball, in Knockout, with, again, great drafts along the way ready, and that was the thing that I felt they were able to achieve and give themselves the edge today over Team Queso.
And as is usually the case, Gym Grab is the ultimate test of do you understand Brawl Stars on a fundamental level. It's the core game mode at the center of the game, and it's all about control. And they did a beautiful job of all pushing in at the exact same time, having that coordination. We saw SSJ really wanted that last gym, and he had all the tools to do it. Yeah, he didn't have a speed zone left, but he had a super, and that's all you need versus a Gene. And then here comes the push. Right side, here comes the Carl. On the left side, Colette destroys the left side, and I think that the coordination is absolutely there, and the reasons why they are locking in this fourth spot are abundantly evident.
Yeah, I feel like it was absolutely deserved, in my opinion. And, you know, again, you know, we're still looking to see what you guys have to say at home over on Twitter using the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. Was that the outcome that you were looking for? Were you rooting maybe for Team Queso? And now it's a big sad. I mean, again, you know, make it catch our eye. Maybe I'll even interact with it myself over on Twitter. But again, you know, as well, got to give a massive shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, because again, you know, to have this opportunity to put on this competition, to have the players be in a position to be able to compete for such great amounts of prize pool. I mean, Teddy, I know that sometimes on the casting desk we get a little bit jealous when it comes to that prize pool.
Oh, it's certainly so. I mean, I wish that was all going, you know, in my pocket. Unfortunately, it's not. But, dude, it's been such an exciting season so far, and we haven't even gotten to the playoffs, the finals, just yet. We still have a couple more matches today as well, some big headers as well. So I'm excited for the rest, and it's all because of, you know, one thing. It's right here, Snapdragon Pro Series, guys. Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Big shout out to them.
I mean, you know, I think you're onto something though. You know, with commission potentially cuts
maybe.
on the prize pool for the casters. I mean, I'm done. Anyway, I digress. We've got still more bangers up next. Craze Clan and Reply Totem are going to be bashing out head-to-head, and again, after that, SK Gaming and Tribe Gaming. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to Real or Fake. Here's how it works. The player is given a prompt that contains information from Brawl Stars. The player then decides whether it's real or fake. If the player decides that it's fake, the player has to point out which part of it is fake. Points are awarded for correctly identifying the prompts. Let's see how they did.
Hello guys, I'm Chaos, a player from SK Gaming, and today I'm with Baguette, so we are going to do the interview, so let's see. Yeah, the name of the star power is Bro, alright?
Yeah, so it's fake. What is the image?
Lord, for real? No way.
Karen Grow. That is the description from the 125 damage.
Yeah.
This one.
With his attack and super.
Hey, let's go. Mortis gates.
The image, I will say it's good. Or not, because
The image, yes, is the long dash, I think.
yes, maybe.
Only this one, the star power name.
Coiled Snake.
Because I mean,
I don't have the game in English.
I don't know what is coiled.
I think it's maybe it's true. I don't know.
We see the description, so fine.
No, I think the description is good.
You see?
Yeah.
So we say the name of the star power.
I think so.
Okay, we say the name of the star power. It's fake.
Oh,
This one is a
No, the image.
the logo, yeah, the logo.
The logo.
Next one.
This one. Because that is for
Next one. Dark Force. The image is correct. Who said Dark Force, bro? Who said Dark Force, bro? What is it? Okay, I say that the fake is Dark Force, the name of the star power. Now oh,
that force.
to repeat, que dice for what, okay? The image is good.
I think it's the aim.
The maximum duration is bad. It
Yeah,
to be
it's
like
bad.
the minimum duration or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know about the.
This is why 2 points, no? Because
Yeah.
two things.
Yeah. I mean, I will say the minimum, you know.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we have found our 4 teams that have qualified for the Season 1 Challenge Finals. It is Reply Totem, Tribe Gaming EU, SK Gaming, and now FA Siege, after what was a fantastic performance today, join that 4. But we are not done yet for today. 2 matches are still to come. Up next, Reply Totem and Craze Clan, because again, there is still bragging rights. There is still a lot of storylines that we need to see resolved, Teddy. Do Reply Totem get to the undefeated? Because if they do, that is so fierce as a statement to everyone else.
That would be really big. Now, besides bragging rights, I believe that Craze actually can still, have some work to do on the seeding. Their final spot in the season, they did win against Team Queso. They have the same amount of wins, but it means now if they could get a 3rd win, they could get 5th at the end of the season potentially. And I mean, that would definitely be quite nice. They're 5th right now, actually, but they might drop down. And that is what I mean. Actually, I think they're locked in. No, I think they're locked in on 5th. So disregard that. Reply Totem as well can't really move on their seeding when they're on top, and they won the head-to-head against SK and Tribe, so that doesn't matter too much for them. However, yeah, you're right. Bragging rights goes a long way, especially after you have such a clean run. But at the same time as well, Reply Totem, I mean, if there's one day where they could potentially afford to slack, a day where there's no seeding, there's no more qualifying, it would be today. And I would forgive them if they were to, take a loss.
And it's quite interesting, too, because if you look at the position where FA Baguette is on this leaderboard, they're not going to get to that number 6 spot. They were actually very, very close, but it all came down to the performance of Team Queso in that last match, whether they would be able to ascend above them on the leaderboard. But still, the struggle doesn't end for Craze Clan because they will trade out with Team Queso if they take the loss here. It's unfortunate stuff, but still, even beyond there, there's still more switching up to do on the leaderboard. SK Gaming and Tribe EU could switch places as well, so 2 more potential switcheroos we could see on the leaderboard with the rest of the day.
And again, the thing to remember here as well is the points do carry over to Season 2. At the end of Season 2, we've got up for grabs after the, what will be the Season 2 Challenge Finals, a Master LAN to contend for. So teams want to get as many points in Season 1 as possible. It's as simple as that. And going to those extents to make sure that you can lock in as many as you can under the circumstances, you can't quit, you can't stop, you gotta keep striving for more. And yeah, it's a bit bittersweet for Craze Clan today because they would love to have come into this next matchup with a little bit of a glimmer to be able to, have that tiebreaker scenario play itself out, and it's not going to happen. However, if they can do the unthinkable against a team that have been flawless throughout this entire season, then that will earn them some major kudos, Teddy.
Oh, I mean, that could be the little boost towards their motivation that could help, have some better performance in Season 2 or other events, because, the team is not just going to be on vacation until the next season. Reply Totem maybe can take a little bit of a break now, but yeah, on the side of Craze, they got a lot of work to do. And this is their chance, to face the biggest, the bestest of the region, and we'll see if they can actually make it work.
Yeah, they are the big dogs. Reply Totem are fierce, absolutely fierce. Not a single loss so far in this season's competition, but will today be their first? Let's check out their roster. If you haven't heard of these guys by now, you must be new around here. And if you're new around here, well, welcome in. This is a team that you need to put in your notebook. Inso, of course, being the coach, Maori, Joker, and Maru. And ready, this team at the moment are at the top of their game. So much synergy, so much ability to go on the aggressive, but again, a patient team nonetheless, who are so fierce in this region.
Time and time again, I love to gush about this roster because it's so organized, it's so clear the role that everyone fulfills. Inso is the brain, he lays the stage for everyone to perform on. Mari and Maru, they flank the sides of Joker as he goes for some clutch plays and uses his pure mechanical skill to make things bend to his will. It's very clear why this team works, and whether it's in the draft, whether it's on the battlefield, you should be taking notice because we've seen some other teams sort of replicating some of their drafts, some of the brawlers that they like to play as well, to great success, even so far today.
Well, they are on top. I wonder how it feels to be on top and how they are considering going in to their matchup. We asked them the question. Let's find out how they feel about it.
Yeah, Craze is a team that has been struggling too in the latest months, maybe weeks, and I don't know if they keep going like that and we can have an easy match versus them, because I think they have a lot of potential, but I don't know, they have some problems right now.
Straight with the burn right there from him. So not holding back, just saying, yeah, this team's struggling in the minute, and yeah, I mean, I wonder how that feels. I mean, Inso, mate, you have to rub it in. But I mean, confidence. I mean, rightly so. I mean, for a team like this, Roddy, with how they've been faring in the competition, I mean, you're the king. You're saying high and mighty, and why not flaunt it?
And I don't know if you guys heard in the background, but I certainly did. It was either a fire truck or an ambulance, and that I don't think that was planned, but it certainly is fitting, and it's quite it's not even ironic. It's just fitting for a Totem because, yeah, with a burn like that, you're going to need some assistance. Though, that said, these guys are really on fire lately, and they show no signs of slowing down. Now, we did theorize a little bit earlier about, is this team maybe going to take an off day, take a vacation, right? Not like the Lena, who we haven't seen, but take it a little bit easier today versus Craze Clan, because it's quite clear that they think that this team is not really a threat to them.
Yeah, that could very well be a valid point, actually. If they underestimate their opposition and go too easy on the situation, maybe that could massively change the outcome here. And I don't think Reply Totem will ever be going easy on any team, but they are in their honeymoon period. I mean, they haven't really necessarily got much in the way of pressure, whereas Craze really want to prove themselves. If you don't know who Craze are, let's check out their roster now. Well, Naui, Rama, and Miao have had some great success in the past, no doubt about it, and have also demonstrated that they can take on a team like Reply Totem. Back in the cups for Split 2, in the grand finals no less, in Split, in Cup number 5, it went the way of Reply Totem 2-0, but responding to that in Grand Finals Cup 6, it was Craze Clan that picked up the win 2-1. So they are familiar with their opposition. They've proven to the world that they can beat their opposition. But Teddy, is today going to be the day that they turn this from a 1-1 to a 2-1 in their favor?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing that worries me with this match, right? Is that team, you know, we're talking about Totem, whether they're on vacation or not. As far as I'm concerned, they could all be on the beach right now, and I would still consider them as the favorites. Very much so, you know? And it's going to be a tough matchup for Craze no matter what. This is kind of their saving grace that Totem might not, you know, have prepared as heavily as they usually do because they don't need to win this one. But yeah, it's still, I mean, it's still Totem, you know, and they're always going to be very problematic to face.
Well, taking a look at the draft, we already see a couple of bans being duplicated on both sides. Bonnie and Janet both mutually banned, but for the side of Craze Clan, it's going to be the Carl elimination. And I find this interesting considering that by the looks of things, they had first pick. They just don't want to play versus this brawler, and they don't want to play as it either. You got to play to your strengths when you're Craze Clan and you're faced up versus a formidable opponent like Totem. And Carl is not really a brawler that they are comfortable on, as has been evident through the entire series so far. But they are going to be going for an Amber, which is going to be great for burning up some of the bushes. Stu, great as a mid, kind of pioneered here as well by Reply Totem, so it's very smart of Craze to pick that up for themselves. And he's going to have Breakthrough. He'll be great for breaking open some of the walls and outranging some of the brawlers on the enemy team.
It's got to be a Gene, surely for me. Reply to him here. I mean, you know, Amber not being banned out this time is going to make a big difference for me. I really like the draft for Craze, but I feel like surely Gene will be the way for Reply to him to go here, and it's not.
Okay.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm just a caster. But nothing wrong with Penny, for me, not at all. But, you know, it's obviously how they play it. Let's be honest, Teddy, you know, a bad day for Reply Totem is still the best of days for every team in this region.
Yeah, pretty much so. And, you know, I would argue maybe against SK or Tribe that things could be swinging in their favor, or even that it would be likely that they'd win if Totem are having a very bad day. Against Craze, I'm not so sure. I really am not so sure. I mean, Craze, they will need to pull off a formidable performance in this matchup, and I'm wishing them the best of luck. Let's see how much work they can get done, as early on, Joker already just straight up stealing the gem in front of Rama's nose.
Well, I find it interesting that Stu isn't running Breakthrough here because Speed Zone would have been a fantastic option. Had Gene been picked, Stu really counters this brawler because he can dash away from a pole. He can throw down a Speed Zone as well to block that pole. He's a great way to deal with Gene, but Reply Totem were not able to play this brawler because Stu is just too good versus him. Though we already see some bush break on the left side. Rama also kind of assisting this right lane with Naui on the Pam because he's going to have a lot more speed. It's going to allow him to have a lot more viability on this right side. Look how fast he moves as well with that speed gear active. On the left side, though, Maori does get burnt up, but Reply Totem still have a slight gem advantage with 5 gems versus 3. As long as Joker can make good use of these phase shifters, he'll probably be home safe, and the pressure from Reply Totem is just remarkable when it comes to Stu and pinching this right side. Still, though, they're operating at a very small lead.
All right, now Joker gonna grab gem number 7 and says it's a good moment to dash out and play a little bit more safe. Piercing shot from the Penny also doesn't quite find the connection onto. Ooh, actually a good kill there from Naui. Rama dealing most of the damage, but the final blow comes from Naui. Gems are still going to be sitting there. Joker is able to pick them up. Very passive from Rama. I feel like maybe he could actually have gone for it. He's going to get the takedown onto Maro on the top right and retrieve his gems, but that created about enough space for Joker to pick up 10 gems of his own. And now the countdown is going to have Reply Totem. Craze need a kill onto Joker. Joker trying to get out of the way here.
No
He's
way.
going down. Rama? Did he make it out?
Oh my gosh.
How?
Oh
How
my gosh.
did he survive that?
Well, there was no escape plan there for Rama. Surely Reply Totem were thinking in their heads that he's not going to be able to cycle supers off of us. We have a shield, but Craze Clan says, well, we have a Naui. He's playing on the Pam, and he's going to suck up a bunch of damage. But Reply Totem fire back just as fast as they had to play offense. They're going to pick up 1-2 gems and tie things up. It was not a done deal as soon as Craze Clans planned this big heist to bring the gems back. And Reply Totem once again have the countdown, and Joker has no phase shifter, so he's play this very cautiously. Rama has all the movement in the world on his side, and now he has positioning. It's going to come down to how well Meow can use these piercing attacks versus Maru, but he's being kept at range pretty effectively. Another countdown for Reply Totem. Very aggressive play from Naui. It's going to make them turn their focus from mid onto the right lane, and the countdown begins for Craze Clan as soon as it is ended by Reply Totem. But if this trade continues going back and forth, Reply Totem will be able to run away with the 15th gem here.
Yeah, right now it's going to be spawning onto Rama, picks it up, pretty classic stuff. But as you mentioned, the first team that will get to 15, if things remain with this current pace and pattern, it's going to be Reply Totem. Craze tying things up once more, and the ultimate gem here to spawn this game is there now. Joker picks it up, and this means that Craze, they need to make something happen. Penny Mortar plays down. Now he goes for an aggressive healing station. A lot of damage all around the place. Only Maru left alive with 12 HP, and the countdown ends. Yeah, that is the change as well from if you guys watched some of those sort of situations a couple months back before they reworked the end game here in Gem Grab. It used to be that it would just cancel the countdown. Nowadays, when the final gem spawns, there's 15 seconds. Getting that kill, that was a victory here for Craze.
That's insane from Craze, and honestly, we've been watching the gem mine at the center of the screen the entire time. Our eyes are glued to it. We're watching the showdown between Rama and Joker, but more importantly, I think we ought to be watching Naui because he fought a 1v1 and had someone flexing onto his lane occasionally. That was Joker trying to also pinch him away, and the survivability from the guy was just absolutely insane, and in the end, he stood alive and was able to take the victory. Had he not been there, had he taken literally one more hit from any single enemy, it would have been a draw here in Gem Grab, which is just about unheard of. But bringing it into the next game, Craze Clan has gotten a similar start to before. Reply Totem seriously falling on the defensive here. Joker going to fall to the Mama Squeeze, and Craze Clan simply have to play defense now because they have complete control of mid, and a couple more gems going to their side. They're going to get to 9 gems pretty soon here, and they only need one more to spawn on their side to run it back.
All right, Craze in a really good position. That's gem 10 now picked up by Rama, and it's a much more one-sided affair than the previous game. Let's see if Reply Totem can stop this countdown, but it doesn't seem very likely. Joker burns to his demise, and Craze will be taking both game and set here. Just want to point out a thing. I'll have to watch the replay later on, but it would be possible that if the gem carrier died as well at the end, which he nearly did, we could maybe even have seen a draw in Gem Grab, which I have never seen before.
And we most importantly have not seen it in competitive, so a lot of firsts today, but there's a 5th as well happening today. That's the 5th set that Totem has conceded during this entire competition. It's the final day. This is the only day left where they can lose any sets, and while they're in a comfortable position right now, Ark, that's going to be really important to not drop any more sets, because if they do, they very well might be headed to a match point.
I've got to say as well, like, if Craze do continue this on with the sets, I mean, that's going to be a horrible way to end out for them. You know, considering the matchup that we had before and how it impacted and took away from a potential three-way tie as this would have been. Not the case now. FA Siege have qualified. Not going to happen. But, you know, for me as well, yeah, I mean, like, we saw a tie in Knockout yesterday. I mean, how fitting would it have been to see a tie today in Gem Grab? Just breaking records here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. But, again, you know, for me, Reply Totem, I don't feel like they're going easy on Craze. I think they're still going equally as strong as they always would. But Craze seem to have brought their A-game a little bit today. I feel like they just kind of amped it up a little bit and just kind of felt to themselves like that they wanted to prove themselves. And I've got absolutely no quarrels with that whatsoever. I think it's a great thing to see themselves off the back of these games looking more confident as the Craze that we've seen going through the splits, because in the cup stages in split 1 and split 2, this was a team that really was dominating the competition, and you know, going into the challenge stages, we had massive high hopes for Teddy. We expected this team to actually be the complete opposite side of the leaderboard.
Oh yeah, absolutely with you. I mean, you know, until like yesterday or 2 days ago, we thought Craze might very much finish on all the way on the bottom of the leaderboard, which is quite a shocking possibility to just think about. This looked better, though. I do have to say that I've seen Totem play better, even already yesterday. I mean, ever since they've been qualified, it hasn't been their triple A game. It's still their A game, but not quite a triple A game. but that's something they can afford to. You know, worst case if they lose, they're still going to be #1 seed. They're still going to be the best team in Europe. It's not something that anyone is going to be questioning. But I mean, obviously, if they can take the win, they probably should. And out in the open is where our next set is heading. A chance here for Totem to strike back, or for Craze to double down and maybe take a second set.
The draft is in. Reply to Zoom banning out the Eve. They seem to value it, as I did give I could give Team Queso a hard time for it here. But again, you know, it is a common pick here still nonetheless, so I don't necessarily mind the ban. Ross, Squeak on top of that. On the side of Craze Clan, we've got the Bonnie, the Janet, and the Squeak. Big hard hitters for them. An early pick of Gene, and it worked out incredibly well earlier today here, ready for FA Baguette.
Yeah, it certainly did. I just wonder how much value it's going to be able to provide, since this is going to be into a bow already. It's a wise pickup, and here's Penny as well. If she wants, if she really wants, she can throw down a turret, but the more important thing for Penny is that she has the Salty Barrel at her disposal, so she can block out a Gene pull. Same exact thing goes for Bo. In fact, he's going to have a double use here because he'll be able to help Penny get her turret for complete free, but it's not going to be without its challenges because Carl will be picked up by the enemy side. Here's Totem once again going with the Brock that gave them great success on this map just yesterday. And there's only one pick left for Craze to try and respond to this. And typically, the response to Carl is pretty weak. You're basically going for the second best thing behind Carl, but whatever it is, it's going to have to make use of that jump pad on the right side.
Yeah, I do really like what I'm seeing here from Craze. Now, sure, the very meta picks at the moment in Knockout and on this map, I would say are the way of Totem, because, you know, Carl, Gene, very, very good brawlers at the moment, especially on this map and mode. But yeah, I do love the idea of a bow Totem with a Penny, because Penny, you know, it's always been a brawler that's like at 75%, unlocks full potential once you have that turret available. Fang as a final pick is interesting for the least. It's really going to be turning up the aggression. However, against something like a Gene, actually against all of those brawlers, they have ways of escaping and kind of getting out of there if he goes for a super, whether it's a rocket jump, or if we see, you know, the lamp blowout. There's a couple of possibilities to deal with it, and he takes a lot of damage early on, forcing him to fall back. And so far early on, it's going to be all Totem for control.
Definitely a good shout there, and a good shot too for Maori, as he does manage to take things down. Now he's trying to get some aggression, push in for Meow, and it's going to lead to a takedown. Maori also hanging on to this pull. He knows that if he uses it now, he might actually not be able to win the round in the end, so he's going to try and make this work without using his pull. And here's the retreat, actually. He's either going to be sitting in the bush or waiting for the poison to close in. And Meow says, whoa, 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 hold up. I don't have a super. I need to get one. Can you, like, stand still for just a moment? And Maori is like, I'm going to make the mad dash for the poison. You can't catch me. You're not fast enough. Meow needed only one hit, though. And the Craze Clan are going to end off the first round with a couple of supers on their side. And we saw just how deadly it was for Fang to get an early super, and especially for Joker, because he's not running rocket lasers, and there's just about no reality where he would, considering that Brock is here exclusively for the wall break that enables the quick rollout off the beginning of the game. We will see Mauro on the right side, though, trying to get the range diff, but he doesn't have a super, and Meow could stun him out of it regardless. We'll have to see Meow play very cautiously, though. Oh my gosh, a huge pull, and Maori's able to snag him at maximum range, and that has completely shifted the tide of this game. It's way in favor of Reply Totem now that they don't have to face a Fang.
Yeah, that was a really big pull there from Maori, opening things up very nicely for Reply Totem. Now quite low HP himself. One shot now, and Joker finds yet another. Is hitting his shots with the Brock, and Rama knows that it's over. Doesn't mind reloading the super from the Carl. I mean, I feel like against this comp, Carl doesn't necessarily have like the best super to work with in the first place, but that's 3 supers carried over by Reply Totem and a chance to maybe take the game.
I don't know. If I were Fang right now, I would actually be quite mad, because Gene not having super is the #1 thing that enables the Fang super on the right side. But as long as the pressure is applied in the right manner and in the right places, especially at the right time, then we can see a Fang super in onto Maori to shift the tide of the game once again, but Craze Clan are going to play ultra defensive right here. They got to lure Reply Totem in so that Penny can get her turret a little fast, and that's not working, so now he just gets it the freeway, and he's going to be placing the turret down. Now, Maori probably will go for a pull on this one if he can, but Meow is close behind. Just sort of as a reminder, Maori, don't you want to use the pull on something else? And now Reply Totem have to weather the storm with this cannonball launcher, firing things down. And Reply Totem more or less have control of mid still. They're doing significant damage to Reply Totem. We'll see now he barely survived this attack on the left side as well. Going down to the poison just as it spawns in. That's unlucky.
Yeah, Joker walks through the mines, able to dodge it as well. This is looking like a pretty clean team wipe here from Reply Totem. They'll lose a player in the way, but honestly still very, very good outcome for them. Game picked up now by Reply Totem. And yeah, it does seem like Craze is struggling a little bit more here. They did take the first round, but after that, things started to be more and more quiet on their side.
I don't think I really agree with Bo spinning there at the end and giving free supercharge to Gene, because we saw how much that impacted the game, but it's not all, that's not all it is. It's not just a throw as a spectator. Also, early takedown onto Brock as well. It's going to be huge for Craze Clan and might lead to another win in the beginning of the game. Maori doesn't even get a super off of that. Good use of the salty barrel. Maru not going to get a super either by the looks of things. That sort of spinning there and giving a super for free was a mistake in the game, but it also gives us a look inside the heads of Craze Clan. They've pretty much accepted they've taken a lot of losses in a row, and they're now starting to think like, yeah, we're not supposed to win this match, and that has given them, I think, a lot of confidence. Big super back here by Meow as he dodges out the super for Maori, but it's going to be a lot harder for him to get it back than it is for Maori to get his.
All right, back to passive mode here for Craze. Meow is trying to get a super of his own. Rama has some mines, but he knows if he places them down, they'll just be taken care of. No way for him to really do anything about it. He's still going to go for it. But yeah, I mean, about 1 second time, and then a super comes in from Joker. Maru with a nice shot to claim the kill, and I think maybe he regrets placing those mines right there.
I'm thinking so too. It's not proving to be super successful, though it will lead to a fast rollout in the next game, especially Fang can get a super here. And gradually he's going for these shots, does hit Maru once, so it's not over yet. He has a shield up now. He is going to go down to the smoke at the end of Gene's attack. Meow is still in it though, despite getting pinched really hard. He weathers the storm, just not going to get a super, and that's going to hurt. 3 supers on the side of Reply Totem. If they decide to push through mid, Joker's pretty likely to instantly go for a super, Maori for a max range pull, and Maru, he has his super on lock. It's just not going to be too great versus anyone except for Rama, who's practically out of reach as well. But Meow adopts the left lane this time. This is a very important round. Craze Clan, if they take this one, they can bring the set to 1-1, and once more, maybe get a set off of Reply Totem and get us a 6 set that they've taken over Reply Totem.
All right, back to the poking game as Craze are trying to get some super of their own. Still all 3 supers unused by Reply Totem. Finally the pull and the spinning from Maru as Meow gets taken out, and he was the biggest threat here for Reply Totem. They should be able to take the set. They will do just that. Reply Totem, they strike back, and the second set is going to be going their way as we're all tied up once more.
I think Craze Clan were playing this picture perfect. Okay, it's understandable that you're going to concede a round or two to Reply Totem. That's simply part of the process. It's still a 100% W for Craze Clan, even if a few rounds go the other way. That said, I think that this was actually quite hurtful to team morale to see a Gene super given away by Bo there in game number 1, and that ultimately led to a game loss, and that only quickened the set loss. And while it did give us kind of a look inside of the heads of Craze Clan, I believe, Ark, it just led them to a loss.
Look at the stats as well. I mean, almost twice the amount of damage as Craze. I mean, they had more healing, but yeah, I mean, you're going to need to have more healing when you're getting that much. Definitely looks much better on the side of Reply Totem for me. I mean, much more like kind of what we expected to see. I liked a lot of the pinching that was going on between a lot of how they were able to just keep Craze under pressure. And, you know, the Brock pick as well, I think here is a really solid one. I mean, we saw it work out earlier as well with FA Siege. Gene as well, like that clutch pull, like literally right at the cusp of the range as well. You know, Craze now have had that response, and, you know, are they in a position now to really be able to come back strong from this one? Because with a team like Reply Totem, they get a set that kind of like off the mark, and after that, the walls can come crumbling down.
Yeah, no, definitely so. I mean, it was some good stuff from Reply Totem. Pretty basic, you know, not really anything crazy out of the box. But, you know, it was nothing crazy either from Craze in a somewhat fair matchup. It's going to be Totem that takes it 9 times out of 10, and that's kind of how it felt like for this one, you know, nothing too special happening in the draft, unlike Double Swoosh, where I did feel like, you know, the Emperor is a pick that Craze play really well on Double Swoosh. It's almost their signature brawler for the map, and those two as well, very well played. That was, you know, catching at least somewhat Totem off guard or getting them out of their routine. Here, it felt like routine, and routine is where Totem is going to be shining.
Yeah, exactly that. And I know we've spoken about it a lot today, but I've got to bring up again, like, you know, in terms of the draft, you know, shouldn't Craze be banning out Carl here? Like, realistically, I mean, you know, not just because it's Carl, okay, because I get that, but it's Reply Totem on Carl. I mean, it's not a brawl which they've been, you know, hiding away secretly as being like some sort of surprise idea. It's one which they've always been thriving off the back of, you know, they're kind of at a point now where we come to expect certain picks from them. Daryl, you know, Carl, you know, shouldn't Craze already be banning these out?
I do kind of, I understand the mentality from not banning out Carl, because they're very meta brawlers that he counters out, but if he never gets on lane versus them, then he's never going to get to take him down. And in Knockout specifically, trading up lanes can sacrifice positioning for you. And I think that if there's any place to not really counter out the Carl, it's also a Knockout, because you put yourself in a very risky situation by going in for a super on Carl, especially because there's abundant ways to counter him out. If it's Penny and you don't want Carl on you in close range, use a super that creates an explosion when you place down your turret. There's your stun. Perfect, right? Anything with a stun counters him out. It's just the traditional stuff that we see to counter Carl, or used to see, like Sandy, like Surge, that is simply not going to function here. So I understand the mentality. They ran a bow. We never saw a Carl versus bow interaction, not even once. And I think this is the proper way to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, again, with another draft coming in shortly, I mean, we'll see kind of what Craze got up their sleeves. Definitely, you know, when we've seen Craze under pressure, they haven't necessarily always come back off the back of that with a big response. So I'm hoping to see that from them today, because I would like this to go all the way realistically here. I'd love to see Craze actually get up the win against Reply Totem, just to, you know, just to put that little shred of doubt going in to the challenge finals, you know, especially because at the moment, you know, it's looking like Reply Totem are just like the team to beat, and I'd love to bring them just down a little peg. No, so I can hear you in Twitch chat giving me a hard time. I'm just saying, you know, it's always exciting when you know, anything can happen at the moment. That this could be the series which does that, but we need to see a response from Craze Teddy going into this next set.
Yeah, no, definitely so. I mean, yeah, that was a bit more of a quiet set on their side. They did manage to take 2 rounds out of those two games, which, I mean, still gives double that amount, you know, to Reply Totem. So Totem definitely looked better, but it wasn't an absolute stomp either. Maybe if the draft line's a little nicer for Ring of Fire here, and maybe if Craze can get a little bit more in their favor, they could make something happen. Double Crowban, we'll see Totem take out the Ruffs and the Bell as well. Craze banning out Bonnie and Fang.
Well, we've seen how good Leon can be here on offense, and how he can firmly root himself in those bushes and simply never leave. So it's going to be quite to deal with him if you can't break open walls with Colonel Ruffs, as it has been banned out by Reply Totem. But with Carl being the first pick, ample time for Craze to think up ways to deal with it. Now, Colette, not necessarily the first thing in my mind, but I do like this line of thinking from Craze, where they will play something that counters Carl without playing a Carl counter, if you're catching my drift. They will play adjacent counters that can still function on their own, and Colette absolutely fits that description, and we'll see the Lou from them as well. Look, this is NA bias showing. I love Lou here. Problem is, though, that with Bell banned out, yeah, it's going to be a little bit more secure, but you have other long-range options that are available to you if you want to outrange Lou.
I'm going to say Bo and Ash next for Reply Totem. That's my kind of gamble. I mean, well, okay, Janet, fair enough, but they kind of need the Bo alongside it realistically here, because Lou's going to be that perfect brawler to deny time. again, not going to go for it. Maybe I'm just off today. Maybe my draft is just kind of slightly skewed, but then again, today I shouldn't really be talking about the draft. I'm just the caster. Stu, I do like here as well, though. Janet, again, I mean, we know what Reply Totem can do with that particular brawler, but, you know, I just worry a little bit, to be honest, here, because if Craze wants to come back with a bow here and double down with that Lu, I love that comp.
Yeah, I think that is a possibility for sure. I mean, right now, it's a bit interesting. I mean, I'm assuming the Colette is going to be going on lane, then you have the Lu mid, so they need kind of a second lane to figure out. Squeak is an option. It's a brawler we haven't been seeing much recently. It does get banned out still quite often in hot zone, pretty much only in hot zone at the moment. So I kind of like it. But, yeah, you do have Carl and Janet and Stu on one side of the draft, and those are 3 brawlers that we know Reply Totem can do a lot of damage with. We'll have to see how well the Lu is going to fare against that. It is very much more map-specific, but it's a little bit more niche as well.
This is definitely speed zone being run by Stu, and it's going to be tough for them to deal with because I don't really see the value of breakthrough here, and it's going to be, yep, there's a speed zone as well. It's going to make him almost impossible to hit by Lu because he already has fast speed. As long as he is able to simply walk left and right, then he's not going to get hit by Lu. He did get tagged up a little bit earlier, and some snow cones do find their way onto Joker, but those supers from Lu need to be consistent for this brawler to work. And already, we'll see a super in, and it's going to cause some disruption on the back lines, but Reply Totem still have the advantage in terms of percentage captured, and Joker's simply going to take an alternate route. He's not going for Gasso heal either. He's going for zero drag for a little bit longer super, and what we see this particular star power used for as well is stuff like that, going hyper aggressive and just shutting down enemies. He does get taken down in the end, but as long as you have a victory at mid, then you're able to capture this mid. Rama, though, will be able to get a little bit of supercharge, but no super just yet. He's going to need to get more out here.
A little bit all over the place so far. Moments as well where literally everyone went down. Maru goes flying into the skies. Maru, can he get the pickup? He does. Team wipe now. And that Lu super is going to be left to be wasted on the bottom side of the zone. Reply Totem was the lead now. Another Lu super comes in. Joker is going for some dashes. I mean, the long dashes sort of work out here quite nicely, actually, with the frozen zone. Reply Totem almost at 80%.
I do like the selection of this star power, but now he is going to come in and get a ton of damage. And you see he's also running the pushing gadget because that's going to allow him to stun out Carl in close range. So clearly the thought was there in order to deal with Carl. And now he's going to get a lot more damage, but still Reply Totem are looking so fearsome on this point. Maori just needs to get in and get a little bit with so much health coming in. Maori doesn't even care about the frozen ground because he's able to stay alive. And Maori's plan to do the exact same. Here's the last dash in from Joker as well. And it's a Reply Totem victory. Once more, we see the cogs turning on the side of Craze Clan. It's just the execution that is a little bit challenging to perform, especially when your opponent finds ways for counterplay that are not traditional at all, and probably you wouldn't be drawing out on paper. They say, okay, Stu into Lu, yeah, we'll use zero drag. Forget everything that you know about Stu in the meta, especially Joker, who usually runs Gas heal, and now your only movement is going to be supers while you're at mid.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It's interesting for the least. Rama does get a nice super. We'll have to place it down, and Joker goes in for some dashes. Will be a 1-for-1 trade. That could be enough to just save, you know, from getting a couple more percentages going the way of Craze. Maru one shot, but it's a nice interaction there, as the only kill that goes through is in favor of Totem.
Well, Joker, once again, gets to walk around on this point. Maru also taking that one sliver of the point that's not covered by slippery ground. Maru with a super in. No counterplay just yet. Maori getting taken down in close range, though. Lu is sort of one of those other adjacent counters to Carl because he's able to freeze him out of his super and use a super to get additional freezing on him, especially if he combines it with his gadget. We will see the Lu super come down. Maru taking a whole lot of damage, and no way did we just see that. That's not the usual gadget that we see for Janet, but it's going to be great for getting out of a super, I suppose. Whether that was the actual line of thinking or not, bit of a mystery, but still, some unusual things being run by Reply Totem, but considering the matchup that they're playing into, it makes total sense, and this is why these guys are on top.
Yeah, the previous game was close. This one can't quite say as much, as we do have a 60% lead in favor of Reply Totem. Now it gets taken out, and Reply Totem now so close from taking the second set. Murray might actually just do it now. Yeah, I'm gonna be completely uncontested. Is able to dodge every single of those squeak shots and stays up to seal the deal. Reply Totem now 2-1 in sets. Still a fairly close match, all things considered, but you know, whoever has the lead right now, which most of us would have expected to have the lead as well.
Second game, pretty quiet there from Craze Clan. Pretty quiet from us too, because we're processing all this new information that Reply Totem is throwing at us. So much stuff to process, whether it's the gadget being run by Janet, whether it's Zero Drag being run by Stu, things like that. It all makes sense, but you have to dedicate a little bit of time to thinking about it. And once more, just to reinforce what I mentioned earlier, this is why Reply Totem are on top. They will look for any single shred of advantage that they can get, even if it means sacrificing what they're used to playing, that comfortability that is so important, especially when you start getting the ball rolling and you can find that momentum.
Craze, if you're listening to this on the VOD, ban Carl. Ban Carl. Craze Clan, please. Please, Craze Clan, please ban Carl. Please ban Carl. I hope I got that out and in the open. I need to release that.
Could you say it one more time? Just
please. Craze Clan, ban Carl. Thanks. I mean, it's probably too late now, because they need to hear it right now, and that's the problem. But every single time, Reply Totem is not a team you can leave it with. You can't do it. I mean, they thrive off the back of it. I mean, during that draft again, you know, I wasn't necessarily sure what they're going with. I loved what they did with it. I mean, watching Joker be able to dance around as a Stu, and you know the way that he does is just like mind-blowing to me, that you can have a brawler with such short range actually in the middle of that map and still come up with so many results. But I think, you know, that for me maybe has sold me a little bit more towards the fact that Reply Totem should be able to now seal this deal in this set. I feel like that's fair to say. I don't think that's a kind of crazy outlandish thing to say, considering that, again, for them to even drop a set, it's a pretty big tilt, Eddie. But again, it's the honeymoon period. They're not looking weak. They're looking pretty strong now that they've just got themselves into the flow of things, and Craze could well be in a position where, yeah, this is going to probably wrap up relatively quick.
Yeah, no, I think this is a very good point. I mean, on paper, you know, Totem like 10 days out of 10 was the current form that both teams have at the moment. We're moving on to Beach Bowl. Now, it might not be 10 times out of 10 right now, as with, you know, current conditions. Totem don't need to win this one. Craze not really either. It's more just for bragging rights. But for our bans here for set number 4, we'll see Gale, Ruffs, and Surge on the side of Reply Totem. Craze taking out the Janet, taking out the Bunny, taking out the Max. It's going to be a Stu first pick here from Totem, willing to just bring it back again here, but this time for Bravo.
This is interesting that we see a Mr. P come out here too. It's going to be great versus basically anything that has a non-piercing attack, basically. So Stu is going to have some trouble versus Mr. P, but still, you got to get that turret fired up. Also, we see the Daryl coming out very early in the draft, and that is shocking. You never see him this early in the draft. Reply Totem, they can decide that they want to counter this out, and they were probably going to run a brawler that's pretty close to Daryl. But here's the other thing. Craze Clan is showing that they've done their homework and they've studied up on what exactly Totem likes to do, because this is the character that we usually see that we usually see Joker on. He's probably going to be on that Stu now, but they no longer have the possibility of running Daryl, and they're also going to lean into that pick too. Here we have the Griff. That's going to be a great tank counter, but they have one more that they can go with. They just got to be mindful of what possible last pick could Craze be going for.
I do like the Griff. It's coming in a little bit on this specific map, and I can see why. I mean, if the Reply Totem decides to combine range to this, and what a surprise! There's the range, and guess what? It's Carl. Who would have thought, Teddy? A Carl coming in from Reply Totem. It's almost as if Craze should probably have banned that one out.
What an off-meta pick here for Totem to bring out. That is, wow, dude, I didn't see that one coming.
Shocking
I mean,
stuff.
Yeah, the you know, just Enzo, such a creative drafter. It's, yeah, revolutionizing the draft here in Europe and MENA. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, we've said it in day one, we've said it in day two. Every single day, we've pretty much said, guys, like, you know, you're not banning Carl, you're losing. And it seems like, yeah, I mean, it works sometimes. We saw Team Queso win against the Carl earlier today, but it's on very rare occasions. And again, I'd rather just ban it out.
Well, one thing I'll say though is that Inso is the coach, you know, and like the coaches are the people behind the draft. So we're just the casters. Like, I mean, I prefer to be on the coaching side.
So we're not behind the draft?
No, I mean we can just kind of give our opinions, but the coaches are the ones that really make it count, right? Ready?
I mean, sometimes I think like if I really wanted to prove that I knew the draft, I would actually just take on an analytical role as a coach. Actually, see, that's where I would be able to prove
yourself.
Improve myself. Exactly.
I see.
But so far, Reply Totem's proven to be quite successful with this. Already a lucrative game. Little trick shot there for Joker. And what a surprise. With Carl on your side, it seems like anything's possible, especially if you intentionally run him on a lane away from Daryl, as Naui was the only one left alive. Already a roll in for Naui, and once again, big surprise. A kill onto Carl. This is the source of the confidence for Craze Clan in not doing anything about Carl, because they saw that the counters to Daryl had been banned out, and they had a Carl counter on their side. It makes sense when you look back at the draft.
All right, well, there's still plenty of time on the clock for something different to happen. Joker was the charge shot. I was gonna say for a second, can that go in from that far away? Is he gonna go for the third charge shot, like at max range there? Surely not. Is he playing long dash as well? No, it's gonna be Queso here this time. It is kind of my favorite in general out of the 2-star powers. Now, I mean, Zero Drag is not bad, don't get me wrong, and I think earlier it was actually a very wise idea to bring out a Ring of Fire. In general, Queso heal gonna just be a little bit more consistent. The heal adds a little bit of sustain that is very welcome and low HP brawler like that. Again, a charge pass this time, and Murray trying to seal the deal here. Joker, oh, that is a big fat spike shot, and straight into the face of Joker. That will calm him down, at least for a couple of seconds until he respawns.
Well, Rama gets to start taking down the speed zone. Joker does have another by the looks of things. Mauri's going to break open this wall as well. Here comes a roll in by now. He's going straight for Mauri. Mauri is not going to get taken down, but he's quite close. Here comes Meow to finish off the job, but that life plant is not going to be able to tank enough damage, and Rama needs to get a retreat here and stay alive. Here comes the turret to block enough damage, but it does go down immediately. That was a sacrifice that he made simply so that his team can fight in 3v3 instead of a 2v3. Rama's going to go for some damage on Mauri. We might see something tricky from Mauri. Let's go down. Now with a takedown, and on the right side, Meow still trying to push through versus Joker, but Joker has the mobility, and he's able to dodge these fertilized shots. We can talk about that in a moment, but Craze Clan need to really pick up the pace here and get a goal. It's not even going to be possible at this rate, and Reply Totem will be coming up on match point.
All right, match point, Reply Totem. I just want to point out that Joker is one of the players that is known to be one of the best at dodging curveball shots. He's facing Fertilize, and I feel like he's struggling more against Fertilize than against curveball, just because he's gotten so used to it, you know? Plus with 2, sometimes you just dash into the spikes. I mean, it is what it is. So far, though, things are looking quite bright on the horizon here for Reply Totem, as they are 1 or 2 goals away potentially from taking this match and ending the season. The trick shot! Oh! Joker. Oh, disappointing. Disappointing. No, I'm just kidding. That should still be a goal. Yeah, it will still be a goal for Reply Totem. I was hoping for the trick shot, not gonna lie. It was a good attempt, just not quite gonna bounce where he meant to.
That was so close to being a true moment of glory here for Totem, but they impress us just as much by getting a goal and getting a swift one at that. Though they will have to weather Naui here. He is able to get a kill. Mauri also just staying alive. Now he doesn't have enough health to make a goal out of this, and Rama at his back is going to have to act as support here still, though Mauri is able to get a few bits of damage. Rama getting good damage on Mauri as well, chipping him down. Now he tries to heal to full. Here comes some damage on Mauri as well. He goes down, a 3v2. Joker and Mauri have to hold, and the ball is back here in the corner. Mauri gets tagged up with a super. Rama is able to stay alive. Kill coming in. Meow maybe with a pass. Rama is able to walk it through. Now he is picking it up, and it's a tie here in the match point game.
Big goal here for Craze. That is going to keep them in the mix and relieve some of the pressure, but 1 goal from Reply Totem, and that's it. They'll take the game. They'll take the set and match, and also the first seed that they already hold on to. Joker, I think, was going for another trick shot. will get shut down before he gets in range of any of those shenanigans, and this is gonna actually give Craze the opportunity to take back some of that pressure and maybe some more control as well. Now he was a roll in, he goes down, pass towards Joker, did have that super. I'm really just looking for that trick shot now, really.
Same here. I'm just waiting for it to happen, but Craze Clan know that they can carefully guard this left side. They already got 2 people, and here comes Meow rotating out as well. Maori approaching on the right, 1 kill, and we could see another. Now he has to defend. Trick shot coming in, but now he's able to take it back, and we are going to be seeing the super in from Maru. In reply, Totem will be finishing off this match, and they will be finishing off their record 7-2-0 undefeated and only 5 sets conceded.
All right, that is gonna be the end of this group stage for those 2 teams. Reply Totem getting the nearly perfect run. I mean, honestly, like I'm saying nearly because they lost a couple sets, but it really wasn't that many. It's 5 in total for this season out of 7 matches. That is quite incredible, really. Wow, what a performance from them this season. Craze Clan, on the other hand, not quite as good of a season for them. They will go home with 5 losses, 2 wins. Still, I mean, that puts them somewhat in the middle of the pack, a little below the middle. Otherwise, you know, the exact middle, they would have qualified. But still a decent run all around, considering, you know, how tough they started the season. They did get a couple of wins towards the later stages. Not quite enough, unfortunately, for them to qualify. But better than one that some other teams are going to have to go home with.
Well, we've still got another match to finalize the day. It's a really important one because it determines the seeding of the number 2, and number 3 seed, Tribe Gaming EU, up against SK Gaming. Coming very, very shortly. We're going to go to a short break, but don't go anywhere. This one's guaranteed to be an absolute banger. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to Real or Fake. Here's how it works. The player is given a prompt that contains information from Brawl Stars. The player then decides whether it's real or fake. If the player decides that it's fake, the player has to point out which part of it is fake. Points are awarded for correctly identifying the prompts. Let's see how they did.
Hello everybody, I am Craze. I am the leader for Tribe Gaming EU. Stereo check, Grom's Nest attack throws 3 buds. Buds. In rapid. Okay, I don't think it's buds. I'm gonna say it's fake. I don't think it's buds. What is the icon? What is the icon? Yeah, the buds. What is it stereo? Wait. I'm gonna say the name. The name's fake. The name's fake. Stereo check. Yes. The last second switch. Da, da, da. Okay, this is fake because it says partially protecting itself from attack. I think the partially part is wrong. Oh, damn. Yeah. Okay, icon's wrong. The icons, yeah, final answer. Yes. 24 sticks of dynamite. No, I think this is fake. I don't think he throws 24. I think this is fake. I don't think he throws. Yeah, final answer. And the furious spins furiously. Ah, okay. Okay. Alright. Not bad. We'll take one. Throws a healing potion at nearby allies. That creates an area that heals for 400 per second. Okay, I know it heals for 400 per second. Post healing potion at nearby allies. Like that creates the icon. No, the icon's right. That creates an area that heals for 400 per second. I don't know this one. Wait, the icon's right. Polyfrozen healing potion at nearby allies. Okay, it's not nearby allies. Okay, nearby allies and name. Since when? Oh my god. I'm lost in time.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are in our final day and we have found our 4 teams locked in for the Season 1 Challenge Finals. They are Reply Totem, SK Gaming, Tribe Gaming EU and FA Siege. However, the seeding of Tribe Gaming EU and SK Gaming has yet to be decided, but this is the matchup that will decide it. And I'm super looking forward to this. Honestly, this matchup has been a long time coming, Teddy. It's always one that never fails to disappoint.
Oh, absolutely so. I mean, it is the headline for today, even though there's not a qualifier spot on the line. As you said, big seeding and also just two very, very big teams facing each other here all the way at the end of the season. As a final match, it's quite an exciting one to have, and they've been very neck and neck this year, really kind of struggling to have one that is, you know, miles ahead of the others. They've both won one monthly final this year. They're both just so incredibly close. They have another thing in common. They both lost to Reply Totem in this season group stage as well. They're very, very close to each other. Even the sets won, sets lost, there's really not all that much in it.
Well, there's not much movement that can happen anymore on our leaderboard. It's just number 2 and number 3. And the only thing that puts SK Gaming ahead of Tribe EU is a couple sets won and a couple sets lost in terms of Tribe Gaming EU. So this match is going to decide it all. Can they trade spots? It comes down to whether Tribe EU takes the win or SK Gaming takes the win. It's going to be a close matchup, though. That is without a doubt. The losses that SK Gaming took, they took one loss to Reply Totem. Tribe Gaming EU, couple tough matchups as well. Once to Reply Totem and once to Dogster Lobster at the beginning of the season, where they were having some trouble, some growing pains, once more introducing a new player into their roster. It'll be interesting, though, if they can get their next win over SK Gaming.
Yeah, and also, you know, just to put it out there, like this is a matchup which definitely comes with rights. I mean, you know, if you look back at their kind of like battles last year, it was kind of, I would say, heavily on the side of SK Gaming. Whereas this year, like you said, Teddy, it's been a much closer affair, and not just in our leaderboards, but just kind of every time we see them face off. I mean, you know, going back to March when we saw Tribe going on to match point immediately in the BSC, it was SK Gaming that just came back so forcefully to reverse sweep it. But since then, Tribe learned from a lot of those mistakes, and every single time that I see this matchup, it's always something just goes neck and neck. I would like to see, you know, a good day for Yoshi as well. He has been popping off recently, it's fair to say, and great to see him doing so as well. Again, pretty sure that'll be the case. Lenan was saying that he's still on holiday until Tuesday, so I imagine very much that he'll be on the roster today, ready.
I think so too. I would love to see Lena play. I would love to see Yoshi play. I would love to see them interchanged. That's really the dynamic that I'm looking forward to seeing after even this competition ends as well, because they specialize in some similar brawlers, especially mechanics-heavy ones. Stu is a great example, but when it comes to things like Sprout, you're not going to really do much better than Yoshi in this entire region. So I'm interested to see if any of these brawlers players will be swapped out between sets and things like that, and whether that's going to be a continuing trend.
Yeah, well, one team that's not going to be swapping anything out is going to be SK Gaming. They have a 3-man roster, and if you're less familiar with it, let's check it out. It is, of course, IKS, Guy, and Semantic. And I think I'm just going to start calling Pedro the chef. He seemed to really like the way that we put that on him yesterday as the person who cooks up the madness in the kitchen. Chef Pedro, let's go with that. But again, a squad that have got so much experience. I mean, you know, Chaos and Guy and Semantic all go back to literally the birth of Brawl esports. So, I mean, you know, with that in mind, they're not going to be going into this one in any way giving it to Tribe Gaming easy.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, you know, whether it's the bragging rights or the seeding, both are things that very much motivate SK in those sort of matches, and they're going to be going all in on this one, hoping to secure that second seed in the region, as well as, you know, get those bragging rights in, because, you know, there's a lot of history between them and Tribe Gaming. They go all the way back, whether it was, you know, under this org or other. That's the fun thing. There's so much history, both because Semantic played with Tribe all the way back, 2 years ago now almost, but also, you know, between Clash back in the days, AQM then, and the org SK themselves. So yeah, Tribe is a team that they like to beat. They don't always do, but they certainly want to today.
And it's been a long time since we've seen this matchup. I mean, you know, pretty much going back to, I think it was May of the BSC, where they actually got knocked out in the quarterfinal stages. However, let's find out from SK now as to how they are viewing Tribe Gaming EU today.
So Tribe Gaming, I think, is one of the best in Europe. I think Tribe and Totem are the best teams right now. So I think it's going to be a super close match, but let's see what happens.
3, 2, 1. Free Yoshi.
Let's see what happens. Just, you know, not giving too much away. I think there's a lot about SK in general. Like, they're very secretive. Every time we were around in Portugal with Pedro, he was hiding the laptop. We couldn't get a look at anything he was trying to cook up in the kitchen. But again, you know, SK like to, you know, speak through their plays, and that's what I always enjoy when it comes to watching them.
Oh, definitely. So, I mean, you know, going to the chef analogy as well, a good chef is not just going to be sharing his recipes, is he?
Exactly.
So, yeah, it is, you know, one of the big assets as well is how organized they are around that, you know, that data that they have, and how prepared they are for every single one of their matchups. This is one that, you know, they've been looking at as well, because they know that Tribe is a very dangerous team, and they want to make sure they get that matchup right. On the side of Tribe, there's going to be just as much respect. I feel like right now both teams are so evenly matched that this is going to be a very, very juicy final match of the challenge season.
Well, Pedro's in the kitchen, you know, cooking up recipes, but this is a team coming up next that like to get in the kitchen to brew some tea. It's Tribe Gaming EU. Let's take a look at their roster. Formerly the tea drinkers, just in case anyone out there is like, what's he talking about? Yoshi, of course, and Lenan coming in this year for Drage and Tom. And it's going to be Yoshi, I believe, today that will be playing, as Lenan still on his jet skis and enjoying and soaking up some sun, because that guy is pale. He needs it, let's be honest. But again, a squad that have got again, similar to SK, a ton of experience. Drage and Tom going back into the very birth of esports, as well as Yoshi Lenan coming in just slightly a bit later, but two very dangerous players in the way of Lenan and Yoshi. And again, great to see Yoshi, back on the field, ready, giving his all, and again, a very, very dangerous player. SK have got to be very cautious because he likes to go on the aggressive.
This is absolutely true, and some aggressive brawlers banned out from the outset as well. Carl and Leon both eliminated in the ban phase, also like the Bonnie elimination, but it is going to allow Janet to appear still, and I think that's quite a likely pickup by SK, though I don't want to throw any shade at Tribe, actually, for going for the Belle first pick. She's such a good brawler in this mode in general, and especially on this map. Her range is going to be a huge asset. She'll even be able to outrange Janet, and she's much easier to form a comp around and form some synergies as well. That said, SK have yet to pick their next brawler, but it's quite likely that it ends up being Janet. There it is. And Tribe Gaming now have a couple of brawlers that they can start to prepare for that final pick with.
Quite a statement, actually, there from SK to be picking the Lola into the Belle. But again, clearly something which doesn't seem to disturb them in that sense. So let's see how Tribe come in to this one. I do like the idea of going also on the aggressive here. I mean, this wouldn't be a worse thing in the world to consider. But again, we saw Reply Totem playing it in mid earlier, which was a new one for me. Bo, I think, would be the best way for them to go. And again, there you go, again. So, makes a lot of sense for me. I mean, having something to delay the approach wouldn't necessarily mind. I don't think it's going to happen, but combining with the with the Lu, we've seen that a lot, and one that SK have been playing a little bit around with recently also. So if they are thinking that SK want to lock it in, this would be an ideal time for them to take it away and do it themselves. Ultimately, again, though, something could come in the way of well, I was going to say Sprout, but Squeak's close enough, both in terms of the rarity and the word. So I don't mind this. Again, a brawler which we have seen greatly banned out a lot, but has taken a little bit of a backstep. But I feel here in open zone could go a long, long way here for Tribe.
And similar to Bo, is a little bit lacking in range when it comes to competing against some of the longer range brawlers in this game. Lola, Janet, especially Belle are great examples of that. But it's going to provide a lot of control, and I think really the main mentality is, oh my gosh, no way. Well, I mean, okay, look, it's hot zone, but this is when we see the trick shot from Lena emerge. But it is Yoshi, but Yoshi, anyone on the Mortis, especially Yoshi, is going to be, or rather, not Yoshi, but still, really anyone from the SK roster is going to be an absolute spectacle to behold. And it absolutely fits the docket as well. None of these brawlers have good interactions in close range. Not a single one. And this is a fantastic last pick by SK.
Mortis on open zone, is this allowed? I mean, I don't know, it's a daring one. I'll give Semantic that, and he is very aggressive when it comes to it, but I do feel like, wow, I mean, imagine starting like that with a Mortis pick on hot zone. It could only be SK. I mean, the one thing I will say, however, is if they can regain control, Tom is immediately going to place mines to be able to create a disconnect, and that's why placing down the Super Totem there is not the worst of ideas. They've got to do that early on. All the meanwhile, I just realized that IKES had a name change as well. That's a bit of a weird one, but unlike him to change names, I guess. Samantha, though, still tearing it up on this left-hand side, and it looks like he is not done yet.
iKaos is the big man on campus, whether in name or in role on this roster, because he's been capturing all of the percentage on the hot zone thus far. He might trade out roles with Guille. Here come the mines, too. It's not going to give too much value to Tom. Meanwhile, here's Semantic on the backlines, tearing it up. Almost a triple kill, too. What on earth? These bushes are basically a vector for Mortis to succeed here. The spins from Tom as well. This is well beyond the point of no return, and Tribe Gaming have been denied every possible chance to gather any percentage on the point. You got to also take into consideration, we did the comparison at the very top of the show. Tribe Gaming, this is their weakest mode, and it is showing, unfortunately, but I didn't think it would be like this and not versus Semantic on the Mort.
Are SK going to leave the zone? No, they're actually going to take it. I was questioning it, I've got to be honest, for a little bit there. It was clearly over, but I just kind of wondered, are they going to go for it? They're going to lock it in? Okay, well, this is kind of similar to how we saw Tribe yesterday a little bit in that first round against Reply Totem. And I said then, it was a bit of an outdraft moment. And I kind of feel like it could be still the case unless Tribe can really start to focus and hone in on Semantic and shut them down early, because again, the Squeak pick is one that is going to be, you know, giving them a bit of a hindrance, because Mortis can just breeze on through it.
Yeah, step aside, Carl. Mort has a 100% win rate now. You're out of the meta. You're useless. No one likes you anymore. But yeah, he's also banned out too, so maybe a little bit of actual distaste going his way. But I gotta say, Tribe Gaming have done a much better job of shutting down the Mort thus far. They're not gonna let themselves get flanked as easily, or perhaps they will. They need to start checking these bushes on the left side, or Semantic's gonna pull something funny again. He gets slowed down by the nest egg, but he doesn't even need it. With that reload speed gadget, he's able to get so much more ability. A good dodge here by Yoshi as well, but he will be taken down in the end by Guille. Much better play, though, by Tribe Gaming this time. They've gotten a lot more capture. That's quite evident, but also they've been way better prepared versus the Mortis. They're still countered to heck and back, and here it comes once again. Semantic with the double bats, too, and so much damage being rained in by Guille as well. SK Gaming continues their domination of mid.
I mean, it's working out wonderfully well. You know, Chaos has barely had a challenge, to be completely honest, because Semantics has been causing so much of a problem. And look at that. Cycling the bats. I mean, you know, there's just complete dominance. 12%, only 12% is what Tribe were able to gain in that matchup. And the last one wasn't too different from it either. What an amazing pick there that SK just threw out of the woodworks. And it's been such a long time since we've seen SK flaunting it. And this is why, you know, I feel like Supercell refused to nerf Mortis at all, because when you see it pop off like that, it's just a joy to watch.
It absolutely is. It's like chicken noodle soup for the soul. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that saying makes any sense outside of Texas, but you just gotta bear with me. It's just heartwarming in a way, and it is like just so beautiful to watch. It's the kind of stuff that it's like after you watch an RZM compilation and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna make it happen, and then you get shut down by a counter. But SK Gaming sensed the opportunity and they went for it, and as a last pick it worked beautifully. Amazing game sense for SK, and I don't even think there's anything that Tribe could have done to see this one coming.
So that's what Pedro's cooking up. Chicken noodle soup. Good to know. One will be on the menu in the next game. But yeah, I mean, Teddy, fair stuff. I mean, Tribe were punished early on, and now they're going to have to recollect themselves. I think they do that very well in their defense. I mean, they often are able to come into sets brushing off the dust of a previous one. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to really say much more than the draft was just an amazingly smart one from SK.
Yeah, funnily enough, I've seen Mortis here a couple times in the past, and usually with great success. But again, it is very, you know, it's gonna depend a lot on the draft. It's very situational, so still pretty rare. But it's quite funny that SK actually committed to it here and made it look so easy as well. Very, very dominant set, a quick one here on their part. And yeah, I think that the Tribe, they need a reset coming into the next one. Otherwise, things could start to really slip through their fingers. And yeah, they need something strong and at least slow down the pace of the games last longer, so they can start building up a little bit more momentum on their side. And most importantly, break that momentum from SK.
Exactly that. And SK are just going to continue on with just the fierce approach, I feel, because unless Tribe can start to show resistance to that idea, why stop? Why slow down? I mean, we're talking about a team, by the way, which are incredibly patient. As we know time and time again, whether it's bounty, heist, whatever, they're able just to kind of keep the control and wait for the mistakes to be made. Now, when you kind of ruffle the feathers of a team already in that first set, I think it's actually far easier to do things like that, going into layer cake, and again, just literally coming off the speaking of the words of bounty and heist. Two of those modes are up next, and this is where I feel SK can really thrive. Ready. The draft coming in though. Bans of Rico, Squeak, and Ruffs for Tribe Gaming. Surge, Bonnie, and Carl banned out for SK.
I'm liking the Carl ban right off the bat, and this is one that we have needed to see so much because it kind of normalizes the game, but it also enables the thing that he counters really hard, and we've said it once, we've said it again. Bo, okay, well, they're going to steal the words right out of my mouth. Yes, Bo is one of the #1 brawlers that Carl counters, and that is why Carl is such a meta brawler. Brawlers like Gene also can counter him out, which is going to lessen the effect of the Gene pick for for Tribe as well. But here we see, once again, SK, they are saying, nope, you're never, ever going to get a pull, and we're not letting you have it. Because Bo, he's going to run a Totem, and so is Penny. She's going to be running that Salty Barrel. Not only is it going to provide good offensive capabilities for maybe taking back the lead at the last second when you push the enemy into their spawn, but also it can block the Gene pull just like Bo's Totem can. That plus, Penny will be able to get her super for free, charging it up with the Bo Totem. It's up to Tribe Gaming to somehow respond to this.
I mean, it's a difficult one because you could pick Sprout towards the end here, but then it's a chance that all as the second.
I like it. I like it.
I mean, the Gene can obviously pull the Penny turret and get it out of some circumstances there, but if SK keep the control, that's where they're going to struggle. As well, I do have a few concerns because just throwing it out there, Morris on layer cake has had a tendency to work. There's a Sprout. I mean, put 1 and 2 together. Fang coming in for Tribe. I think it's actually a really smart one with that very thing in mind, because ultimately it allows them to have a little bit of an option when it comes to countering. I think SK, if they were thinking that, could well be changing their mind.
I think they also beat SK to the punch here. They said, yeah, you want to run something that's close range that can get some stuns. Well, here you go. We're taking it, and we're taking it for ourselves. And I think this is also going to strongly encourage SK to run a Tick or something, but obviously that's so counterintuitive because, yes, you're going to be able to counter out Sprout, and Tick is basically a better Sprout, but you're going to be weak versus Fang. So here's the Daryl. This is a very interesting comp from SK, and when we say it's an interesting comp, usually it means that we don't really understand what direction this is going to be headed in. They can play it long range with Penny, mid range with Bo, close range with Daryl. If there's any matchup that should be optimal, it's going to probably be Daryl onto Sprout, but Penny and Bo don't have stuns, so they're going to be incredibly vulnerable to Fang in close range. Great pickup by Tribe and a great draft overall.
Well, I feel like Daryl here is a really good one for SK, and ideally looking for the Sprout. I'm assuming Yoshi's on the Sprout. I mean, it would be very surprising to me if he's not, which he's not. He's on the back, but again, he is a fantastic Fang. But Tom is going to have to really, have to fit those shoes, and they are big shoes to fill, no less. Running the photosynthesis star power there, which I quite like. Good value, though, from Chaos. Immediately gives him turret. And sitting in within the Super Totem again, surely to be on another one. As that turret starts to rain down Hellfire, this is a problem that Tribe are going to have to deal with, and ideally get a good pull onto the turret to eradicate it. But even then, you're using utility to get rid of effectively a fourth brawler in the equation. And when you're back in the spawn here, Chaos, if he gets a couple more shots, be able to just bring it further forwards, and then Tribe are just going to be so in trouble.
I love this patience from SK Gaming. They're like, yeah, we're just going to wait in the bushes and y'all have fun with the turret. It does end up getting taken out by Tom on the Sprout, which is fantastic. And SK Gaming still won't retire their position. In fact, IKAOS is going to inch closer and closer to getting that super. Push in by Semantic. He's going to get pushed back and take a lot of damage. Farms up the super once again, and we'll see the stun onto Yoshi. The last bit of damage doesn't come in time. He's able to dodge it out. Doesn't get taken down by the mine either, and SK will remain 1 star behind. But they haven't lost too much positioning. As Tribe Gaming, more than anything, it looks like they prefer to be on the defensive because they want to set the trap with Drage. They need to get a pull, and Semantic's probably the worst person to pull because he can react with a super of his own, and Gie and IKAOS aren't much better. But once they drop their supers, they're going to be a whole lot more pullable, if you're catching my drift.
Yoshi, you're absolutely mad, lad. 30 HP. 30 HP, and the jukes that needed to be there to survive it. But Tribe, oh, the pawn Semantic is huge. He's rolled back in, though. That's the speeding Tribe more stars. Guy's trying to make the pinch in here with Chaos, and Yoshi comes in again. Oh. Huge kicks from Yoshi, and Chaos now surely not in a position to do anything about it. Blue star as well, just to rub the salt in the wound. Tribe fight back, and I've got to be honest, the way that game started, I did not see it turning around the way it did because it just seemed like SK was so comfortable in their arrangement.
Absolutely, and that might have even been false confidence because they had Penny, they had Bo, and Gene was as far distance from them as possible. And Semantic might have found a false sense of security in thinking, there's no way I'm getting pulled, and even if I do, I gotta roll, dude. But Tribe Gaming were prepared. They paired up Drage and Yoshi right next to each other so they could churn out so much damage onto Semantic before he could get a roll away and generate any value. That plus Semantic was forced to push in towards the end and was not able to react in time to the Gene super. Good super there from Yoshi as he does manage to get away from Semantic's clutches, though SK still hangs on to the lead here. They had that blue star. IKAOS is going to be very tough to touch here. since he's going to be hanging on the back lines. He has the longest range. And Semantic on the right is doing his best to not give a super to Yoshi. And here comes a super regardless, but he will be able to take him down in close range. GA might get stuck here. Tribe Gaming are having to play the offensive, and as long as Drage keeps on moving forward, SK Gaming are still going to feel the pressure.
Tom lays down a nice wall on the left. That's going to eradicate the Super Totem and place more pressure onto GA, but the Penny Taurus on the middle to right side, he'd like to be able to get close enough to be able to take that out and allow Yoshi to come forwards. There's only that one star from the mid. No takedowns from either side at the moment to separate the two teams. But this is a comp where SK can really hunker down behind it and allow it to rain down for them. Super Totem goes down again, and Semantic, we saw in the last game, getting so much value off the back of that Daryl pick, and yeah, Chaos has got another turret to hand. Changing size now to the side where both Yoshi and Drage are lying. 20 seconds left, not much time here for Tribe. They've got to make a play, and Yoshi has got to heal.
GA has no totem. It's a good shout as iChaos goes and places a salty barrel next to him so he can avoid getting Gene pulled, but it's not all over. Drage is going to get stunned. He needs to get a pull or he needs to get a kill. Semantic tearing things up on the backlines. Another stun as well, and that's going to be a flawless game for SK Gaming. A great start to the game and a photo finish as well. 7 stars with a blue star to absolute 0, and we're tied up in set number 2.
That's a statement going into the next game. I mean, the way that Tribe turned it around in the first game was honestly so commendable, but for them to not get a single kill in that round, that's going to linger on into the next, and they've got to go in the aggressive, which they are doing now. I mean, the longer that Super Totem is down, the more it can feed GA, the more that then IKS can try to earn that penny turret. If they can push them back early enough, then Chaos is effectively not able to have anything for the defense, nor is GA, and this is exactly what Tribe needs to do, but can Semantic now come in and turn the tide?
A lot of this game is going to come down to whether Tribe Gaming can force the gadgets out of SK, and they will be able to take down Semantic. No gadgets lured out just yet, but Tribe has a very offensive position, and they are in the lead as well. Any ground that SK tries to accumulate here can be met with a Gene pull to the face, and Semantic is looking very, very vulnerable, but GA and iChaos will be dropping a couple of totems here to soak up some damage. GA VGX, it looks like he just has 1 left. And iChaos, meanwhile, no way! He trades out! He's gonna get hit with a max range pull. Unbelievable. And Tribe furthers their lead.
Well, Mines though placed in a great spot, allowing the push back, and GA almost picked up the return there. But mid-control now, a bit more on the side of SK, and a crucial moment for it. Tribe played it perfect at the beginning, but they've got to continue on. This one is far from over here. GA almost going down the right-hand side, but staying in the mix. Chaos would love to get that turret in. Watch out for Semantic as well. That roll is lurking, and it is coming.
Well, I anticipate a pull. Oh, no, it's not going to hit Semantic, and that is disastrous. A lot of that pressure has now gone to the wayside, but here comes the hedge, and no, it's not going to fill up the lane like they planned for it to. Drage keeps on getting pressured in on the left side. Here comes the turret to further push people back and chip away at them, deny them healing. A push in from Semantic. He's going to get a kill. Another shift over to the left side. Tom needs to stay alive. A good kill from Yoshi. Roundhouse kick meets no one, and Tribe Gaming. Will Tom stay alive? It looks like it, and that was a split-second victory here for Tribe Gaming as they're going to tie up our match.
A pixel, a literal pixel, separated SK from a set. That was ridiculous to end things off. Tom shaking in his boots in that final moment because he had, I think from memory, 4 stars on his head. More than enough to do the job. Oh my days, SK just got denied big time, and considering as well that second game how dominant they were, I mean, they got to be kicking themselves a little bit today. I mean, not that they could have really done too much more there, but I felt as well Yoshi towards the end almost kind of didn't connect in the way that he could have done. It could have easily been an SK round.
Yeah, that was incredibly close. I mean, it would have been a world of difference as well, right? Going from what now is a 1-1 to what could have been a 2-0, a whole different story. But I mean, Tribe, they do some good work here. They tie things up, and they'll push things to at least a 4 set. Things starting to look better and better on their end. But yeah, as you mentioned, it was a little all over the place, and it could very much have gone terribly wrong for them.
Yeah, I felt like it was a difficult comp to go up against for sure. the strategy of going in on the aggressive ready was definitely a vast improvement this moment here from Yoshi as well. That one shot that came in there to make sure that he baited the idea whilst going the other direction, 30 HP, and I mean, and a dream at the end of the day. But no, it was a very different story when SK started to pick up the pace, getting a complete team wipe all the way through. That's a statement.
It is absolutely a statement, and it's also a statement not just by the victories, but also by the gameplay as well. We saw Drage pretty much met at every turn with a counter. Whether it was Daryl, who's going to be able to survive pretty much any pull and also can roll away from your pull if he sees it, to Bo and Penny both running their totems, but it didn't even seem to matter. He was able to get Penny when she stepped right in front of the turret, was able to force some of the turrets out of the enemies as well, and simply went for the Daryl pull at some points and was able to profit off of it as well. That just takes a lot of keeping your head cool and being relaxed and also keeping your head in the game. Max range pulls here, a miss pull here. It didn't cost him the game. It came really, really close, but it didn't cost him the game, and that's what matters.
Exactly. It's being able to, like you say, just stay calm under that pressure. I think that comes from the best teams in the world in terms of their experience and ability to, not get shaken or stirred. Especially in maps and game modes like Bounty, where you're forced back into your spawn. Layer Cake is one of those maps, Teddy. You gotta be able to expect a big push coming in. And with SK, we see it a mile away, more so than any other, because their timing is what separates them from so many other teams in this region. Being able to time those runs really is a wondrous thing to watch.
It's incredibly important, and I mean, I just want to appreciate as well the aggressiveness from both sides. Bringing in both a Fang and a Daryl, that is just much more fun than the more typically sharpshootery, longer range sort of approach. But we got our draft already lined up for this one. We'll see the Colette, Max, and Carl's banned out by the side of SK Tribe, taking out Piper, Brock, and Colette as well. We're moving to safe zone and heist.
Okay, well, with the Colette banned out, I don't think Byron's really an option anymore because that's one of the main synergies eliminated. But if you watched in A, then you might have seen a little bit of 8-bit action here, and to great success. 8-bit was a pretty successful pick on safe zone. Now, will that happen? Well, with Bell in play, I'd say it's that much more unlikely, and with Ruffs, with wall break available to him, it might even be impossible to make work. You already have a slow brawler with good range and good damage on your team if you're SK, so out of the mix, but still there are plenty of other options. Rico is one that we see on this map from time to time against Colonel Ruffs. Once again, it's going to have a rough time. Here's the B pick, and this is the reason why we see B. Good range, good damage, able to slow things down so she has great control over mid, and she's able to shut down any sort of tanks that may come her way. Now, her DPS isn't spectacular, especially when she's being fired upon by, say, a Daryl or something, which is open to Tribe. So it's not like a B can really manage this all on her own, and her opponent still needs support from their teammates. Here's the Griff pick, and this once more is going to counter out a tank because they really anticipate that Tribe's going to go for a tank, and they very well might still.
A-bit. NA, bro. NA.
NA, bro.
NA, bro. NA. I don't mind it.
Ash pick?
I don't mind it. Yeah. I'm not a massive fan of it. That's all I'd say. I think it has a lot of weaknesses. But, however, I like the way that S-Play played that draft out and just were doubling down with the B early on. Ultimately, it made the choice of the Daryl something which they had to consider as well, to take away the counter of it, go with the Griff. SK are liking Griff a lot at the moment. I was surprised to see them here pick it in safe zone, but Lola for Tribe is something which can help out a lot in terms of the range. There is more range, undoubtedly though, on the side of SK here. So the Jukes for Tribe have got to be on point. The sandbags for Tom, which, I assume he's going to be on the Ruffs playing with. We shall see. The Tribe are mixing things up quite a lot recently when it comes to who is playing on what. The Bell mid is here going to be quite an important one that we need to get a lot of value from on the side of Tribe. Let's see how things fare. It's not going to be Tom on the Ruffs for a change, going in with the Lola side lane, and Guille will pick up the early takedown of Drage in the mid, and that's going to bring SK very far forwards.
An instant wall break here for Semantic as well. Destruction of these 4 obstacles as well, and that's going to provide so much value, especially to be played by Guille, because he can pretty much just tap on his super button the entire game. When you don't have a super, cool, you're auto-aiming, you're firing upon a slowed down enemy and charge it right back up, because there are pretty much no obstacles in the way of some of the key areas on the map. Now, Semantic can pick and choose where he's going to place his last gadget, but I'd say it's not very likely that he places it on the left side, because that speed gear is going to to be very valuable to iChaos. On the enemy side of the arena, though, Drage is getting tagged up. Tom also feeling some pressure. Here comes the ego, and there's the freeze frame as well. Semantic says, well, okay, well, I have one obstacle left, so have fun with that. He does take substantial damage, though, but it's not really that much value off of a super. That said, Tribe Gaming has taken 5% damage on their safe so far. It is safe zone. It's like Bounty with a safe. And SK Gaming are doing a great job of conceding no stars.
Well, Gear's amplified shots have always been there, it seems. It's so good at connecting them. Tom on the right-hand side lane just squeezing his way forwards. It's just the right move to make as Drake gets a nice little tap down to Guille. If they don't take care of Guille, then this is where this match is going to be decided. That's the thing. Whenever SK pick it in Heist, they are so good at holding their ground as iChaos jumping into the left. Gets taken down swiftly there by Yoshi. But Tribe are unable to push forwards here at the moment. Semantic, though, is very low. Whoa, 160 HP, but surviving on as a supply drop comes down as well, and that will, in time, give Tribe the advantage. If Yoshi can keep bringing them in and gradually hand them over, one to Tom as well, and get everyone souped up and keeping their lives, in the next 30 seconds, this could turn around very quickly with only 5% damage dealt.
This push is going to start with Semantic getting diffed on the right side. If he does get taken down, then everything is going to crumble. He does get a super, but down goes Guille, and here comes the beginning of the push for Tribe Gaming. There's simply not enough time for SK to respond. Already a 2% advantage for Tribe, and iChaos needs to get a super here, but will he? He has to push in. Guille keeps on pressing forward. Semantic got a super, but he wasn't able to fire it off. That would have been the game-winning play, and no damage for Guille. A 2% game, and once again, it's Bounty with the safe. Only 7% dealt to the enemy side, or rather to the side of SK. And for Tribe, only 5% dealt to their safe. This game was entirely at mid, and as soon as we saw one brawler crumble, everything began to fold in on itself.
I gotta say, it's a rarity, actually, to see a team be able to play SK at their own game. You know, it really is something where most teams will go in overly aggressive on the save. There'll be some deaths along the way and just enough time for the turnaround, which there was. You know, SK were in a position to be able to return the favor, but with some really cautious body blocking and pressure applied, Tribe able to hang along just a little bit longer now with a great opportunity of going 2 sets up. But again, Tribe were playing SK at their game. They've created this idea in Heist of being able just to keep the positioning power. So if anyone knows how to turn this one around, it's going to be them.
I'm already loving the lane switch here from SK, though. We see iChaos on the right side. He does slightly outrange Tom, though Tom doesn't seem too bothered by it. He outranges him by 1 unit, which is about 1/3 of a tile. Here come the sandbags on mid, which is going to be great for Drage, but he's not going to be able to get too much off of it, though SK is taking serious damage. Guille has to move away from that safe because otherwise the damage will reflect back onto him and take him down. Tom pushing in, getting good damage with the ego, also getting a kill onto iChaos. Guille also goes down. Semantic has to act as a distraction between Drage and Yoshi, but he gets pinched around this obstacle, and SK has taken 17% so far. Tribe, zip, and they're not conceding any ground.
I love that. I was surprised to see actually just a little bit of damage from Tom, but it's 83% though left on the SK Gaming safe, but nothing dealt out by SK, and that's the concern of Semantic now creeping forwards. Marked up though, and look at that, scrutinized so heavily for it. Guille trying to come in now and land some shots, but Drage duking around them. It is an unusual thing to see SK behind here a little bit, but that can cherry very quickly. If Chaos gets his super, which he now has, and times this jump correctly, it could very well be the thing that gives SK a bit more of a momentum boost, but as quickly as that, he jumps when everyone else is down. That's going to allow Yoshi and Drage to be able to get some more damage on their safe.
And that's painful too, because that could have been free damage on Tribe Gaming safe, and he didn't even get any value off of the super either. He just tried to hold the lane a little bit longer, and while he did succeed at that, there were still 2 more lanes firing away on the safe too. We see it, 2 supply drops powering up the left and mid lanes. Not much damage dealt to them either by the super from Semantic. He's going to do whatever he can. Great dodges, but it's simply not enough. More damage firing down upon SK's safe, and Tribe will be taking not only this game, but this set as well, bringing our match score to 1-2.
What an important one to win as well, and that first game, with how little there was in it. Just think that 2% it was. But stats, wow. I mean, that's a statement. I mean, SK made a statement in Hot Zone earlier. That's a statement in Heist. 15 kills, only the 5 of SK there, and the damage over double. I mean, it's rare to kind of see it be over. It's often the case where it's just shy. But a load more healing on the side of SK, over double of that of Tribe. I mean, that speaks for itself already.
And we saw plenty of kills that, from maybe like a top-down view, would have looked like they would be free damage on that safe, but it wasn't at all. We saw just how well B was able to change up the pace and adapt into a 2v3 formation. As soon as Colonel Ruff's won lane versus Bonnie in game number 1, we saw a complete change in tactic, trying to lock down that left lane and make sure that nothing got through. We also saw changes in wall breaks from Griff as well, but that simply wasn't able to generate any kills for SK, only 5 total throughout the entire set. And at the end of the day, you got to get rid of those guys if you want to get any damage onto the safe.
We saw like the lane swap as well, where we Chaos just realizing with Semantic that I'm struggling on right lane. Like let's trade out. What were your thoughts though, Teddy, on the Griff pick? It's one that SK have been sort of flaunting around a little bit recently. Most of the time I should say, it's kind of worked out well for them. But do you think it was the place for it?
I'm not entirely sure. You know, thing with Griff is I feel like it's a bit too versatile at times, in the sense that it doesn't necessarily excel at one thing. It's quite good at opening the map up with the piggy banks, but besides that, it kind of depends, and it doesn't have the most clear counters, or doesn't counter things very clearly either at times. And I feel like that sort of awkward middle point, sometimes it just isn't quite enough to make the cut. And in this case, he wasn't really able to get that full performance that they kind of needed to open up the situation and have a chance. Because for that final game forever, it seemed like Tribe were just sitting there defending off their safe, and SK had just no way to creep up the map.
And, you know, for me as well, it's a map and mode where SK are normally looking so strong. But Tribe were able to kind of like play them at their own game in that same respect. And it's something that I've not really seen them do that often, to be honest. I mean, they tend to be quite aggressive going in and just kind of, you know, then losing positioning power as the respawns come in. But, you know, I think that's how you have to play against this one, really. You have to kind of look at SK and their tendencies and what makes them tick, and then come back with something of a response. Going into the next one, though, you know, how do you approach this if you're Tribe? You've got one, you know, set over SK, and this is against a team like SK who are more dangerous behind.
You just about the same as usual, but you can comfort in knowing that you're not going to, after a single game, be brought right. The nerves can be cooled a little bit, and usually you should also be able to turn that into a little bit comfortable, and we can take calculated risks. We have some stuff that works in scrims, we know works in concept as well. Haven't played it on the stage. Just now is the time to bring that up, because if you throw something at SK that they haven't seen before, they're going to be extremely flustered. Now that's a real challenge with the kind of brains that they have, some cooks in the kitchen too. But still, if you're able to do that, this is going to generate a victory for you. You gotta recognize that SK, they only get more confident with each loss that they take. This is the final loss that they can afford to take. So I don't think this is as confident as they will, but they're going to be extra fearsome in this match.
60% of the time, Tribe win every time. It's just Minecart Man. So we said at the very beginning of the show, you know, Hot Zone, SK have 100% success rates, and well, they continue that. It hasn't, you know, been blemished. They can very well in that zone, but Tribe film. But will they do so in Minecart Madness? Bad column, both sides. At least they have to talk about that conversation, because Craze, if you're watching on the side of Tribe Gaming, Sprat, Max Band, and the SK Gaming Bell coming in as the first pick from SK. This one kind of like, you know, low risk one, quite have Gene that kind of prefer here for Tribe. Miss pools and, you know, get the Minecart in the way, and Crow, I was going to say it, you can get a slow day, the Minecart is going to have its way, and I feel like this should be a nice one for Tribe.
Crow isn't going to get the dual value that it usually gets from being able to slow down. I think it's also good if Stu appears as a pretty popular SK and would be a fantastic mid option for them. The Penny on the flip side, and there's a Lola. Is similar comp to what they just down to the Ruffs as well. Start to see where their comfortable brawlers are. Also, they've really only countered it out with a couple of them. Well, Lola, she's only able counter it out by having her ego up, which is already good for the challenge. Now, Tribe, I think they have a lot of room for to go with the final. If it is going to be a counter pick or something, nope, they're just going to pick up one of the best game play. Pretty Noxu can do the ego can drop down.
Money actually set on both. I like this one better. I feel like it's one, especially with the mic card in play, where you know you've got and just last through and wait as those moments and to get on top of the reset when it comes to the jet. So especially for the drop the base as well. I assume it's going to be that we did see which is quite interesting to see. And that's normally what Tribe would play here on the Gene. So pretty textbook stuff on that side of the ski. Again, sticking the penny in on the left lane. Bell in the mid for me, but again, it's not the worst to have it on the right against the Crow.
Well, if you place yourself at center stage, a whole lot of options to farm your super. I've seen Guille hit any shots yet. He's getting outranged here. Also pitching in for some very every now and then. Guille needs to get this super up, and I think that would have been a good option for even because yeah, it's pretty straightforward to do it with maybe some errors. Going to be the pull by Drage, unfortunately, to retreat here. Boking counting even more if he throws down the super totem. We've seen it before. Use of Bo to counter out Gene and also power up Penny. It didn't feel where, but we won't even get to see it once again. Tribe gaming the lead, getting a huge Yoshi trying to establish onto Guille on the back lines, but he has the minecart blocks it. Zag's a free kill for iChaos and some bridge with the ego. It gets bumped by the minecart, but the freeze frame is able to reduce it by 75%. SK, their domination of Tribe Gaming is only forced back even more by.
Wow. SK and a salty barrel down. Tribe on the back lines and exactly SK want them. Tribe goes late. He takes 94 HP and that is not what you want to be at. But comes in to stop the advance back into spawn. But that's the thing. Yoshi taking the sky, so he wants full HP. Not anything he can do without all his teammates in the SK. Wonderfully fantastic work from them. They didn't have the showing clearly they can that controls. We have time and time again a very convincing game for them.
I think so too. This is simply diff by gaming and a bit of a slow start. We didn't see too much values of getting that mortar up, but even necessary. Another question to ask yourself: has that salty so really going to get pulled by Gene? And she's the safer. Interesting value here by side. He's going to actually have to retreat away from that salty barrel. Gets beamed down by and Yoshi, who are locked in a 2v2, named in damage. But okay, I don't know how you dodge out an attack from Lola, but that was very well done by Drage to hold on to not only his life, but all the precious gems as well.
Yeah, but I think from him as well, because getting those taps to the face from Samantha and going for the gems. I'm surprised actually he didn't quite finish him off, which he absolutely could have pulled from Drage. Again, gems is, again, evidence under the circumstances, try to miss it. And SK Cap Samantha goes down on the right-hand side lane, and Yoshi takes the skies, and I guess from there. But realistically, going a lot worse than it. They could bring this one back, got to re-roll, and that could be the moment to do it.
Well, they do order up, which is going to be creating so much on the back lines. Drage especially from Lola too. IKO damage at good range too. Tom also. Toronto will take down IKO's forced to retreat. Tribe Gaming. If Drake just him, it's going to be a big risk. And he does the pull of the. Honestly, didn't finish it off, but SK Gaming have control of mid. Just needs one. They don't have a pull, and Guille have another salty barrel left. So if Drake is able up, that's like Guille and a whole otherwise.
Well, low here, nothing realistically he can do, but as I say that, he almost got to take down the Guille. But this is right about SK here in a dangerous spot at the time where the ego was realistically between Alpha and Chaos, and that's not going to necessarily happen with the takedown. Jump in, the gems as well though.
Ooh.
Steals gem But he's going to have to realistically be this cut super impossible. Word! Comes back with the glory, the goal, okay? In any position to do out it.
Turns out we weren't finished just yet. Those gems are being stolen all the way over to Tribe. Something has been stolen as well. That point, Tribe, and next game, open the match. It's either a match for Tribe Gaming, a set number 5, and a potential. It's gonna be fair, but it is possible, a very well matched match. One of the most important things we'll see from SK this time is going to be more conservative with using the ran out way too early. The pacing just was a little bit too fast, and we'll see if they're able to slow and get some success with it. Already, it's coming out. That's one used. Still at no real since of a super yet. Regardless, Ming is going to be having control of mid, most likely due to art. When things turn around, we'll see if SK is able to see the moment.
Well, gems tied up, one favorable spawn for Guillet. Minecart coming in and Tribe choose to retreat. Definitely where they would not want to be. Despite of being the main factor behind it, you kind of need to stand your ground. It will come back around, and of course, SK have got to retreat themselves. Tom has the jump, Drake has the pull, and Guillet has nothing realistically here except a salty barrel for it. As Chaos strips out the ego and keeps Yoshi suppressed. Doesn't get a takedown, however, but if a hand does, that's going to allow a bit more of a push forward. Here, overly aggressive, and that's put Drake in a position. He's got pull, but Guillet's got the shots and the gems now on the ground. SK with the steal.
Well, Guillet countdown and gems toppled to the ground, but Tom does not have the health to make it happen, and we don't see the kill from Yoshi either, but the positioning is there. Tribe Gaming will get defended a little bit by a minecart. Semantic isn't going to venture out beyond here. Tom's going to have to go in the corner, making him a little bit. No way. That's a set number 5. Now, could we have seen an interruption if he hadn't gone down? Yeah, I would have been dead in the water here on the right side. That hurts in reality of Minecart Madness. Brawl always throws you some new surprises.
I'm not really sure why that, to be honest. I mean, you can stand in the corner now.
Yeah,
Not wrong, right? Yeah, absolutely. You can just stand there and wait. But I mean, clearly for him, just worried about time. Had no super because he'd already used it as well. But definitely similar mistakes to what we saw came to fruition for Tribe there. Especially when you consider they were able to steal it back in the second game. I was wondering, is the match point going to be there to forwards into this one? Just the deal. As normally it's the case, you know, you're on that big win. The mindset is there, and SK now are in a phenomenal position, ready, because they've been able to tie it over. They've been able to deprive Tribe of match point, and that's gonna hurt.
It absolutely is, and it's gonna slow down the momentum too for Tribe, because it looks like they were pretty the world getting themselves to match point and then sticking there for a little bit, and then some basic mistakes leading to the downfall. Really only one careless mistake that we can really point out, which was Crow being in position, but it might have even been over from there, and Tribe Gaming pretty much saw that playing out as a loss in the end. Still, I don't think this is the end of Tribe. They're going to come back with just as much fury as momentum.
I think as well, like, when Tribe went down, there's moments where they were able to really isolate Drake and have that Crow slow down as well, rather, or, just kind of placing him in a position there, probably with the nest egg at slow down. And, what SK do is in those moments where someone is vulnerable, they're able to really hone in on the attackers in that respect, Eddie. And, going final set now, this is where they can really just kind of embarrass Tribe, because again, taking away that match point, which is normally where we see losses with SK. When it gets to match point and that team just secure it, finalize Bosch. If they deprive that match point, it makes them...
Yeah, somehow it feels like SK is the sort of, when you win a set against them, you just make stronger, and like they build momentum on losing. Exactly how it works, but it's some sort of workings rather with SK that just no other team quite gets to that extent, and things sweeps for a reason we've seen time and time over again. This could be almost yet another one. Not quite a full-on reverse sweep, but Tribe, it's just like in Bounty earlier, like they could have had this one, you know, and yeah, it is kind of dangerous. It is kind of dangerous. We'll see if they can close it out here in our 5th and final set, but it was very, very close, and Knockout is also a mode that I would say both teams in general deal with quite well. We already got our bans lined up. It's going to be Colin, it's going to be Janet, it's going to be Piper. Piper double banned, as a matter of fact. Tribe also and Pam to the list.
Yeah, SK are the team that, you know, if you strike us down, will be becoming more powerful than you could ever imagine. It's the final set goal on Gulch for knockout, and early draft of Tribe picking the Rico, which I do like here, but a lot of same ideas. And that Piper on both sides is going to open up some doors ready set here for some I don't know, things that I think for me as well. The question here is like, you know, do you want a wall break or do you want to be able to go in with Sprout? Again, a brawler which I think Tribe would love to have. He would probably love to get Fang.
Yeah, exactly questions, but the big question in my mind is okay, when's Fang showing up? Well, early delivery of the popcorn here, and Bo is going to make an entrance as well. That could be free super for Fang if that's late. See a great option here, but if we take a page out of Totem's playbook, they Tribe with some tripwire action, which we saw either on Bell's Rock. It was one of those knockout maps where they got a surprising play, but here's the Daryl, and that's going to be a great option. Problem is that he'll get countered out because SK has the final pick. Now, SK, they placed their faith in Griff earlier, and I don't really think that's the direction to go for this one, and I think they know that pretty well too. But play some kind of counter to tank, and something that can deal pretty well in close range. Gene is not on the table, and there's going to be Penny once again, which I think is going to be pretty good for getting close, but still, you're not going to be able to shut down Daryl as he rolls in. You're still probably going to get stunned. They're placing a lot of faith in Fang, and he's only really going to be good versus, and that's really only when Fang has a super.
I'm surprised that SK got so much, to be honest. I mean, they basically had it in every map and mode, more or less. I mean, don't seem too much about it. Don't seem to worry too much about it. I mean, here is one of those instances where they're going to have to consider sometimes whether they want to use the gene pool on it. Definitely prefer to see the Rico in that respect, but sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. Semantic, though, here is the person that I'm going to be keeping an eye on, because knockout, Fang, this is where he really loves to pop off, but in the 5th and final set, you've really got to make those moments count.
And this is an unlucky rollout because Semantic is getting the super for free, and Rico is on his lane, doing his best to take down that super totem, and he will be able to take it down in the end, but just a couple of flip-flop connections from Semantic, and he's going to be able to get this kill, though he does get beamed down from long range with a super from Tom, and he's forced into this corner, which is very optimal for Tom, and terrible for Semantic. He has no escape mechanism, no way he's able to charge up the super and get the roundhouse kick to stun out Yoshi, but that's a super wasted because he can't use it on Tom anymore. He's gonna have to earn it back the hard way. First totem coming up from iChaos to block out the damage from Drage, and the pull from Drage. Good kill by Yoshi, good kill onto iChaos, and now just Semantic chilling in the back right corner. He's not even going to go for a super either. He's going to get it for free from using that super totem from Bo, and he's going to play cool, not give any super to the enemy team. Though, once again, Guille partnering up with Semantic on the left side. Here's a totem coming in as well. It's going to be fantastic for dealing with Drage. And the damage that Drage has to offer at a range appropriate to deal with the turret is simply not going to be enough to take it down at a reasonable pace. We'll see what happens on the left lane, but for now, Drage is going to go off on a solo mission to try and disturb things on the back lines of SK.
Okay, well, turret down, and that's going to allow SK to keep their distance. Semantic would love to close that distance, to be fair to him, has got super to hand, and Drage and Yoshi have got supers as well, so you know, they're going to be ready for that, but it has meant that Tom is realistically going to have to juggle a lot of tasks here as the Penny turret comes into play as well. On top of that, Guille and iChaos all looking to get him out of position. Bow Mines as well cannot be triggered at the moment. So as time goes on and the gas starts to come in, that could be a deciding factor towards the end. Semantic here, the roll away from Yoshi there I think was actually quite a key one, but the knockback, oh my word. Tribe handled that situation so well, but now a 2v2. And this could be dangerous. The roll in from Yoshi, not enough. Thomas Guille, Tom comes out on top.
Unbelievable here from Tribe, and that's another match point coming in from Tribe. There's no opportunity to keep them at a match point and steal away their ego, right? That's the objective at this point, is to take the victory. This set is what it all comes down to, and that was so close there at the end. I'm not even sure what would have happened for Tribe if they hadn't taken the win there. They would have been out of so many supers and significantly weakened in that final round. Now, SK, they get to reset once again, and they're going to adopt a different strategy. Bring things over on the right side. Here's the bow totem going down once again, and it's practically safe and sound. Semantic doesn't mind taking a little bit of damage so that stays up a little longer too. He just needs 1 or 2 shots to connect. There it is, and he's going to have his super ready. Now versus Drage, it's going to be suboptimal, but if you can rotate up versus Rico, it's practically free lane.
Okay, well, Semantic, again, was the player which everyone from Tribe was keeping their eye on in that last game, and it does seem to be the same case. I think Drage and Yoshi playing a good game here in that respect by just having the knockback there to buy a little bit of time for Yoshi to be able to help defend it. So Guille and Chaos are going to have to do their bit. They need to eradicate Tom realistically here to make it that 3 versus 2, which is going to make it a bit of a problem. But at the moment, Yoshi's problem is his HP. And yeah, Semantic comes in and immediately comes out on top. But HP-wise, he is low as well. Tom gets a great connection, somehow a pickup, but there's nothing that surely Drage can do here on his own yet. Taking out completely Semantic and Guille, pick it up, and that's good momentum to start things off.
Tragic here for Tribe. Already momentum headed back in favor of SK, and they're going to run the same strategy once again, but Tribe has wisened up. They say, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. And the shame now is on SK as they immediately lose that bow totem. Semantic on the right side has his super, and we're going to see Tom stay as far back as he can behind Yoshi if possible. This right side belongs to Tribe Gaming now. SK, shift gears. Left side is the place to be now. Yoshi's going to get stunned. How much damage can result from that? Doesn't look like much. Guille wasn't in the position, and the mines continue to be baited out, but with each mine exploding, that's more blocks going away for Tribe to defend themselves.
Drage and Yoshi just pairing off to the top side here, as again, Semantic in mind. Guille and Chaos pinched in, and Tom is tapping slowly away, and this is the same sort of thing that we saw when Tribe were on top, just gently chiseling at Chaos and Guille there, and Drage then from the top as well, until things start to get more pressurized, and Semantic is going to have to be forced to go in and Tribe take down the turret. Tom heals up, but not enough. Yoshi comes in with the roll there, but it's not going to help. SK bring back a game.
Double match point incoming, and at stake is that second place spot. It all comes down to one game. Now, luckily for us, and luckily for the players as well, there are 3 rounds possible in each game. So, kind of mini games within the game. So, some room for making mistakes, but honestly, I don't know how much room there is for making mistakes because each loss is going to be so costly. When we head into it, we'll see what's the approach going to be with the totem, and we won't see it just yet. Perhaps it was already destroyed. Semantic, though, occupies this left lane. We're going to see an early kill onto Drage. This is disastrous, but it might just be as bad for SK. Here comes the kill onto Yoshi, and Tom needs to get a super here. That's really the final objective of this round because it's almost impossible for him to bring it back now.
Yeah, he had that little moment where he could have maybe got some kills when everyone's low HP, but as soon as that window of opportunity is closed, there's nothing you can do about it. And what a disastrous way to start for Tribe. They have to pick this one up quickly. Super Totem goes down. That's a great thing for them, but as that goes down, does the Penny turret also. Semantic as well, surely a couple of shots away from Super, and that's going to be more pressure. Drage realistically here needs to get the ball. Tom, yeah, with a bit of a mistake there. Triggering the mine and the healing puffs needed, but these are mistakes from Tribe. That are they nerves coming into play here? They should be making these mistakes.
It's definitely the pressure because with that turret down, it's like a 4th brawler is on the field. Tom is going to try and alleviate some of the pressure too. Has his super ready to go. Much of the same for Yoshi. Missed super here for Semantic. He's deep into enemy territory, completely surrounded. There's going to be the kill. And SK is at a disadvantage, but they have 2 brawlers that have totems available. Now, each of those is going to be very valuable in context besides dealing with Gene, but Drage can still get countered out. There is counterplay available. It's just going to be so difficult. Can we see them lure any enemies into these bow mines? Guille gets piled on from the left side. Drage holding on to this super, and iChaos picks up a super of his own. Going to stay as safe as he can on this side on the right in the poison, and it's going to come down to the final round of the final set of the final game of Snapdragon to decide who's taking number 2.
I love that as well from Drage, just being very patient and not using that super because again, like it was going the way I tried, there was no need to use it, they can keep hold of it. Semantic has got the kick to hand. Super Totem goes down and shortly I imagine as well will be another turret, so Tribe will want to close in now, finish this early and have that final nail in the coffin. SK is clustered here. Tom knows it. Connects beautifully onto Chaos. The man comes in. The roll from Yoshi was not there. The slowdown was. He might even go down here. This could be disastrous for Tribe.
Semantic's going to have to heal up some health, and it looks like the right side is so vulnerable right now. Yoshi is going to manage to heal up this health, and we'll see Drage also hanging on to as much room as he can, but he takes serious damage from Baguette. It's a 3v2, and it's going to be so hard to win, especially when Semantic has a super available. But Drage is still safe from some of these big pushes in. He has Lamp Blowout, but the mines at mid are going to be a huge limiting factor. Chaos on the right side going to have to get some damage out. Here comes the kill on Yoshi, and the final bit of damage coming into Drage, and this is going to be a win for SK, and they clutch spot number 2.
Amazing stuff. Absolutely amazing stuff. Again, a team like SK was able and come out on top under that kind of pressure. They didn't look like they were under pressure in that final moments. And, you know, again, with that much damage on their side, I think it's fair to say, you know, they were in control for the majority of things. And Tribe had their moments, absolutely so. But at the end of the day, Teddy, SK are locking themselves in that number 2 seed.
I mean, what a way to finish the season and the round robin stage of it, as well as we go all the way to our final set, the final round even here. Beautiful stuff from both teams. We already knew that they had their spots locked in for the finals. Now we know exactly which spots those are as well.
Oh my word, it's been such an incredible series as well. This season's been phenomenal. Like, there's been so many amazing moments, and like to end like that, I think it had to be the way, right? It was only fitting for us to end like that and just have it come down to the final moments. But again, really, like, you know, when we are approaching now what is the moment, the pinnacle, the peak of the mountain in this competition, you know, it's honestly just a joy to share it with you both as well. But, you know, in terms of your thoughts for today, you know, is it kind of how you expected things to go?
I think this is about exactly how I expected things to go, perhaps with the exception of the final match, but the only certainty that I reserved for match number 4 was that it was going to be close and it was going to go to set number 5. There's no other way around it either. And once more, I think that we see Tribe and SK on pretty much the exact same level at the tippy top of this competition. Now, when it comes to Totem, we'll see if anyone can emerge to challenge them, because so far, many have tried and 0 have succeeded.
This is the scary prospect, but as we know, there's many factors that play behind the scenes as well that can cause teams to be, you know, sort of toppled a little bit, you know, stir it up just a touch. You know, we're going to have a BSC monthly finals prior to the, you know, challenge season finals, so that could be an opportunity there as well. But Teddy, you know, with regards to that team in particular, what are you thinking? I already know what you're thinking, because I know how much you value them and see them as being the #1 team in this region. But, you know, when it comes to them, is there anything between now and then which could throw them off?
Very much so. You know, I mean, if you look just at the monthly finals, every month a different winner. I doubt it's going to keep going like this for the entire rest of the year, but I mean, to be honest, we didn't expect it to go for this long either. So everything is possible. EMEA is an incredibly competitive region, and that opens things up for some crazy matches and results here in Europe and MENA as well. So there are tons of possibilities. I think that could change by the time we get to the finals. However, I mean, Totem, they are looking incredibly good. They are the titans of the region at the moment, but they're not unbeatable either. I think that teams like Tribe and SK particularly definitely still stand a good chance at taking them down, and I feel like it's really going to be anyone's game. FAC definitely coming in as a bit of an underdog to qualify all the way. Many would maybe even have considered them to be, you know, the 8th seed coming into this group, but they come out on top and they prove everyone that they can do it. So I'm excited. I think we have 4 very strong teams that qualified, and it's going to be even more challenging there. But I mean, you know, LAN events are incredibly fun, and I think all 4 teams are going to be super excited to compete in a LAN setting.
Well, let's take it from bottom to top, starting with the guys who gave it their all, but simply weren't able to qualify for the playoffs. Dogster, Lobster, look, we believed in supremacy, but in the end, they have been beaten and battered, and they sit at the bottom of the leaderboard with a single win over Tribe. FA Baguette, Team Queso, and Craze Clan all in the running for some of these other spots as well, especially Queso and Craze Clan. Almost had a run for that number 4, but Seed was able to take it home in the end and bring themselves into the playoffs bracket. SK versus Tribe, we just watched, and that number 2 spot is going to be earned by SK Gaming, bringing Tribe Gaming EU to number 3. And Reply Totem, in their usual spot, they've been in the entire time at number 1, a 7-0 record, and really a spotless performance.
Yeah, it really has been an incredible season for that team in particular. But you mentioned Teddy as well. There's various scorelines that could well have influenced what could be to come. SK 3-2. I mean, that was a big one as well. And I feel like they are in a commanding position as well to cause that stir. But there it is confirmed. Reply Totem, SK Gaming, Tribe Gaming EU, and FA Siege advance to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals, and I cannot wait for that. And you sort of led into it as well, Teddy. We've got to remember, that is a LAN. That is a LAN environment, and I think that as well could very well be the 5th team to cause that stir in that sense, because ultimately there are teams that have got more experience than others. When the lights are on, the cameras are on, rolling, and you got people behind you cheering you on, sometimes that can get to people, and I feel like that is going to make just that setting so much more enjoyable to watch.
Oh, definitely. So, I mean, LAN events are an entire different breed, really. The thing that scares me as well is that Totem may have gotten top 3, top 4 at Worlds at a LAN event, just saying. and Joker not quite. So that might be, one of the factors to keep into account. But yeah, it's going to be a ton of fun. I'm super excited to get to know some more about that and to just meet everyone again, right? Super friendly guys overall, and the passion really translates nicely as well that they have towards the game and towards the community. We have 4 very strong teams going to the playoffs. Again, FA Siege, I would put that a little bit below the rest, but just the fact that they make it is incredibly impressive, and they've shown us as well that upsets are something that they have nearly mastered at this point. So hopefully we get some more of that as well for the LAN.
Well, we know what teams we're going to see, but where is the LAN going to be? That's the question on everyone's minds at the moment. Some of you may have been sharp enough to see over on Twitter, if you're following at ESL Mobile, a little glimpse in advance, but if you haven't, time to drop the bombshell. For the EU and MENA regions, we are going to Gamescom Cologne, Germany, and I cannot wait for that. Mark down in your calendars immediately. Stop what you're doing. August the 27th and 28th is what you need to make sure that you're available to potentially even go. I mean, I'd love to see all of you guys down there, as I'll probably be outside, probably flooring some popcorn or doing something in terms of some of the refreshments that are going to be needed for a lot of people that are going to be attending that event. But we've seen the rise of LANs this year in such a beautiful way, and again, I'm just going to throw it out there again. We couldn't be doing this without Snapdragon Elite Gaming. It's as simple as that. It's an amazing prize pool to have. The players have been phenomenal throughout the entire season, giving it their all. And without that kind of support there, we wouldn't be doing this LAN. We would not be going to Gamescom.
Yeah, LAN events have been rare in Brawl Stars. I mean, it doesn't help that, Brawl as an esport developed during a time where there weren't many LAN events in general, but now it's coming back, and I mean, 3 LAN events in the span of a week? That is pretty much unheard of for Brawl esports history, and I mean, it's only possible because Snapdragon Elite Gaming make it possible. So yeah, we gotta appreciate that for sure.
It's kind of a sad time now. I mean, we've had the entire journey except for the finals, and that again, like I said, is going to be insane. But ready, set, closing thoughts, not just for today, but for the challenge season.
Well, it was great to see all these teams perform, and I want to thank everyone for coming out to play as well. It's been an amazing thing to behold and be a part of. And also, not just thank you to the players and the people behind the scenes, but thank you to you guys for watching Brawl Esports as well, because without you, we'd just be us. It's up to you guys to make these players and to make us somebody.
Teddy, I'm not going to say anything in between. Take it away. Final thoughts for the challenge season.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was an absolute blast. You know, it took a while. We had many matches, but that's what I love about it as well. You know, the amount of matches we get between all of those different teams, see some rivalries build up, and some very different stories all around. Some underdog stories going all the way, because, you know, having one underdog result or upset, that's the thing. But having teams like FACH qualify is just a statement towards, you know, how far they can make it. And how accessible in the way that the top can be if you put in the work, if you have the talent, just make it happen. And FACH, I mean, it's the dream, right? Making it top 4 in one of the most competitive regions in Brawl is incredibly impressive. And obviously, you know, all the teams on it. I think I'll leave all the thank yous and shout outs to you, but yeah, thank you as you already said to everyone that watches and everyone that makes this sort of events possible, because I mean they are a huge milestone for Brawl Esports and Brawl Stars in general. So we're very thankful for everyone that, you know, has their little brick in the wall.
Absolutely so, yeah. And again, it's great to see so many teams, you know, rising up to the top. But again, to all the players, to the coaches, to the analysts, everyone on that side of things, and of course the viewers at home, to you, to you, Teddy, for being by my side throughout this process, and of course to everyone in production behind the scenes, because keeping those cogs turning is a constant motion of process, and many people working tirelessly behind the scenes to make these things possible. Of course, to Snapdragon Elite Gaming once more, and to all our sponsors here. Again, those dates are August 27th and August 28th. That is where the finals, the LAN, will be. We're going to Gamescom, and that's when we're going to see you next. Until then, take care.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.